Teams, listen to me.
Calm.
Do not use aggressive defensive pushes. I don't know how many times I have to say it. You might have gotten the pick there, but because you're so aggressive on C, you can't rotate back over to A when the rest of your team gets taken down at mid. And it allows Zelos to get the plant and get some kind of momentum to get back into this matchup.
Big flash there. Word takes down Focus down on the A long, and so now it's Subtle versus Cade, but the Cade W.
If you're lucky enough and you can click heads fast enough, it's just not worth this. Velm gets a couple kills but gets caught in the reload and taken down. Subtle trading over to the shorty, trying to see if he can't put any more damage in. Smokes are coming out. Quentin is gonna find Focus through the wall. Nice pickup from Perry with the shorty. Turns around, can't find the second onto Seos though.
If he had reloaded, he would have had it. There's a rifle.
Oh!
Jesus.
And has the heal.
There's a rifle there too. That's a bulldog. The spike's planted for this side too. He only needs to get one shot onto the Omen here. I'm not sure. Oh, he teleported down.
He teleported into garage.
See the execute now coming through. The push is almost successful. They do get two though for one, so it's 2-for-1 special. The run it back does go down, and so now they do have vision of him coming in from that A long. Spike is down there as well. Wargo picking up the second kill, and so now they know where everybody is. They know where the team is fighting through, and it is Antho picking up one more. They know exactly where he is. They're just gonna throw some shock darts in, and gun round means 1 round.
For your gun rounds to pick up the kills. That is not what you're doing, Cade. You should not be the entry sage with the spike.
And Perry, just perfect timing in there. Gonna be able to pick up 2. They are able to just, churn through the opposing team. Flawless coming through with a triple kill onto Perry. The round was over as soon as it began. As soon as the spike goes down in the smoke like that deep into garage, it's done.
Saw that Seos was on that side of the map, but nice teleport into hell will take down Worko and allow them to control this site. Little strike finds a couple of ticks of damage. Can he find anything? He drops that and finds Selos.
So the spike is still down and ticking. They need to get deeper into the site. It's still a 2-on-2 now. Perry does need to check left. He's just gonna hold it for the halfway. Doesn't even get it though. Either the A hold or the A take, whichever wins. Oh, he gets 2! Warko putting in tons of... All right. Cade's keeping it together. Cade's keeping it alive. Operator and wins the trade, shooting Cade straight in the tummy. And Spike's still gonna go down though.
Yeah, but that was a huge 2-kill there, and Subtle finds Word. I mean, where it gets really interesting. Both teams, trying to get anything down. Trades back and forth. Subtle still alive, trying to heal as he did take down Cade. Takes down Seos. Quentin is right there, but can't find any other shots. Flank, as Warko has found 4 members. He finds a cut. Can't get the trade. Perry will find the trade, though. Subtle is waiting to see if they need to teleport over, but Antho finds Quentin, and there's just 2 members remaining.
Very little penetration from the Spectre, but knowing where he is just as good.
Be able to pick up this round. Seos goes down. Perry will pick up Word as well, and as soon as I say it, they immediately make me eat my words.
Oh, Perry somehow picked up a Phantom. And the only one left is Quentin, who's
gonna run through to try to find some more information. Worko will find Quentin. Cade is there with just a sheriff, trying to see if he can't land any shots. He can't. His body will fall through the teleporters. Antho picks him up, and it's a 5v2, 4v2 now. Excuse me. Seos will find the kill. That Bucky from Perry through the fire, finding one more with the headshot.
The judge there, just too strong in these tight corners. The jumping nerf simply isn't enough.
Feds coming in. Is it going to work out this time? Let's see.
All right, that's a good start. Subtle going to get one, and it baits the opposing Rays Quentin there into thinking that it's just the operator, but Focus
will find Quentin, so he finds something. But Velm trying to fire through the box. Focus will...
see that coming. Defunct's gonna find one with the operator, gonna find two. And coming out using the ultimate to its full potential. Dash gonna throw that boom bot out. We'll get done and find one. Actually, Darren finds Iman. Dash absolutely massive push onto that beat, looking to keep it going. Gonna satchel charge all the way through to the out with the ultimate.
Oh my god!
Keeps going, finds the end.
Oh my god! Dash W, come on! Finally the plan, but too little too late.
They know he's in hell. The flash comes through, connects onto his own members in a.
Oh my god. Darren coming in. Vince was able to get one. Crazy as well. Looking like Iman is going to try to make this possible. Darren gets the kill though, and that is going to be 13-11. Ladies and gentlemen, your GLG Pit of Valor champions.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Pit of Valor. I know you guys have been waiting for a little while, but we're finally back with it. It's December 5th, 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, we are almost done with this horrific year. It's 10 days away from my sister's birthday. My name is Keg, and of course with me is the wonderful, beautiful love of my life, Ravishing Ravish. Hello, Ravish.
It's like
Ooh, you are echoing for me. I get to hear double of you. I'm like fully embraced. Now I'm with you wrong, man.
I believe I'm now fine and okay here, Craig. And I was gonna say it's like as soon as you say those words, you call out my name, I was bound to appear here, Max. It really was. Honestly, it was a magic trick which led right to my heart. And you know what, buddy? You got it. It's yours. You get to go and have it. But to go ahead and read out what you said here, Max, 1,000%. We're almost done here, folks. We can see the finish line. You know, like as Kanye said, even in his songs, in all my days, I pray and pray. I see the finish line. I'm gonna finish, man.
At least, hopefully, that finish line won't be rocking gold teeth and fangs, because that's I hope that doesn't happen. But we do have an interesting game today. We have an actually interesting tournament, all things considered. It's going to be all best of one up until the grand finals, which will be in a best of three format. But hey, you know, it's going to be a very hard tournament for a lot of these teams. There are no losers bracket. So if you get out, I'm sorry. You had your chance and you lost it. But if you win, you get $50 in total. So I think it's a pretty good trade-off.
It's not bad at all. I'd say $50, 50 bones in your back is you're looking like a good and brand new man. But you know what, here, Keg, we're not here to make atheists into believers. We're to talk about some Valor today, right? Which I'm gonna go ahead and load up the first match that we got set up for you. I'm gonna keep doing this all day, man. Every cardio track we got going on, we're gonna keep doing this. We're gonna have Tactical Bandits versus Baba Booey. Now, if that's not a fun name to say, I don't know what is.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, man. Tactical Banditry, they've been around in the esports scene for a long time. They have their own leagues for various different tournaments, such as you know, other tactical FPS games. But they also have their own teams as well. They're involved in a bunch of other TAC FPS games on a tournament organizing level, but also as a team itself. And here they are representing themselves inside Valorant. Personally, I don't think we, as in you and I, have casted them before. I think they've played in Pit of Valor in the past, but we haven't really been able to see what they can bring to the table. And considering they haven't won any of them, I mean, maybe they have some flaws they need to fix here today.
Well, hopefully they've been able to do so, though. But speaking of which, as well, if any of you are also interested in going ahead and entering the Pit of Valor, as you know, it's a free tournament. So go ahead and grab 5 of your friends, come with the fun team name like Baba Booey, and come on down. We will have it next week. Pit of Valor will actually be moved to Wednesday, but we're also hosting a major Call of Duty event next weekend as well. So make sure so you can go ahead and get streamed in the Pit of Valor. You could possibly get casted by Keg and I as well. So make sure to sign up on Battlefy for that. It's just, you can have our sultry voices over your talk track.
Absolutely. But, you know, talking about Tactical Banditry again, you know, there's a lot of other teams that have been recently joining the GLG, and I think that's really cool. But, you know, it's not even just teams. What if they're also teams with a little bit of a history and title to it? Like the University of Houston. Not only are they just a team, they're a collegiate team, and that makes them automatically already a lot scarier. Collegiate teams, they live with each other practically, or, well, normally they would if there wasn't a virus outside, but they're able to coordinate and have a lot of chemistry, and that can make them a really scary duo for a lot of the teams here today.
It is definitely tough and interesting times out here. I have to say, it's almost like if you've seen the M Night Shyamalan movie, uh, the Happening, I believe it's called.
Yeah,
Actually, yeah. So if you remember, it was where the air was carrying the poison that just like comes into you, right? And it suddenly makes people do weird things, and the people start saying the same stuff over and over again.
you're right.
But here instead, we just can't go outside and and suddenly I can't get chicken and waffles and sit down on the patio because somebody's gonna sneeze on me. But that's not what we're here to talk about, right? That's not what's important today. What is important is teams, both new and season as well. Was a big point you were saying about Kook Esports, like collegiate teams. I personally seen the team actually go on into the league scene as well, and compete in a couple of different compete in a couple of different tournaments as well. I personally cast them myself, and they're quite good. And if the other teams have anything to say about it, if that stature does stick through to all of the other esports titles, I think we're gonna be in for a tough back and forth and maybe a bit more one-sided play, but that remains to be seen here, Max.
Yeah, I really hope we can see University of Houston really bring something to the table, maybe even win here today, and I could leave a lot of credence for more collegiate teams to come into the GLG, which we always happily invite. With that being said, though, things are going to be a little bit spicier this time in the Pit of Valor because we have a lot of new stuff coming into play. Sky, and we have Icebox being completely legal for any teams to use. And I don't know about you, Ravish. I know you're very opinionated when it comes to Icebox. Personally, I've never commentated Icebox before. We can see all the VODs we can about it, but this is going to be a new experience for a lot of us.
If I would stroke my beard again, still I would. When I had, I would continue doing so. I'll be back in a week. It's okay. Don't worry about it. I'm not even afraid about it. But speaking on the Icebox topic, I think it is what I've heard from most people. It is a very siege type map. Now, Max, I know you will personally have experience in siege. You are a prominent figure in the scene, we might say. So I do feel like I'm sitting next to a bit of a famous guy here. Can I get your autograph, Max? But that's one thing which been most expressed, right? The thing that trips people out the most is the verticality which is present on the map and all the different angles and settlements you have to cover. There's just no way to know where you can be shot from, which has been my experience for a very, very long time. I die and I don't know why. That is how I describe Icebox 2, which is why I've been expecting to see some Viper on this map because she's the only agent that I know which would be capable of covering so many of those wide angles. But Icebox, I think, makes for interesting play. It's built to take on fast pushes and good retakes, which is where I think if teams ever practiced in those shine beautifully.
Now, I'm wondering if we're going to see Finance versus Lunar go for an Icebox pick at all, because that's going to be our first matchup that we're going to be seeing here today. And I don't know much about either of these teams. They're kind of newer figures in the GLG scene, and this is a great opportunity for them, not having any VODs, not having much team chemistry that we know of on screen. This could be a great opportunity for them to whip out the Icebox and really dominate with it all the way through. That would be the key idea for a lot of these teams, but they might also go back to a more simplistic map that they already have definitive strats on, like our, original 3 or even the +1 with Ascent. We'll have to wait and see how that goes. But what are your predictions, Ravish, going into this?
My predictions right now here, Max, I gotta say, but firstly, welcome to all the new faces. Thank you for coming by to GLG. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate it. And I hope to get to see even more of you as you continue on throughout the day. My predictions, though, you know what? Just because I like to lay more, I think Lunar. I think Lunar might be able to want to go ahead and come on top of this, not only because their name is easier to say, but also because it reminds me of the scene from Avatar. Like back when Sokka's girlfriend turns into the moon, which is when you say that's rough, buddy. Have you ever seen Avatar: The Last Airbender, Max?
No, I haven't.
I'm going to go and call production. I can't be here anymore. This is an atrocity beyond all means. And hold on. I'm in pain. You know what, Max? Why don't you talk to us about Sky while I try to console myself?
Absolutely. Sky is an interesting agent. She's a lot different from all the other agents we've seen so far. One thing that's very notable about her is that she has an AoE healing ability that pretty much no other agent has. Sure, you could bring up Sage and say how she could kind of do the same effect, but what's different about her is that she combines a lot more AoE healing, except for herself, she can't heal herself, while combining a lot of strong intel in the process. That intel either coming out in the forms of her birds, which flash for a very, very long time. In fact, I think if you flashed at the beginning of that sentence to now, you'd still be blind. And you have the wolf that comes out as well that can help track down any kind of rogue or even strangling kind of opponents that might be coming in your way. She's a very strong agent, Ravish, and I hope you've recovered by now because I don't think a lot of teammates can recover from Sky going against them.
No, unfortunately, cannot. As I try to go and wipe off all the sweat from my eyes. You know, it's I'm fine. I'm fine. It's just it's gotta wipe that off. That's from working out. I swear. It's but you do raise a fantastic point here, though, Max. I think Sky offers a lot of interesting and very unique utility, especially like you were mentioning, being able to track down people, right? As you know, as you say over and over, week again and again. Valorant is a game of information, and being able to find or even have an inkling of where your opponents might be, but being able to pretty much have a guard dog lead you to them is phenomenal. And it's such a powerful tool, especially when you're deadlocked in, let's say, like very tight close quarter situations. It's a 2v3. You are probably outmatched and outgunned, and suddenly you pop the cabbages and they go out and they run forward, and you know where they're coming from. You know where you have to hide. I think the ability on its own could be used really well in post-plant positions to know which angles you have to cover.
Absolutely. Now, what I'm wondering myself, and I actually don't know the answer to this, I'm not sure if you do, Ravish, is where Sky is most valuable in terms of maps. We are going to be going to Haven, and Lunar will be starting off on the defense. We, of course, don't have the agent selection just yet, but Sky could be really powerful on this map, depending on how Lunar wants to play this, or even how Finance wants to play it, too. Is she more going to be an aggressive character, or is she going to really be blossoming on the defense here?
I've seen Sky used very beautifully on the attack, especially on bind here, Max. Because if anybody watching some of the pro games yesterday, in the TSM Renegades game, I believe it was Cutler who took on Sky on the attack on bind. He went in through hookah, put up the flash, looped it around into garden. And because the flash that happened, and because they were able to catch out, because they were able to catch out Renegades chilling by long, they got a double kill, opened up the sights, smoked off elbow, and it was an easy plan after that. So I think those curveballs, which it literally presents, are absolutely huge to be able to pretty much because you don't necessarily have to try to, hide around a corner like Phoenix. You can control where the smoke goes, you can control where the flash goes, which is the biggest advantage. So now you no longer have to wide peek or jiggle peek certain corners. You can flash them and rush in. It's as easy as that.
It can be definitely as easy as that. We're going to see what people are going to be selecting. Now, Ravish, the last time you and I actually casted together was the UMG Close Quals, and we did see a lot of very interesting, very aggressive attacking strats coming out from, I believe, Moon Raccoon's side. What I'm curious about this time is we can see if any of these teams in a little bit more of the T3 scene, let's say, are able to capitalize on what they maybe have seen in that game itself, and maybe using, like what we see now, Nino on the defense going for the Reyna, if they're going to be such a glass cannon like how Sean was on Moon Raccoons. But we're going to have to wait and see, because we're not seeing that same exact aggression, it looks like, from the attacking side. In fact, almost all of it, minus the Jet, seems to be much more of a laid-back, more supportive role.
This is really interesting here, because I do like the use of utility coming off on the side of the attackers, right? They decided that they want to use a site more to be able to use more on flashes, the smokes. Although they only have they have both the Cypher and the Sova for the info. It's personally, I think on Haven, I think KG does do a bit of a better job than Cypher because not only because of the camera, but I think holding down a site would deter or being able to disable your opponents to be a big plus. Those grenades are huge, especially when you're in a post plant position and you have to get somebody off of the bomb there. It's like being able to use a molly, but twice. That is a little bit less dead. It is such an advantageous piece of utility. So I'm excited to see what they're able to bring out because I think it'll all be down to gunplay here, Max.
I think it could definitely be down to gunplay. I'm curious to see what PGT can bring out with the breach. I think the breach combined with, of course, the jet that we see as well could be a really aggressive component. But the other three attackers, they're going to be playing probably very close together right now and seeing what they can do. Of course, we'll have to see that after the pistol round, things are going to be a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more straightforward for this opening round, as we can see who might get that opening frag. But as of right now, we don't see a whole lot of action, actually. It's mostly just visibility denial, and they're playing the debate game, rotating all the way around to maybe C side to get an early plant. Now, this is really effective, Ravish, because they are trying to juke out and separate the defense completely for Lunar, and now they're going to go back to A. They're baiting them out as hard as they can.
Also, look at this too. You saw the Killjoy just waiting around short, waiting for any sort of rotation. Down by Sewer Peaks, and gets the shot. Immediate flick onto Egg-Tassi. Now A side is open. This back and forth ring around the Rosie, landing them with a pocket full of Posey here, Keg. And now the spike is down.
Debated twice in a row now. The plan's going to go down on A. This is a really good position for PGT right now, but Lunar's going to struggle a lot. They only have two different avenues to attack, or I'm sorry, really defend themselves. But with Nino falling, that's going to be another strong frag coming out from the KJ side. That's going to be really good. The man disadvantage down by 2 now for Lunar. And in a pistol round, you don't want to lose many numbers right off the rip. But with that plant still ticking away, Ravish, we see the recon bolt going down. The info's been found, and it's just Frag City, both sides. Sure, you lost 2 members, but Scrim is able to string together a double kill at the very end. That's a strong round 1 for PGT, and Lunar really need to rethink their defense very quickly as these guns get more strong.
And I do want to point out one really solid thing, which the Killjoy did, especially on the attack, going back off the grenade that we were talking about before here, Keg seeing how such powerful use of the utility. She immediately tosses the grenade up into heaven to go ahead and move Nino from there, completely clears out the site, and then pass that to in the post plant, Lunar. Lunar decided to go all coming through A short and is line up for them as well. Now, although it was a bit tough, unfortunately they weren't able to smoke off the rest. So which more smoke theory does come in as to if you are trying to peek and not give yourself any sort of space, especially when 2 of you going onto a site for a double peek, it gets quite tough. But Papacito really gets Egg-Tassi off the jump yet again.
Casino just ran in like it was nobody's business. Last round, we saw PGT just debate them twice, but now they're just roaming on in. Look at where everyone on Lunar is right now. That plant's gonna go down. What you have to pretty much bank and pray on is the Omen. That's number 4 at the very bottom. Silva's waiting, though, for this flank, but Swarm is gonna get double kill. Might be able to help even out the odds a little bit. But at the top, though, Strims is able to find Swarm. That's gonna be the Spectre taking down the Sheriff. And with only Lou really being the safeguard for this entire defense right now, it's gonna be up to him to fight his way through the smokes to try to find a kill. PGT is able to find not 1 but 2, a double kill to help secure the round. That's gonna be 2 in a row for PGT, and it seems like they've claimed for their own. They are the kings of the jungle right now, and right now Lunar really needs to figure out how they can play much more aggressively.
M5L completely clean up on the site there as well, Max. And one thing I want to point out again is Lou as well. Once the plan came in, he was hiding all the way at the back of the site, looking down long to see if anybody would actually try to go in and come out. But unfortunately, because of which he was late on the rotation and couldn't help his teammates either. So then after which it was up to him to try to come in for the clutch and was not able to make it happen. He's talking about PGT, so M5L is able to clean up completely. So now on the defense, definitely they need to change up a lot. It is a pretty even spread, but you do see the change up. Jet is now weighted down by Sewers, trying to catch anybody trying to go in onto A, but it likely will not be an A points this time here, Max, because they're looking towards C. They go ahead and double smoke it off. But the rotation coming from Silva and the Omen holding on back of sight as Papacito tries to go in. She should dash in. She gets a frag smoke outside open. Don't tag anybody. They fought the Omen and Lou is dead.
Oh my god, everyone, it's just destruction everywhere. The whole kill feed is a sea of red. We haven't seen a single frag go up against PGT yet. The plant goes down yet again without really much of a contest. Now, last round, Swarm was able to get a double kill playing on the hard defense on top of Heaven on A, but he's not able to find one here. I'm not Darking's able to find Swarm, and that only leaves Nino and the Cypher left alive. We haven't seen either of these two make a big play yet so far this game. The Killjoy turret's gonna find out where Ecstasy is, and boy, oh boy, you're gonna need a lot of it right now if you want to be able to take this back. And it looks like, no, he does get a lot of it. It's a double kill, but it's not enough. Still gonna fall, and that's gonna be 3 in a row for PGT. But I gotta tell you, Ravish, what I love from Lunar is that they're able to find these really late game double kills. I don't know what it is. They're able to find these really almost kind of by surprise angles. Getting the double kill and almost bringing it back, but they're never able to at least touch the bomb in the post plant.
And one huge thing too is that this is also just guns coming out of PGT's pocket, considering they also pretty much full bot last round as well. Now, although the round does go into their favor, it is going to be a bit tougher if they do lose this round as well, especially on M5L if he doesn't hold out this AR. But yeah, the Russian Reap sees yet again. Lou TP's out the top of the boxes. Get flashed out. It's not shots in time. These bleach flashes have been immaculate. Here, Max to go open up the site and to support the Jet rushing on in, but the spike is not down as of yet. But Sword comes on the back side. Nice immediate headshot of Poppy Cito.
Oh no, Swarm has been able to make those sheriffs work so well. He found one, but M5L was able to really clap up there. Again, we've seen this story 4 times in a row now. 2 left alive on Lunar, 4 or 5 usually left alive for PGT. The most amount of kills we've seen against them was leaving PGT down to a 3vx. Right now, that's not going to be the case here unless Incursio can do something crazy, but he's not able to find the angle. He walks through the smoke, no intel in play, misses the headshot on Felipe, and that is going to be 4 in a row for PGT. And Ravish, this is not looking good right now. Your economy on Lunar's side is in shambles. Meanwhile, PGT, they have no reason to worry at all yet.
This is, like you mentioned here, Max, it is genuinely tough. Now, as we do try to go ahead with the scoreboard here, I just wanted to try to see as to where exactly it is really standing. Because if they do for the consistent saves, like it would be a bit tough. But Shot Dart, sorry, we're gonna go down onto A here, but is it going to bring it up? Yeah. So now they go for the full commits onto the ARs. If they don't get this yet again, like you mentioned there, Max, they're gonna have to go back down onto the save.
Yeah,
and what they could try to do, because then it's entered the oil ping pong economy, which is such a bad state to be in. One interesting thing I would say they could try to do is if they could not double commit one round and go for light buys 2 rounds in a row, they could possibly carry that forward and at least allow a couple of them to stay alive. Even if they lose their gun, they should be in a position to get 2 ARs 2 rounds in a row as well. So like, it's a trade-off.
Oh no. Well, see, you mentioned the full commit to the weapons, and I'm glad they did that, but they had the full commit to the kills, too. Nino just kind of bounced back and forth. They got lit up a little bit, but they weren't able to fully commit onto the action. Lou's able to finish off Cito, though, finishing off what that had originally started. Shrim, though, is able to bring things back a little bit. Being the Omen himself, he's such a huge controller of the site, and he's able to really control what we're seeing on A. That being said, though, 2 left alive, now being Swarm. We've seen him make plays before. He's able to find 1, but, being a Vandal, being a Sheriff, 2 sides of the same coin, and they can both be very tough to get frags back when you're in a 1v3 in the post plant. But if you have to do it with 1 weapon, 1 person, it's gotta be Swarm and the Vandal.
So on the top side, flashes in, drops down 24 health. That's a lot of chip damage. He can't go for the defuse. He has stun. That means he will only get 1,000 credits to his name, but it might just be worth it. Catches one of the backside and barely misses the spike explosion. We'll go ahead and heal up. So at least they take some guns out of PGT's head, only leaving 2 alive. And you said Swarm, and we also saw Swarm gets to keep his AR though. But at the beginning of this round, it'll likely have to be back to the save for them here as well, Max.
Absolutely. Something I want to bring up too, Ravish, is that this is a best of 1. You don't get second chances here. You have to be able to make Haven work out if you're Lunar. You can't just download what PGT can bring to the table and just, throw map number 1 and hope maps 2 and 3 work well for you. There's only one map here. And you have to adapt on the fly, and Lou getting the opening pick is actually going to be huge. He gets traded out, sure, by PGT, but still, overall, getting the opening frag is such a big, monumental thing for the defense. It's something we haven't seen yet. Ecstasy, though, is going to play the aggressive defense, taking down Shrimp, the spike comes down, and Farm finds a double kill. That's what you want to see. But now you have to remove Pasatito from the table. He's the last one alive, and there you go. Lunar did it. They were able to bring it back 1 round.
That was absolutely massive, and that right there, I gotta say, I'm not sure if PGT was lacking the flashes and didn't clear out the side first. They might have gotten a little bit overconfident, honestly, because it just seemed like they were just getting out traded every single time there, Max. And like right from the beginning of the first couple of shots, they entered onto the site, but Luna was there ready for them stacking. See, they were just dismantled.
Yeah, no, we've been seeing this kind of evolve on Lunar's side throughout the last few rounds. Is that each round they get slowly a little bit more aggressive, each and every round. And I think that last round, it was kind of the perfect combination of going C, where it's harder for the attackers to really hide a little bit more and use that invisible deniability. But it was the perfect opportunity for Lunar to just play safely, aggressive enough to get that opening pick and then follow it up. But now we're going to be seeing C again. This is kind of an ego round, I think, for PGT's side. They want to prove that they can take C, and so far they're able to. It's an even 3v3 Ravish, and it's really going to come down to the 1 Jet on the board.
That was nice trades coming out from Lunar as well to go and peek out the green side triangle. The spike should be able to go down, but the Hunter's Fury is committed to the wrong side, unfortunately. So they're not able to stop the plan. And it was also excellent position by them, the KG ultimate used and committed to stop any sort of the push coming out from the side of Lunar. The peeking from Garage should stop it for a little bit longer. Now if M5L decides to peek into Garage right now, he should be able to find at least one while Lunar waited on the side Owl Drone used to find information. As here comes the full pushing kick.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this is going to go down. This is the longest we've seen that Spike Clan still be alive at the end of the round. Darking, though, might be able. I think it might be too late for the defuse to go down. Darking's able to find one, sure, and that's going to be way too little too late for Lunar's side to defuse, and that's going to be PGT taking another round. But you got to admit, though, Ravish, these are getting to be closer and closer rounds. You can see the gears turning in Lunar's head. They experimented a little bit. They had that aggression. They wanted to play it slow, but confident in the post plant, and I think that's a far cry from what we've seen at the round 1 or even round 2.
Right now, to exactly like you're saying here, Max. At least they're getting trades up consistently now. Looking across the board too, I like that Lou is still sticking with the Judge Gaming. Like him holding out tight angles by Cubby, but it's waiting on the side by the green boxes for any further C pushes. It's actually in Garage but. Instead, what we see, PGT decide to go and change it up, go for a possible mid push instead. The spike is dropped at the back, and just try to find any sort of information as to where Lunar is. But they might have actually read this, as most of them are all stacked up by mid.
Yeah, this is a very interesting play coming out from PGT. I understand what they're trying to do. They're trying to bait out Lunar this time to get the opening pick and then move off of where they think the defense will be much more lackluster. Now, they might find some luck, and in fact, they do. ML5 is able to find Swarm. That's going to be the top fragger for Lunar, already gone. But that's going to give tell to a lot of where these defenders will be as they swarm in onto B site. M5L has it completely under control. The plant possibly going to go down in a few seconds on B site. There it is. Pasatito going to be taking it down. But no, he's going to go off and take down Lou instead. He goes for the aggressive option. And now we see the rest of Lunar collapsing in from both the left and the right side of B site. This is a really risky maneuver for both sides, but PGT is able to make it work with a double kill, triple kill no less, collectively. And I believe it's Mel, not M5L.
Yes,
I mean, it's like a robot. He's playing like a robot, like a good robot, like a Terminator.
Yeah, it's almost like he's Android, but he's Killjoy and Cypher. It's
Now, calling someone a bot is not good, but is calling someone an android good?
Well, I mean, I was thinking more so Android from he plays for Gen G? No, he plays for a team. Oh my god. I'm blanking. Who does Android play for?
Hold on. I got you.
Okay. Android play for T1.
Talk about the game, I got you.
Come on. You got this. I believe in it. 5, 4, 3.
He's on
Two.
Mamba mode. Mamba mode.
Mama mode. Thank you. He plays for MMG, who is of the fantastic tier 1 team. Who I've actually seen a bunch before. I've seen the growth, and they're actually really nice guys. I gotta say.
Hello.
Max, there you are. I was missed you.
I didn't know we were going. Okay. Hello. Yes, he does play for Mamba mode. That brings up a really good debate, and we could talk about the game in a second, but I have to get this off my mind.
Yes.
What's the difference between a bot, an android, and a cyborg?
Okay. All right. Here, I got this. Look. A bot is something. A bot is something that's really just there. It exists simply to perform one function. Right. I think that's just a bot. An android, something with life and multiple functionalities, and it's also kind of cool, maybe even good looking. A cyborg is here to take over the world, hide your kids, hide your wife. The robot revolution is now, and we are not prepared.
You are a cyborg.
I tried to wake, I couldn't do it. That's kind of just squinted.
Oh man. Yeah. Oh yes, don't forget about the androids from Nier Automata. I never played Automata.
It's really good.
Meaning to. Is it?
Yeah. Such a good game. I will say it's one of those things where the game you actually have to play literally 3 different times. Oh, like you have to play the game 3 times to actually fully experience it, but I think it is worth every bit of minute you spend onto it. I'm actually getting word that you got to play at least 5 different times, I believe, to get to the true end. Which love Japanese games, right? Because they want to make sure that you're not leaving your seat for the next 3 days.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I'm a huge Metal Gear Solid fan, so I feel you. But speaking of sneaking around, speaking of kind of bot action going on as well, I'm a little concerned about the dynamic that we're seeing on Lunar's side, because a lot of the top fragging and pretty much all the fragging potential we're seeing besides Swarm, if we take him out of the equation, he's doing his job really well. We're not relying on your duelists at all. In fact, almost all the duelists besides Swarm are not really doing their jobs. In fact, a lot of it's being held on the back of Swarm himself, and with that, it's usually with a Sheriff and with a Vandal, and that to me is really concerning, especially with a lot of the visibility denial we're seeing and the lack of utility otherwise.
And you saw there too at the beginning of that round was that Storm goes in, try to peek out mid. Unfortunately, he didn't have a flash of smoke with him, so trying to go for a quick jiggle peek. But to his dismay, Killjoy was there simply waiting for anybody to try to come out. We're talking about before, they wanted to go for the mid push, trying to see if they could catch anybody out. I believe he also sensed that the turret was there, so trying to go for the quick back and forth. But Killjoy just too quick on the flick, which I believe, as you mentioned, is Mel, who's been doing really well so far. I like the way she's really using her grenades in a much more aggressive position to both deny sights and give and deny space as well. Because as soon as B side was open, Swarm was down. She pushed some of the grenades in connected through C, coming in from garage to make sure Sova can't get in. Dart did spot her out, but the spike was able to go down just as easily. So we were saying before here, Max, the utility usage and on the backs of the team has been excellent.
Yes, it has been excellent. I think on PGT side, it's been used really well, especially the smoke. And I think in the combination too with Jet, I think Esposito using their Jet smokes as well has just been so effective in taking over the sites. The Killjoy too, like you mentioned, we did see the Swarms at first played a little bit more defensively, and that's why we didn't see Swarms work out really well at all in the first few rounds. But then as things became much more aggressive on both sides, they were able to become much more effective, much more AoE, deniability, and of course damage, which is where it's most effective and shining.
Yeah.
But the big issue though with Lunar is that they're not able to touch the spike at all. The only time they were able to, Ravish, was at the end of round 5 when they just kind of poked it for a second and immediately got traded out into a double kill by, I believe that was it was a Sova, yeah. Darking. It was Darking.
Yeah.
That was able to do that. That's very concerning. I think the big issue, if I had to put on my analyst glasses for a second, is that there's no strong and dedicated flank watch for Lunar side. And we did see some flanking a little bit too on C side, where we saw Ecstasy push in forwards, but the Killjoy turret was there to shut it down immediately.
It just pains me to see it. It does, because I have to take off my Atlas glasses and put them back on. I think. It's because I know they can do better than this. It's like this is not how I raised them to be, you know, man. It's there's just so much more to them. That was my absolutely awful Godfather impression. I just couldn't commit to it at all. But I think I have the face now. Just man, when you just come to me on a day like this, playing on Seaside, on Seaside, on defense.
We're going to bring some oranges next time we cast and do Godfather impressions.
I just can't do it. But to go off your point you were saying before, Max, and even the site that was taken, the only way they're actually able to actually go even and almost get ability defuse on the site as well came off the back of Lou holding a much farther back position on C, and they're able to at least get 2 trade kills as well. It was 2 for 2 at the beginning because usually every single time in the beginning of the rounds with the winner onto C, it was a complete takeover as you're back on into the game after a small little tech pause here. And Max, it's just Lou's holding by and Spawn.
What happened? Okay. So Lou finds himself in the wrong spawn right now, and he's playing the attack pretty much. He's able to find a double kill. Lou! What? Okay. So Scrim's able to find 2 as well, Ravish. Okay, this is a very weird round, all things considered. Okay. So we see Lou in a very odd position. The spike's gonna go down on C site, and we just see the rest of PvP backing off completely.
This is the greatest flank ever. Pretty much because now he's watched him out. Oh, Mel comes, his little smoke doesn't fight Ecstasy. I feel like she had to have known the Cypher was there, but Chicks unfortunately goes the wrong side, and now PGT are holding back near spawn. Ecstasy, so might gotta go for the defuse. The smoke is down. They have to commit to this.
Oh, this is smart. I love what Ecstasy's doing right now. He's able to find 1. Is he able to find 2? Could he? Yes! No! Baby! Pesino!
Oh,
no! Let it explode in the last second kill. Sure, he gets survived, or he gets killed. But the classic at the very end, the double jip bait from both sides, holding it down. Honestly, Ravish, there's nothing bad that happened on both sides. Maybe you could have been a little bit faster if you were on Lunar, but the way they almost got it was played perfectly. We're gonna watch that again right now. Look at this. The smoke goes down, Lou goes in for the defuse, Ecstasy takes down the Omen, who's teleporting, but Pasito goes in and swerves just in time. Overall, Ecstasy realizes what the priorities are. He could have taken out Pasito, sure, but it would have been too late regardless. Ravish, that was one of the best rounds we've ever seen, one of the best defuses we've ever seen at GLG, or at least an attempt.
Pasito runs in like he's Rambo, just yelling with like guns blazing, pre-fire like da, 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 da.
I mean, 9 times out of 10, you'll never see a player like Pasito do that. And that was really the big outlying independent variable that allowed PGT to win that round. If Pasito just hung back, they would have lost that round. And Pasito gets his revenge yet again, taking down Ecstasy right off the rip. A little too aggressive compared to the rest of Lunar's side. And that's going to give full control for PGT to get on the A site minus Nino.
Beautiful peek by Nino to go ahead and take up Pasito there as well. Not to push for a little bit longer, but still they will go on and pushing through sewers, checking down into heaven as Incursio's there as well. And now look at this, almost all Luna are waiting around outside the site, and Storm gets taken down by Scrim. He gets wallbanged nonetheless, and they spotted Nino up on Haven, tag him down to 2, but they're judge game right now, as is Lou. They're going for the shots, actually gets Mel back site. It's a 2v2 here, Max. As he picks up the gun, trying to hold on onto the sewers. Look at this, coming out so long, they don't spot any of Luna here yet. Oh, commit.
Oh. The ult coming out inside. No, it's just giving Curzio last one alive. Lou falls. It's a 1v1. Both of them at 1 health. It's going to be down to this. And Curzio going to go in for it. The recon dart is out. You know exactly where it's at. There's no way. Darking's able to find it again. It's just these last second pushes that PGT are able to capitalize on so well. You could see a little bit of faltering on Lunar's side. The comms, I'm not sure what they would have looked like, but I'm assuming not everyone was on the same page. Had they been on the same exact wavelength, that also could have been Lunar's round. That wasn't an issue of speed like it was the last time around, but this time it was a little bit more between the 2 different defenders figuring out what they need to do.
Yeah, and unfortunately it does seem like, you know, within Lunar, like things do tend to have been a bit back and forth though. But on the other hand, within PGT, they've looked. I mean, their combos must look fantastic as right now, because the one thing I am seeing aside from having your back is definitely these teams will practice together, and they really seem like they have trust in one another, right? Because they're both there, double committing, having their teammates back, going for the rephrase, make sure there's no man left behind, but Nito with a beautiful opening pick. Right out to Papacito, but Killjoy ultimate comes down, should force Nito off the site.
Okay, you're a man down right now if you're PGT. You haven't really been in this position too many times before. Each time PGT lost the opening pick, they've come close to losing these rounds, if not losing them, actually. Felipe is able to get a double kill, though. He's able to clap it back a little bit, but it's now not looking good for Lunar. A-side has been capitalized on every single time by PGT. Lunar needs to stop this streak. Shrim, though, is hiding at the bottom, looking around to see what he can find, but no, the clapback from the Phoenix is going to push forward, take down Mel, but Shrim is there to capitalize and get the refrag immediately. Lou, though, is able to find a double of his own out of nowhere. Now it's Omen versus Omen. Only one left alive on each side. He's going to drop it. Oh, Shrim's able to find Lou and capitalizing once again on a small but pivotal mistake of Lunar's side. PGT 10-1 are able to really maneuver themselves around. Their tendrils, Ravish, really caressing and going through every crevice of flaws through the battle strategy Lunar has in play.
Their phalanges must be on fire right now, man, because you can see their fingers are clicking and those heads are dipping into the gray screen because they're dead, unfortunately. But past all of that, too, now within this round, this could also be the greatest comeback we've ever seen coming out of GLG, because Lunar could be the most aggressive and greatest attack side team, but Swarm pushing up, taking out Darky, that's really solid. That completely stops your A side push. All the spike was not taken. They do still maintain that garage and see control. Now, PGT have an option. They're a man down. Spike is left at the side. They have no information except they know that the Phoenix is on C, but he also could have easily rotated. They cut their loss to try to find a pick somewhere mid and commit onto A here, Max.
Something to note too is that this is 2 rounds in a row now where PGT have lost the opening pick. Before last round, every single time Lunar got the opening pick, which was 1 round, they were able to win the round. Now, things are about a 50-50% chance if Lunar can bring this back. Usually that's how it is for a round to win anyways, but this time around the stakes are getting higher and higher with such a huge score differential. We see the rest of the team though making their way through C long. No one's apparent though as Pasito pushes up. However, there is going to be one on A site. It's going to be Swarm waiting to see what kind of deniability or even smokes will go down. He's going to be contesting possibly against an up on the Jet, and that's been a nasty combination so far. But they're going to take the risk, not only him, but Strim as well. They're able to find nothing. The defense falls immediately. A triple kill across the board for everybody, and that plan's going to go down on C once again.
Through the flash.
Through the flash itself, too. They are on fire. Mel's able to find Encouragio. Nito gets one, but the op is everywhere. And we see the breach coming in from the left side, going through the garage. It's the end of Nino here unless they can pull a Miracle Rabbit out of their hat. But no, that breach is waiting, flashing out the Jet. They know exactly where he's at. And that's going to be a bullet to the body. Nino falls. With ult in hand, the knives were out, but they were never really used. Only once getting a kill. And now with a 10-round differential, Ravish, it's not looking good for Lunar again. They have to be on the attack now, and like you said, if they're able to make the greatest comeback GLG has ever seen, that's what they need now in a best of 1. If not, they're going to move on very handedly in the bracket if you're PGT.
And I think they could set the pace right here, Max, with this pistol round.
I'm confident.
I think pistols are pistols are someplace it can really and definitely go either way, though. As especially when you see, most people might come into the classics. More actually across the board, I believe, from the side of Lunar, it's a lot of ghosts. It's mainly ghosts, so they're feeling confident. They might just hide and see a couple of friends outside of PGT, so trying to hold on a bit more of the aggressive position. It'll look like it'll be commit on to C. The dart is destroyed though, so they know at least one person holding it down. Next, Extreme finds out through the smoke, gets Swarm, and that is absolutely huge.
Yeah, I can confidently tell you, Ravish, I'm not happy with how Lunar is attacking this right now. They're kind of going in single file. They're not really backing each other up. Ecstasy's able to find Pasito, sure, but otherwise you're kind of just banking on these raw gunfights walking into without any intel in play. Meanwhile, we do see Luna rotating around again. We actually saw this in the first pistol round, where PGT went from A to C, back to A and 1, and now it looks like Lunar's trying to employ a similar strat. They're able to find Mel. That's going to be one of the top fraggers. If not, no, I apologize. Both top fraggers gone. This is a very good round start for Lunar if they're able to hold the post plant. Meanwhile, the rest of PGT, they're going to be taking the same exact avenues that they attacked against not too long before, going up above in heaven and also taking a link. But Ravish, Ecstasy's waiting on top.
Just waiting on the side, they shoot out the dart, but look at all the angles that are covered here, Max. They have the site completely surrounded, though, but it's not impossible for Lunar, like you said. It is a mad position, but our Dark comes in, gets 2 needle, gets immediate refrags as well. The 1v1 position yet again. We've seen this before. Extrem is committing to the plant. He wants to at least get it halfway. He does so. This is absolute fusion. But they don't know he's out of the smoke. He's committed back to it. He's faking it. He gets a shot stun. He gets it. But does he have the time? A couple more seconds. And he gets the defuse as well. PGT on match point.
Call them Danny Phantom because Scrim just went going ghost on everybody. A 3K on a ghost as an omen, a phantom, and an apparition himself. Able to help solidify PGT with their one of potentially only 2 defensive rounds so far in this entire game. Lunar, we saw them how they played on the attack. Definitely a little bit more, I would say, basic strats than what PGT brought out on their own attack. But the same idea was there to try to debate where PGT was going to go. My guess this time is that we're going to see Lunar rush onto C site. This would be a good idea considering there's only 1 on C, but they have to capitalize on the utility and the intel that they have at their disposal.
Slow push onto C here. As Darking waiting on the back of site, holding a very tight angle, is waiting for any sort of commitment. When Swarm comes in, flashes him out, he doesn't get it, and immediately gets the frag, gets 1, gets 2, and the spike is down. They're not able to get anything. They don't even see him. They don't check the corner. Unfortunately, not Trim, but the side through the smoke goes in and out, but gets taken down by his counterpart here, and that is it in a flash. As long as Phoenix is PGT take the first game in decisive fashion, Max.
Overall, that was a really rough game for Lunar. They were only able to win 1 round overall. PGT, 13-1 overall. They adapted their strategies even after they won almost every single time. They adapted on the fly, and they knew exactly after maybe 3 or 4 rounds how Lunar liked to play, and they took advantage of that. Pasito, specifically on that 1 defuse that we saw on C site, took advantage of where they assumed the placement of the last 2 would be and just went full force on it, and it worked out so well. Lunar, on the other hand, Ravish, they tried to do the same exact strats that PGT brought out, but they just weren't able to really bring it to full fruition. And mostly when it came down to it, they were able to employ those strategies, but they couldn't win the gunfights that, well, pun intended, saved their lives.
Unfortunately, it looks as though the moon phases are definitely not in their tides. The waves will not be coming their way. And I'm not going to make another Avatar reference because you will not get it, which makes my heart sad.
Those are moon references. I know the moon.
But I was going to make, you know what? It doesn't even matter anymore. I'm not going to try to force this. I'm going to go ahead and continue to wallow as it look as who I thought was one of my best friends. He hasn't watched Avatar. It's okay. Man. It's okay. You know what? I'll give you for now. But you know what? You can improve, and so can Lunar here as well. Because although it was rough for the standards, I think they have a lot to be proud of with many of the plays, the positions they held, the refrags they got. It was just a question of which side they looked at. If perhaps looked at one instead of the other, they turned 360, sorry, 180. They might really save many of those rounds. On the other hand, PGT, if there was a way to assert your dominance, this would have been it.
Yeah. I mean, asserting your dominance, it's harder to go than 13-1. I mean, they almost went for a flawless streak, but they did lose 1 round, I think, round 4? So, I mean, they won 1 early on. It could have been a huge comeback, potentially good comeback, but we just didn't see that at the very end. But maybe, Ravish, it is the best of ones. We are going to be saying goodbye to Lunar for the tournament this week, but hey, maybe they're just not a Valorant team. Maybe they're a better Call of Duty team. But luckily for them, next weekend we do have a $2,000 prize pool for a Call of Duty tournament. And it's going to be on December 12th and December 13th. And if you want to learn more about it, it's going to be that 4v4 CDL style of COD play. So why not come check it out as well? Lunar, at the very least, maybe they can work on their gun skills some more, and hopefully we can see you guys on Battlefy in the bracket during it.
We just might be able to. With that all being said, we're going to go ahead and cut it to a very, very short break. And when we come back, Dr. and Hawks next will be there to take you to the next best of one. Until then, stay locked in to GLG.
To play Perry. The
Ladies
rest
and
of the team
gentlemen,
went
what
around
is
to
going
see.
on? And
Focus
welcome
finds
to the
Sweat in Garage, which
GLG
is
Cold
good.
War Tournament.
But Perry with the operators should not be pushing up that far and pushing in with the stim beacon. Suos is caught in a slow field. He's going to pick up one. Can't pick up the second.
Marco potentially is going to get a kill here. Does get a kill on the balance. Oh my! 2-on-1 situation still. Bears as Perry picks up the triple kill.
I think Perry just
in a row.
Perry just no-scoped that kill, by the way.
Perry with the shorty again. What is this guy doing in his off time? Antho's gonna get 1-for-1s, and now it's a 2v2 situation. There are multiple ultimates available. Seus actually gonna pick up the kill on the focus.
That was a good orbital strike, just unprepared for him to move out of that corner. Unfortunately, Perry can't land the flick to make this happen. Focus has a good angle.
Warco, though, takes the seaside by storm, picking up the kill onto Quinton. So now it's just Velm trying to get a kill. He does get one onto Warco. Zeus gonna pick up the kill in mid. The spike is
This ace, the A site play at all. Subtle. If he finds Suos, he does. Warco gets blinded up by his own teammates. That wall spot will go down, but the cage comes up to at least give a little bit of presence as Warco and Focus will start to pick up some kills here in defense of the spike. That's going to force back. Quentin actually gets taken out. Celos is the Uncron underdog, 6-1 potentially. Oh, he finds one at least, so he finds some kind of damage, but can't find Focus from long range. But
there's only one member on the side. Big paranoia trying to stop the plant, but he is going to pick up one. Seo's going to get traded instantly back, but Subtle taking two. The spike goes to... Oh, no.
Wow.
Oh, no.
I don't know how Antho won that duel, but he somehow did, and he's going to be able to heal himself up. Curveball comes out. Word is able to get himself into a spot where he can at least take down Antho, and now looking to try to see if he can't pick up anything more.
This is super tough, though, because even if he gets this kill here, taking a headshot onto Subtle for even situation. The orbital strike's going to be a takedown one, but it's still 3-on-3 with the spike down. This is the best retake possible.
Oh, but they know what the spike is. They heard the defuse. The molly comes out as well to push off. Subtle decided not to try to flank over to get that defuse. They're going to have to try. They're getting burned down. Perry's going to pick up a double.
That was questionable.
Teams, listen to me.
Calm.
Do not use aggressive defensive pushes. I don't know how many times I have to say it. You might have gotten the pick there, but because you're so aggressive on C, you can't rotate back over to A when the rest of your team is taken down at mid. And it allows Zelos to get the plant and get some kind of momentum to get back into this matchup.
Big flash there. Word takes down Focus down on the A long, and so now it's Subtle versus Cade, but the Cade W.
If you're lucky enough and you can click heads fast enough, it's just not worth this. Velm gets a couple kills, but gets caught in the reload and taken down. Subtle trading over to the shorty, trying to see if he can't put any more damage in. Smokes are coming out. Quentin is going to find Focus through the wall. Nice pickup from Perry with the shorty. Turns around, can't find the second onto Seos though.
If he had reloaded, he would have had it. There's a rifle.
Oh!
Jesus.
And has the heal.
There's a rifle there too. That's a bulldog. The spike's planted for this side too. He only needs to get one shot onto the Omen here. I'm not sure. Oh, he teleported down.
He teleported into garage.
See the execute now coming through. The push is almost successful. They do get 2 though for 1, so it's 2 for 1 special. The run it back does go down, and so now they do have vision of him coming in from that A long. Spike is down there as well. Wargo picking up the second kill, and so now they know where everybody is. They know where the team is fighting through. And it is Antho picking up 1 more. They know exactly where he is. They're just going to throw some shock darts in. And gun round means 1 round.
For your gun rounds to pick up the kills. That is not what you're doing, Cade. You should not be the entry sage with the spike.
And Perry, just perfect timing in there. Going to be able to pick up 2. They are able to just, churn through the opposing team. Flawless coming through with a triple kill onto Perry. The round was over as soon as it began. As soon as the spike goes down. Welcome back, everybody. Here we are once again on this Great Lakes Gaming Lounge stream. You may recognize the face we have here on my right. It's Hawk's Nest. I'm the Doctor. We're back bringing you all of this sweet, sweet Valorant action. And boy, do we have a matchup for you today. It is going to be All Victory versus Thrifty Esports. And I am excited to hop right into it.
Oh, I am super duper excited too. I'm glad to be back. I had to take a little bit of a hiatus once Cold War came out. I had to, move into the basement and be a little gremlin for a week or so and just play that. And I'm happy to be back though. I've missed Valorant. It's a great game. I'm happy that the first match I'm going to be here to watch is with Thrifty Esports. We've seen them before time and time again. They always bring the heat, so it's going to be a great match.
Yeah, and this weekend we do have Icebox enabled. We do have Sky enabled. They're not so far that I've seen going to be happening here today. Our map here is going to be Ascent, as you can see down below. Whether they pick Sky, that's up to the teams. So if you like it and you want to see it, definitely ping them up on Twitter and let them know that you want to see that new agent, and maybe they'll listen to you. Probably not, but hey, it's worth a shot, right?
You never know. I mean, they might just do it for the fans and just throw it out there and whatever happens, happens. I haven't seen too much of the new agent, so I really can't tell you how they're going to fit into a team composition. I mean, their general vibe is just they're a supporting character, right? That's what they're there for. So it could fit into really almost any composition, but I'm not sure how many of these teams have really practiced using Sky yet.
Yeah, and because of what you can do with the flashes and everything else in the kit, it can take a lot of practice. You do need to learn your lineups. You need to make sure that they actually work on a lot of maps and that they don't get, blown up by certain changes. Like, say a certain stage wall pops up and it just completely invalidates that flash that you've had practiced. Like, that completely blows that out of the water. So you need to make sure that your lineups are universal, make sure that you can always make them happen. And so that does take a lot of time. We even see Sova not particularly played a lot of the time because he does have that extra juice that he needs to learn. But once we see these shock bolt lineups, that's when people start getting really nutty about it.
Yeah, I think a lot of it just comes down to everyone wants to wait for someone else to find the little angles and the lineups for them, and then they're just scrolling through Twitter, it's like, oh, that's where I can sit, and now you play that agent. But no one wants to put in the grind. But the people that are playing these new agents right off the bat, or people that are playing Solver consistently, they've done their research, they've gone into those custom games, they've tried all these different lineups, and it shows in their gameplay because they know these tiny little spots no one else does, and it just throws everyone off guard when they come up against it.
Yeah, and when you have these agents that are banned from competitive play for so long, once they finally hop in, that's when everybody starts to learn them, and so it kind of delays it. The agent released a few weeks ago, but everyone's like, well, we can't play it. Why bother? Yeah. Why bother learning it? I'll play against it in solo queue and stuff, but I'm not going to learn my lineups. I'm not going to, learn the ins and outs. I'll wait till it's legal. And then if it turns out to be just broken, then I'll learn it. And by that point, you're actually kind of late to the party.
Yeah. Yeah, if someone already has put that week or two or however, I feel like this is a longer amount of time before it being released and it being legal in play just because they had all the bugs with it. But people that put that work in a little bit early, they might have the leg up on you, but we're ready to head on to Ascent.
And once again, this
see
is
the agent selection.
Yeah, once again, it is going to be Thrifty Esports versus All Victory. And so we do have some agent picks coming through. It is going to be
looking pretty similar in terms of power and utility mix up here.
Yeah, It is a still relatively small agent pool, so there is only so many variations you are going to see at a competitive level, and it is going to be thrifty on the attack first as well. And I'm loving the breach pick. It's something I've said a lot. I think it's a really good agent. They continue to buff him as well, so it's really odd to me that he's not must pick by now. There's so much going on with his kit.
I think that's the thing. He has so much available to him that it can almost be a little overwhelming. I know when I first started playing Valor and solo queue, that was the one agent I had absolutely no idea what I was doing on. So that's another thing, they just take that practice, and DEF CON is going to be rocking it for now. We'll have to see if they've practiced a good enough amount of time on this agent.
Yeah, he's got his little banana pistol out. Gonna be rocking that for a little bit, and it does seem like the two teams do have some concept of how they want to play this map so far. This is a map that's greatly grown in, played numbers. We haven't seen this map played, almost... Well, hold on. How do I rephrase this? We've seen this map played almost every tournament we've run now for the last couple weeks. It seems to have become the new favorite for a lot of teams.
I think it's just a bit of a faster map. You can really just get right into the action. You don't have to run down these giant long lanes other than the middle of the map, but you can move right up into A and get into those gunfights immediately. The garage at B, similar situation there, so I think it's just a little faster pace, a lot more action that can happen here on this map, so I'm sure these teams enjoy that.
Yeah, plus it is nice and easy to get these setups going on as we do see the push on through tree. The smoke just trying to cut off window, and it is tons of damage coming through that smoke. Flashes onto the site. It does have Thrifty taking it in a 5v5.
Yeah, all Victory just going to back up and can see the site for now, waiting for the rotation to come through. The spike is planted. See the recon drone going through spots, out a couple. Still waiting to play, or they get onto the site. Fluffy and crew going to be on that. Flame Kaplan throws down the turret just to see what they can find, but there's a couple members hiding under Hell, not going to be spotted out quite yet.
No, we do see 3 members lightning fast going down on the side of Thrifty. They're already on the defuse, trying to stall it out. Defcon gets one, but has to reload, and the defuse is secured.
And that was, I mean, a really strong retake there. AV, they waited for everyone to get there to that site, to that A spot, before they even just walked on. And once they were all there, they had a game plan. They all went in together, and just like that, boom, Thrifty were deleted off of the map, and they're going to be able to get that free defuse, so they're up in the first pistol round.
Yeah, that was actually kind of an interesting retake situation, because it's not often we see that site go down and still have a 5v5. There's just so many avenues for somebody to die, either on the defensive side in the take early on, or even on the retake just very quick. And it was seemingly that once All Victory decided they wanted to take the site back, they just did. There wasn't really an answer from Thrifty.
Moving over onto the B site for this round, though, Fluffy gonna hide within their little cloud bubble, but Doobie gonna peek their head through and find one alongside Beckham, with these Stingers running through the site already on, trying to switch out their weaponry, looking for these extra kills. Deluxe be the one to drop the spike, as I'm able to find a kill in return.
Spike is down once again, so the defuse has to come through. They're pushing through garage just to make sure there is no flank coming through. Blast isn't able to hit the shot, goes down, and now it is still a 3-on-3 retake. We've seen this work before, but there is a lot more to hide around this time.
I'm going to get pulled up on by Deluxe, shooting the wrong area, and kind of Doobie with the team shots absolutely melt AV there. A nice response for them in the second round.
Yeah, those Stingers are scary in the right hands. I mean, you just saw how much damage they did in just a split second, and that's something you're going to have to get used to. Like, that is a team. They love their Stinger. They love being quick onto the site, and they're for now going to stick with a lot of these because there's just no reason to swap off. They're so good.
Yeah.
We do see a bit of a lineup coming.
I was just going to say, that lineup is insane. Like, the fact that there's just that tiny little grate. Get right on top of it, the arrow will fly and fly.
So this is actually an incoming feature from what I've seen, is the follow projectiles for the observer team.
Ooh.
So soon we won't need poor Ryan to do that manually. He'll be able to just click a button.
Does an absolute great job at that, though, so a little shout out there to the observing crew, or not really crew, it's just one person. He's down there holding the fort by himself, but he's doing great right now, so good job, man.
We do see the catwalk secured for Thrifty. They won the last round, so the credit economy is completely one-sided. All victory are just on pistols, so they are kind of being bullied right now, in a way.
Yeah, it's just kind of how it works for now. I'm able to grab a stinger. That door is going to close on him. He sees one, but not able to finish any shots. Going to drop that door, but their location is known. 2v5 is going to be a tough retake, especially with the lack of credit, as we mentioned. And AV going to have to pull some magic here to make this one work.
Yeah, somehow needs to fight through the turret. 3 members. Does get a little bit of help from Striker here with the Sheriff, who could potentially get some really nice one-taps if the opportunity arises, but they're chunked super low as well and getting pushed on.
Yeah, Deluxe able to push through and take one. Zyme will trade one in return. Does find 2, but can they turn around for the 3rd? Nope, Deluxe comes around swinging. And it's better than it was at the beginning of that round, or that, plant. 2v5, you can take 2 down, take a little bit of money off the hands of Thrifty, always helps. So the best case scenario there is just try and take some down with you, and AV are able to do that successfully.
Yeah, we're still early on too, so you don't need to worry about too many rounds given up, as we do see full rifles coming out for the side of AV. They even have the operator, which is super nice. The jet mobility just opens up so many doors and so many avenues of attack. And we do see them placed quite aggressively in garage here as well. Although they ripped the ultimate on the side of Thrifty, so they are going to have these knives out.
Knives are out, gonna try and sneak through the window. Can't see anyone because the cloud cover is there. Back up and reassess the situation as they move towards the middle of the map, and look at the defenders also mimicking that movement. Gonna get spotted out though, so they're gonna push back.
I think both sides actually got spotted out, as we do see the cloud burst goes through. This shot coming through from Fluffy though. Will they have a follow-up as well? Cloud burst dissipating. Nobody just there yet though.
We're able to get through the doorway in time, so they're on to that side. Doobie gonna be shocked a little bit. They drop that spike. That is quite a lot of damage. Striker here moving towards this catwalk, trying to clear out the backside. Gonna swing around the corner. Messiah is gonna be the one to grab that kill as they move back. Door gets dropped. Deluxe is waiting, sees the smoke come through. 1, 2, 3 members. Only one's gonna drop though before you get taken down yourself. Defcon, Zheim also finding kills for themselves. And just like that, AV gonna secure themselves another defuse.
Yeah, they seem to have a really good grasp of this A site. That's twice now we've seen Thrifty get the spike down, and just that retake situation, something about it. AV just stalls long enough that they get the multi-man trades, and just rushing 3 members through that door and only having a stinger to defend yourself with, that feels kind of bad, because you're just like, I only have so many bullets. Like, they disappear. What am I supposed to do? But the flank from Kaplan the flank from Blast getting absolutely annihilated, pretty disappointing to that type of retake hold, because it meant that there was no longer a flank potential, and it just gave AV full scope to rush onto that site.
I think that's AV's whole plan though. I mean, both their retakes, they did something similar. They pushed up onto that catwalk, made sure there was no one to come in behind them after they make that push. As I'm speaking, Deluxe drops the spike in the center. That's an awful spot. If they can keep their operator trained on that area, they shouldn't be able to get that spike back, honestly. They do have the cloud cover from Jet to be on the rotation, trying to swing by, maybe help them out with that a little bit.
They're trying to bait out a shot, but not going to be giving it up. The cloudburst comes out. Spike is retrieved. And so now they need to come up with a game plan. They've had some unfortunate, sequences happen on A site. So they want to try and push this B again, but it's pretty well defended by multiple members here.
Yeah, see, they're kind of spreading out. Checking over to that A site Doobie. They can find any information, get a quick pick or something, but everyone's just hidden around corners for AV right now. They're playing this really slow. They don't need to make anything happen. They got the early pick. Now it's just about holding down these sites. The noise over towards A will cause the rotation to come through as we push onto this site.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting Cloud Dash decision there. It does mean that's no longer available. 10 seconds left on the clock. They need to get this spike down. I don't know how Fluffy got up that high, but they get shot out of the sky. There's not enough time left for the spike, but they don't need it anyway. Defenders win another round.
Every time they move to that A site, AV is just... That's gotta be their most practiced site for a retake right there. They just smooth and controlled every single time. The rotations are right when you need them to be there. And they just work together as such a team trying to take over that site. So I think Thrifty needs to focus a little bit more on the middle and that B side if they're going to try and find some more success on these attacking rounds.
Yeah, I don't know if they have an answer to the operator just yet. You know, they've been kind of caught off guard by it a couple times now. The paranoia there through the garage is the answer, it seems, as they are able to get Fluffy down and not actually lose anybody either, as we do get the teleport in from Omen as well. I believe, yeah, they're into the back of B side already.
And they're fully on now. Striker able to find one for themselves. Blast is here on the flank watch, but no one's really flanking. They're all just grouped up on this site together. Kaplan gonna drop the sentry down on the staircase. The ultimate's coming out left and right. Everyone's shooting. No one's dropping quite yet, though. There we go. Doobie able to find Messiah with the Sheriff. Kaplan still trying to push back down these steps.
Big smoke here. Defcon with that operator gonna take one and blast, and Doobie securing the site, and just a lot more control coming from Thrifty that time.
Yeah, Thrifty seemed to have the upper hand. I feel it seems like Thrifty is very comfortable on that B site. If they can get onto it, they know how to set up after they're there, after the spike goes down. They know where they need to be. On that A site, AV, they're the ones that know what they need to be doing at any given moment on that map. They have great coordination. They can push these corners together. But when they're on that B site, Thrifty has the heads up right there.
Yeah, and they didn't have the best weaponry that round either, and they still somehow made it work. You know, they had that really aggressive play to try and take out Fluffy, and it just worked. Like, they did take some damage, but they were able to keep multiple members alive, get onto the side, get the spike down, and try and get something going, as we do see dueling Killjoy ultimates now. It is going to be an awkward Venn diagram, but we'll have to see what actually works here. One player detained in the back of sight.
Saya able to grab two for themselves. They're sitting in the corner. Defcon and Blast no longer there to help the team. Fluffy hiding in the smoke, trying to spray some more. 50's forced to back off after that site almost entirely after not finding much success, but Beckham gonna be able to a nice little peek on a Striker as they rotate towards this A site. Deluxe should be the first one there.
Oh, he gets revealed, though, so they know that the spike is rotating. We're already seeing movement coming through. The timing on the operator peak is not there, however, so they're going to try and flank back to B, but it's not looking too good for them right now.
2v4. We've seen it happen. It is possible. Deluxe trying to shoulder this. Beckham.
30 seconds left.
That smoke dissipates. Could be dangerous. Fluffy's waiting inside, and Deluxe will be raw. Fluffy pushes through. Beckham with an insane no scope there, but not enough as Messiah is there for the backup. Oh boy, some of these operator shots today already are they're crispy.
That's nutty. Able to hit a shot like that just instantly through the smoke too is just insane. It, like you said, it's not enough there to win the round. They do go down another one, but it's still tight. It's still 4-3. Rifles in pretty much everybody's hands. I believe everybody from Thrifty should be able to get a rifle, but they're still fighting into a fully stocked all victory.
Fully stocked indeed. We're gonna throw darts over. Doesn't look like anything will hit. As AV is kind of back in their standard setup.
I don't think they're going to expect this jet, though. It is caught out by the drone, so they will expect it for now. And they're going to get the dash out as well, thanks to this Hunter's Fury. But not too much information after that.
Not too much happening so far in this early part of the round. I think they're slowing it down a little bit. They don't want to be rushing onto these sites, and especially trying to play it smart. They're going to push up through the middle of the map. Should be clear for now.
They are making a ton of noises. Blast picking up on a Striker. We do see already through the market is Messiah taking down Deluxe, trying to get some information back, but it's not looking so good for AV this time. They are going to get a nice kill there on a Doobie, though.
Time finds 2. Swing the favor in there. Kaplan going to find one. Defcon also there. The 2v1 now stuck back to the site.
He's got a pixel. He's got a little bit of HP, about halfway. Recon bolts destroyed, but not before revealing him. 10 seconds left on the clock. Needs to go for kills, and it's Zeem with the 3K.
AV working a lot better on that B site this round than they did previously. I think they're warming up a little bit. You know, they're feeling themselves. They're finding that groove of them. You know, of their defensive play. They're able to rotate. They're communicating very well. They're just right where they need to be. Thrifty, not for lack of trying. You know, they've been switching it up here and there. They're trying these different attacks, and they're just successful sometimes. But when it comes down to the nitty-gritty, they're just not really finding these trades that they need to.
Yeah, as we do see a bit of a half buy coming in this round, you have to imagine this is another pretty solidly won round for AV, which would put them at 6-3 already, so in really good shape to win the half, as we do see some ultimates being popped here. Knives for Beckham, the Hunter's Fury already on the side of AV being spent, as we do see lots of incoming projectiles, but that alarm bot is actually going to get off, which means vulnerable is the name of the game.
Able to push through. Beckham's knives flying through the air, but no targets to be found. Could be a very... Okay, that's a flawless for AV. Messiah picking up 4 in that round. I mean, they just destroyed them. They threw them into the meat grinder as soon as they tried to get onto that site.
Yeah, AV have adjusted very nicely to the B site. They've shut down pretty much everything that has come their way, and it's leaving not a lot of room for Thrifty. We've seen their struggles with the A site already. They've made some good plays at B, but if you can get that type of play consistently, that is going to lock that down as well. And I like the adjustment to move Messiah from the back of Boathouse all the way into the sewer position there to make sure that they're just completely safe from the incoming opening projectiles.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it worked right there. Keeping themselves alive, able to get a 4-piece. Defcon will spot one out up in heaven. The rest of the team starts to push forward, and they're going to have to do this quickly. AV is on the rotation, but Thrifty's on that site first. The spike being planted as we speak. Zyme's drone going to spot out the majority of the team, able to tag one up. Striker tries to get some wall shots. Beckham jumps up, able to drop Zyme, looking for some more as they're forced to back up off this heaven angle.
Yeah, we do see the door going down as well. 4-on-4 situation. We are going to get the turret once this Cloudburst expires, just to make sure that they get a little bit of extra information. It is going to be instantly taken down, though, as we do see Doobie hit a nice headshot before going down.
Kaplan's going to trade it out, though. 3-piece for them so far. Checking hell. No one's down there. The ultimate's going to come through and not do too much. Striker and Messiah there to clean it up at the very end, getting off the spike, checking that main entryway. Gonna swap it over, let Kaplan finish the defuse, get themselves an alt point.
Kind of close, but not too close. 2.5 seconds remaining on that defuse. Plenty of time to give over that ultimate point to the Killjoy so that you make sure Kaplan has their lockdown available. Looking pretty good now. 7-3. We're gonna have to see if Thrifty can pick up any more rounds on this attacking side. I would probably say this is still a defensive map, but yeah, you know, you can't always put your trust in that defensive side and make sure that you come out ahead.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the more rounds you have on arguably the weaker side, the better it is when you switch over to that stronger side. Keep yourself a nice little cushion. It's only 4 rounds away right now. They have a couple more chances to find some footing on these attacking rounds, and they could bring it up to be pretty close at this point. We'll have to see, though, as they move up into the middle of the map once again, but I think they were heard. Spotted out a little bit. Kaplan able to drop Deluxe once again. Like being dropped, they're going to have to reclaim that, but they're in a bit of a tight situation right here. They're kind of getting pinched from all these angles. Got through the smoke, bringing
really
through,
tough.
being able to grab one too.
It's tough that the spike keeps getting dropped in these almost unclaimable positions. And like, I understand that you want, the spike carrier to be very close to the site to make sure you can get an early plant. But now that, they went down so early, it's made this round so much tougher. Like, yes, they're able to recover it thanks to the Cloudburst, and they're very deep onto this A site, catching people off guard. And they're able to pick up 2 quick kills before getting traded. He actually survives? What? All right, this is a round now.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's massive. They actually have a pretty good shot. Gonna shut that door, so Heaven's the only way to come through before that door gets dropped. So they're gonna back up. Assault rifles in everybody's hands for this one, so these long-range engagements gonna be pretty easy. Ghetto will come down to block that entryway as EV pushes onto the site. Gonna check through hell, won't find anything. The Hunter's Fury is popped. First shot goes a little wide. Second shot right on that spike. They're just gonna keep them off of it for as long as they possibly can. The time's ticking. The cloud cover falls and Beckham grabs one.
Only one member remaining. They're just playing the clock now. They're gonna push through.
Oh,
Gets the kill. Messiah goes down. And I like that even though they only used 2 charges of that Hunter's Fury, you still got absolute usage out of it because it just bought so much time, forcing them away from the defuse potentially. And as we do head into the last round of the half, things are potentially a 7-5 for Thrifty, which is nothing to really shake a stick at. That's a decent round, or a decent score.
Yeah, I mean, like we were saying earlier, it's a kind of defensive-heavy map. So if you're 7-5, you're only down a couple rounds, then you switch over. If you can have a nice solid defense, that's not an issue. Those 2 rounds are basically null once you switch over, if you can hold it down properly and gather yourselves for that second half.
Especially if you're able to win pistol. Like if you win pistol, then you're basically even, because you should reasonably win the second round. It didn't work out this way in the first half, but you know, it's a reasonable assumption to do something like that. As Striker's just so far forward, making things happen. We get the dueling lockdowns once again, but the Spike's already down on A.
Spike drops both Killjoys. Ultimate not really going to find any success there. One player does get detained, but the rotation over towards this A site is already here. Zyme gets spotted out up on the Heaven. Fluffy's just holding the catwalk just to be sure, and Deluxe is hiding in some smoke.
Yeah, just to make sure that they can get as much done here. Deluxe with a massive addition, though. Able to pick up 2. This is good. He picks up a 3rd! And Beckham closes it out 7-5 for the half.
Beautiful. I mean, Deluxe, we kind of, you know, we said maybe he shouldn't be the one to be up front with that spike. He's kind of fallen off early in the rounds, but right there brings it back. 3 kills in a row, and we've said this before, it's not always the number of frags you get, but it's when you get those frags. In a decisive round like that one, 7-4 right before the half, you can pick it up, you can get a 3K, save your team to 7-5 at the half, and we were just talking about how that's a pretty good position to be in off the start.
Yeah, I mean, they just had absolutely no idea. Able to pick up this, you know, the 2 kills there, and then the call out just doesn't come through in time, as we do see, you know, him able to pick up the 3rd kill there. And then, I mean, at that point, it's just a 1 round. There's really no shot of being able to get a nice comeback there for the side of AV. But now they are on the attacking side, the arguably more difficult side, as we do see them just absolutely decimating through Messiah already with 2.
It does find 2. That's a pretty equal trade over there. AV does have the single advantage. The rotation has to come through to this A site. I'm gonna be the one to watch the flank. Gonna hear pistol shots around that crate. Gonna wait it out though. See if they can make the push, get the jump on them. It's all gonna come down to if this Omen's gonna peek left. No, they're not. Misses the first shot, but still able to grab that kill. Deluxe no longer a factor in this round. It's a 1v3.
Yeah, and Blast is going to just have the classic too, so it's not going to be the best case to go for these long-range duels for the full site, as we do see the Nanoswarm getting popped as well. I think that should just about do it. I mean, even timing-wise, there's not a whole left. We do see them trying to get something done, but Kaplan's Frenzy is too much to handle.
And that round was rough from the very start. Once that initial pistol fight there over on that A lane went down, AV had the man advantage. Every single player that was on that A site to start from 50 was dead. So now you had to rotate all the way from that B site over to A. AV easily able to get that plant down, and they were able to set up nicely afterwards, and it was just a rough situation from the get-go.
Yeah, now they are going to be able to get some upgraded rifles. We're seeing Thrifty take the standard play here, not upgrading anything here in round 2, which is very different than what they did the first half. But I think they're recognizing that with their deficit, with their play in the first half, and they need to be stepping it up. They're making sure that they have the economy here in the second half so that they can buy up on this third round and hopefully get the comeback started.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's just a safe play right now. They're not really putting anyone to the stardom here. They're kind of all playing okay. They're not making any fancy plays right here. Messiah able to get this first pick, looking for the second, is able to find them too. Beckham Shorty not quite able to do enough damage, and this is looking rough again.
Yeah, only 35 HP left, but it's more than enough to plant the spike, as we do see Fluffy and Striker picking up kills. Only one member remaining, and I believe they also just have a Shorty.
Yeah, I think they're just going to hide around that corner. Play a little hide and seek for now. See them shoulder this, pushing up a little bit. Knife is out, though, and that's not going to be enough to stop the Stinger.
So pretty expected there. Save on the second round means that you do go down, but now it's third round gun round. They have full credits possible. Not true, because you can get up to 9k, but they at least have enough to pick up some rifles. No operator, though, which is different from the first gun round we saw from AV on the defending side.
I don't think... Thrifty, they could make it work. I feel like I've seen Beckham on that operator doing pretty well here and there. So they have the ability, they have a player that can control the operator if need be, but they're not able to afford it yet. They're just going to stick to their ARs. And they're being pretty aggressive right now. They're going to push back from the cat. Beckham will get spotted out. Fluffy's going to dash on. Not able to find anyone yet. Doobie finding 2 in the start. This could be a big game changer. Fluffy's in an interesting spot up here. Could get caught out. The bullets are starting to hit. Right through the smoke will be enough to spook him a little bit up on that heaven side.
Yeah, Spike's still not going down just yet, but they have plenty of time. It is going to be planted now. Owl Drone going in, checking some corners. They see at least 1, possibly 2 in that held position. So do you see the fissure coming through as well? But Blast is just killing them. You don't need fissures. You don't need flashes or anything like this. Bit of an oopsie there with the dash, but they're able to pick up the kills anyway. And that is finally a defender round on the board for Thrifty.
The first one they've gotten so far, but it's a good show. I mean, they finally were able to get some real weapons in their hands, and that helped them, massively. The first couple rounds, the pistol round, it's a coin toss. Second round after that, if you don't win it, you're kind of destined to lose that round. But now, third round, they're able to get some weaponry, and they're able to pull it up and prove that they can hold a defensive round.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to, now contest with rifles as well. Last round was a bit of a smorgasbord of weaponry. And so it is a true test now here on the fourth round of the half if they are able to, hold it and make sure that they don't lose too much of an advantage. Whereas if AV are able to pick up this round here, it means they've made that to double digits first, which that first big milestone in these games where you break that double digit marker and you're just like, oh man, I'm that much closer to closing out this map. I can do it. I only need a couple more.
It's funny how that difference from... Oh, hang on. Striker able to find that nice one tap onto Beckham, will disappear around the corner to full safety as the rest of the gunfight's happening towards the mid. Deluxe able to find Messiah. Fluffy trades a kill onto Defcon and is still hanging out up on this cat.
Yeah, and they also have the Empress popped as well. That's so scary in this gun round because it's something that you just have to contend with, and she's going to be so much quicker to pull the triggers. We do see them sneaking up on Doobie, able to get the kill as well, and they're just going to heal back up to full.
Striker finds one and will be traded back from Deluxe. It's 3v2, 3v1, excuse me, I was thinking the wrong person died right there. Nice couple shots through the door. Spike goes down, and now it's all about the rotation in the 1v3. Blast is going to have to play this one pretty carefully.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you save here, honestly. You know, you've barely won the last couple rounds. You know, you're not feeling so great. If you can get a kill, great. But in this 1v3, the Empress is no longer a factor. It has timed out, but this is still an incredibly tough retake to try and happen. And you've had to slow walk this entire way, pretty much. Bit of a bouncy arrow, but yeah, now that they know where you are, you're trapped completely, and you're just gonna go down through the penetration there, and it is gonna be double digits for AV.
Yeah, it's unfortunate you spend that whole time slow walking to the site. You finally get there, like, alright, I'm up in heaven, let's see where they're all at, and you're just dead. But I was gonna say earlier, it's funny how going from 9-round wins to 10-round wins, it feels like so much progress. You're like, oh, double digits, like, yeah, I'm so close. You're only 1 round closer, but like mentally, it's just such a big boom. You're like, yeah, man, double digits, it feels good, I'm doing it, I'm killing the game, we're out here. And that just helps you get those last 3 rounds even better.
It can also be a point of contention too, right? Like if you hit double digits and then just can't get another win after it, you're like, oh, I'm so close. Let me win.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you can. I definitely get tilted if I'm in double digits and I'm not able to find these rounds anymore. But we'll have to see if they can keep holding it down, increase that 10 to an 11 or even higher. We'll have to see.
2 flashes already being used from the side of Thrifty just to make sure that they are safe in this A hallway. And Spike's not being picked up just yet, but we're seeing some really aggressive pushing coming in so far. Owl Drone's going to get taken out, and the Messiah instantly on the retreat. Going to pick up this Spike and try and make some schmoves over to the mid again.
Lux will take down Striker. EV. Whopping weaponry around in the middle of this map, just trying to find the right one. And they're gonna move towards this B site right now. And looking at your minimap, you can see there's a couple members still on A. Thrifty, so they're gonna have to start this rotation. There's a lot of noise being made. Shots going through. Doobie takes down Fluffy through the dash.
That's crazy. Oh, he teleported in and it didn't get... He didn't check sewers, so he ends up going down during the plant. It is now a 1v4 situation, this time in favor of Thrifty, however, and they're able to secure it.
Big round win there, for sure. 7 to 10 overall, still 3 rounds behind, but they can keep that momentum going. We'll have to see how the economy looks for these sides, see what weaponry they're going to decide to pull out.
Need to do some quick math there to try and make sure that Beckham can get a rifle, but they should be able to secure that one, no problem. It does make it a little shaky going forward, but also looking at the economy of AV, it's not that amazing. There's one member on 0, one on 100, and really not that much more else. It is Striker having, you know, the biggest boon of money, but when the rest of your team's in shambles, that doesn't really mean a whole lot.
They're gonna have to make this one work, keep their economy up if they want to be able to keep affording these rifles, and Killjoy Ultimate does go down on this site, gonna force Beckham back just a little bit.
It is gonna guarantee the plant, so now it will be this 5-on-5 retake that we saw AV was so good at making happen. We're gonna have to see if, does that say 3 players detained? No way.
I think it might have. They seem like they're all kind of falling behind on this rotation. They're finally here onto the site, so the retake could happen any second here. The defending Killjoy going to be dropped. That's huge. The time is ticking. The kills are going by. Doobie finds one. Dimes Ultimate not going to find any kills. Gets a lot of damage. Doobie and Beckham trading with these assault rifles. Kaplan trying to get onto that site, but can't quite make it through. Does get one through the smoke. Last going to trade it back. Kaplan with the third through the stun. The defuse is still going down. Can he find them in time? He can't. He's for Kaplan.
He gets the ace and wins the round, brings them to 11. That's so bad for Thrifty. Their just mental is imploded.
Oh, man.
What is that win? That's insane.
There was 3 or more kills of that were through the smoke, through a blind. Kaplan finds the first one right there in the replay. Backs up. Let's see. Let's see how many kills through the smoke you get. That's 1. Still smoked. You're gonna find that one's not through a smoke, but you are stunned.
That one was through a blind.
That one's through a blind. That one's in front. So there's 2 kills through a smoke, 1 kill through a blind, and 2 more just good old-fashioned gunplay right there. And Kaplan's already carrying it. That's 6 in a row. At the start of this round, absolutely on fire right now.
And then, how is Messiah already into tree? Like, this is insane. It's 3 members dead for Thrifty to the 1 of AV. This is gonna become map point unless Thrifty lock it down. That's a good pickup from Doobie. Able to pick up a 3K already. Fluffy, though, gonna shut that down finally. And it is going to be the mid striker who secures the map.
Boy. It was close. Doobie, if Doobie was able to find that 4th kill right there, that would have been a completely different round.
And then
not
goes
able
for
to
the
find that
back-to-back
4th.
ace.
Yeah. Well, it would have been insane, but we are on a potential match point here. AV can take this one home. They're going to be taking this map. They'll move forward. Thrifty obviously want to prevent that from happening, but with a Judge, a Spectre, and a Stinger there for the bottom 3 players, it's going to be rough. They're going to have to find some cheeky little spots to hide in, try and get these close range engagements.
They're going to have to live up to their namesake if they do want to get the victory.
Yeah.
And you can see how aggressively they are here through Garage. Tons of noise being made, though. So Striker is going to be able to fall off and take a bit of a deeper angle, but they're just not finding anybody.
You're trying to shoulder this, have a nice little pixel peek. Sees 1, sees 2. Bye, Beckham and DEFCON. Goodness, that's not what that push was supposed to accomplish there. No, Doobie is stuck in the garage trying to shoulder peek. Here's all the footsteps, not even able to drop Fluffy. They're going to dash forward, keep this momentum going, smoking off the site. They're already onto it. Deluxe is going to teleport. I think they heard the drop. Still able to grab one with a Judge. Can't find the second, though.
Yeah, a bit of a unfortunate timing there on the second shot. Could have potentially gotten more, but now it is this really awkward 1v4. Able to pick up 1, but is already knocked down to 30 HP. And that is gonna do it. Kaplan putting in all the work, getting the final kill of the map as well. Just absolutely putting the game on their back at the end of that there. And that is a 13-7 scoreline for all victory.
Overall, a great game from both these players. I mean, Kaplan, just phenomenal play right there near the second half with a full ace, getting all these crazy frags and able to pull it 13-7 overall.
Really great stuff from them. I mean, we already have that clip posted in the Snapchat. Like, that's how quick Ben was on snagging that one, and for good reason too. Just an absolute insane play there. You love to see it. You love to see the teams fight that hard and just go back and forth. All victory just being that much quicker to the draw, though, means they are able to get the victory, and so they're going to be moving on here in our tournament here today.
Yeah, Thrifty Esports unfortunately not going to make much more progress in this bracket, but hey, better luck next time. You guys went up against a great opponent, AV. I'm looking forward to how they're going to do in their future matches. I'm trying to look and see who they will actually be going up against if we know so far. Looks like they're going to go up against Kinship GG. That's probably going to be another banger match right there.
That's actually going to be an insane match.
Semi-final, actually.
Yeah, I mean, for those of you who don't know, Kinship is previously Bully Hunters, so they are a long-standing team here. We've seen them a ton of times. They are lights out, and so to see them go up against that all-victory team, that should be amazing. But for that, we are going to take a short break, folks. If you like what you're seeing here today, be sure to click that Battlefy link down below. Next weekend's Pit of Valor is already ready for your signups. So if you want to be on stream here today, like today, be sure to sign up that next week and return so that maybe we can end up commentating over you. You get to hear our lovely voices for that. But for today, we're going to kick it to a short break. Don't worry, we still have plenty of Valor in action for you here today. So stay tuned and we'll be right back.
To play Perry, the rest of the team went around to see Focus finds Quentin and Garage, which is good. But Perry with the operator should not be pushing up that far and pushing in with the stim beacon. Suos is caught in a slow field. He's going to pick up 1. Can't pick up the second.
Warco potentially is going to get a kill here. Does get the kill into Velm. So it's a 2-on-1 situation. Still favoring the attacking side. Cade gets focused. Now Warco full HP, full armor. Somehow needs to just stall out long enough to make it. They're playing Ring Around the Rosie, and it's working out in the defending attacker's side favor.
Perry is going to take down Cade. Quentin finds Subtle, so there's at least a trade, but he's walled off. And now the defense comes in through both sides of the wall. Antho takes down Velm. The Shorty finds Quentin.
Oh.
And that's massive.
Oh, that's bad news. Bears as Perry picks up the triple kill.
I think
4
Perry
rounds in a row.
Perry just no-scoped that kill, by the way.
Perry with the shorty again. What is this guy doing in his off time? Antho's gonna get 1-for-1s, and now it's a 2v2 situation. There are multiple ultimates available. Seus actually gonna pick up the kill on the focus.
That was a good orbital strike, just unprepared for him to move out of that corner. Unfortunately, Perry can't land the flick to make this happen. Focus has a good angle.
Warco, though, takes the seaside by storm, picking up the kill onto Quinton. So now it's just Velm trying to get a kill. He does get one onto Warco. Seus gonna pick up the kill in mid. The spike is
This ace, the A site play at all. Subtle. If he finds Suos, he does. Warco gets blinded up by his own teammates. That wall spot will go down, but the cage comes up to at least give a little bit of presence as Warco and Focus will start to pick up some kills here in defense of the spike. That's gonna force back. Quentin actually gets taken out. Celos is the Uncrowned underdog, 6-1 potentially. Oh, he finds one at least, so he finds some kind of damage, but can't find Focus from long range. But
there's only one member on the side. Big paranoia trying to stop the plant, but he is going to pick up one. Seo's going to get traded instantly back, but Subtle taking 2. The spike goes to, oh no.
Wow.
Oh, no.
I don't know how Antho won that duel, but he somehow did, and he's going to be able to heal himself up. Curveball comes out. Word is able to get himself into a spot where he can at least take down Antho, and now looking to try to see if he can't pick up anything more.
This is super tough, though, because even if he gets this kill here, taking a headshot onto Subtle for even situation. The orbital strike's going to be a takedown 1, but it's still 3-on-3 with the spike down. This is the best retake possible.
Oh, but they know what the spike is. They heard the defuse. The molly comes out as well to push off. Tuttle decided not to try to flank over to get that defuse. They're going to have to try. They're getting burned down. Perry is going to pick up a double.
That was questionable.
Teams, listen to me.
Calm.
Do not use aggressive defensive pushes. I don't know how many times I have to say it. You might have gotten the pick there, but because you're so aggressive on C, you can't rotate back over to A when the rest of your team gets taken down at mid. And it allows Zelos to get the plant and get some kind of momentum to get back into this matchup.
Big flash there. Word takes down Focus down on the A long, and so now it's Subtle versus Cade, but the Cade W.
If you're lucky enough and you can click heads fast enough, it's just not worth this. Velm gets a couple kills, but gets caught in the reload and taken down. Subtle trading over to the shorty, trying to see if he can't put any more damage in. Smokes are coming out. Quentin is going to find Focus through the wall. Nice pickup from Perry with the shorty. Turns around, can't find the second onto Seos though.
If he had reloaded, he would have had it. There's a rifle.
Oh!
Jesus.
And has the heal.
There's a rifle there too. That's a bulldog. The spike's planted for this side too. He only needs to get one shot onto the Omen here. I'm not sure. Oh, he teleported down.
He teleported in through garage.
See the execute now coming through. The push is almost successful. They do get 2 though for 1, so it's 2-for-1 special. The run it back does go down, and so now they do have vision of him coming in from that A long. Spike is down there as well. Wargo picking up the second kill, and so now they know where everybody is. They know where the team is fighting through, and it is Antho picking up one more. They know exactly where he is. They're just gonna throw some shock darts in, and gun round means 1 round.
For your gun rounds to pick up the kills. That is not what you're doing, Cade. You should not be the entry sage with the spike.
And Perry, just perfect timing in there. Going to be able to pick up 2. They are able to just, churn through the opposing team. Flawless coming through with a triple kill onto Perry. The round was over as soon as it began. As soon as the spike goes down in the smoke like that deep into garage, it's done.
Saw that Seos was on that side of the map, but nice teleport into hell will take down Warco and allow them to control this site. Little strike finds a couple of ticks of damage. Can he find anything? He drops that and finds Celos.
So the spike is still down and ticking. They need to get deeper into the site. It's still a 2-on-2 now. Perry does need to check left. He's just going to hold it for the halfway. Doesn't even get it, though. Either the A hold or the A take, whichever wins. Oh, he gets two! Warco putting in tons of... All right. Cade's keeping it together. Cade's keeping it alive. Operator and wins the trade, shooting Cade straight in the tummy. And Spike's still going to go down, though.
Yeah, but that was a huge two-kill there, and Subtle finds word. I'd be where it gets really interesting. Both teams, trying to get anything down. Trades back and forth. Subtle still alive, trying to heal as he did take down Cade. Takes that Seos. Quentin is right there, but can't find any other shots. Blank, as Warco has found 4 members. He finds a cut. Can't get the trade. Perry will find the trade, though. Subtle is...
And welcome back, everybody, to the Pit of Valor for the semifinals match coming into it right here on a beautiful Saturday. I am Ravish, joined here back yet again by Monsieur Max Keglunek. And Max, I don't know if you ever told the world, but I've seen on Twitter, how did you get your name and how did you get to be so handsome?
I'm a huge fan of the Metal Gear Solid series, and so it comes from a very spoilery scene that I love so much. But again, thank you, mon frère, merci. It's not quite beautiful outside anymore. The sun had went down while we were casting, but it's actually a blizzard outside, it looks like. And
yeah, it is also snowing where I am as well. There's a fair amount of coming into it, but I live in Canada, so that's like July for me. Exactly, it's July. Because you're right, because every Tuesday it snows in Canada, of course. That's
12 a.m. Boom. Oh, there's the snow again.
Exactly. We never get tired of it. It's absolutely wonderful. But speaking of more things that I don't get tired of, all these matches that we've seen here, Max, because we're about to go into semifinals between Kin versus AV. Now, we just did see these guys play not too long ago, as we're already going up into game. Now, Kin, we're absolutely fantastic before coming into, so let's see if they keep going, Max.
Yeah, absolutely. We just saw All Victory win a pretty decisive game against Thrifty on Ascent. This is going to be Haven this time, and this is actually the only map we've casted so far in this tournament, or at least you and I.
Yeah.
When it comes down to it, though, we did see the composition between Finance and Lunar last time be a little odd on Lunar's end, and that's why they lost. Meanwhile, here, this is looking very aggressive on both sides. But the core difference I'm noticing on especially the attacker's side right now is that we do see a very distinctive Cypher being brought out, which is what Lunar brought out as well on their defense and subsequently lost, rather than the Killjoy that won for Finance.
But it looks like it'll be both the Sova Cypher as it plays the Killjoy, like you were saying here, Max. And I remember I made this point before. I think on certain maps it really does depend, but KG or Killjoy is so good at being able to create spaces, stop post plants. Although the camera, I think does also a fantastic job of pretty much solo holding sites and giving off a lot of information. You can pretty much just be Scorsese with that. Let's say either on C or A and direct your team through it as well. But the Killjoy offers a lot with within her electronic her mollies, her turrets, and also our little bot that comes up and just does a bunch of damage and tells you, hey, he's here.
Yeah, no, you're completely right, Ravish. One thing too is that in the last game we casted, we saw those nanoswarms be super aggressively played. Yeah, on the attack and on the defense, even in the post-plant situations. I'm curious to see whether or not we're going to see that this time around. We are going to be starting off the first round. It's the pistol round, of course. Going to be starting off a little bit consolidated and condensed, almost congested, if you will, inside of A short. They're looking to find that opening frag. They're not having a good time doing so, but keep attention to the Omen on C long. He has the spike, but he's by himself on a pistol round. This is not something we see too often. He is going to be rotating back to the rest of his team, but that in itself, that scouting maneuver, Ravish, is very curious.
This is really tough, and he's been a bit of a precarious position because if he were to get spotted out by the opposing opponent picking out from garage, it could be a tough position, but the site opens up, and immediately 2 down here as AV strikes first, and then strike quickly. Almost all of Kid falling apart. Spike coming here for the upper short. Striker J gets a triple, but to get a quadra. And there it is. What a way to start a round.
Good lord, all victory, keeping true to their name for the first round, being able to win that pretty decisively. You gotta get that to Striker too, a 4K, without having to move around too much. You do see the replay there too. Just being able to wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, string together 4 kills in a row right on the defense. That was beautifully placed by them, being able to hold behind the green box, know exactly which angles to push, and allowing Kinship to walk directly into them, especially when the Omen lost his the spike as well on A short. That was just the beginning of the end there. Striker now upgrading a little bit into the Spectre. This could be the same exact scenario twice in a row, but we do see a little bit more of a divide.
You see as well, they're back of the site yet again. Kin playing up the defense between A and C. Now, I believe the Silver actually spotted out two of them up on C, but there was a rotation. Fluffy goes up, gets traded. Also not bad so far coming off of someone's out of Kin. The man advantage still pretty even. And as they're looking to go ahead, go towards likely that mid side is rotating in. Actually, look at this super long rotation coming out through the garage out of the C, but Soba's there.
This is a really effective rotation right now. We do see Priyan taking down Zem, and that's going to be taking full control of almost essentially the entire map on Kinship's side. They're able to take over C especially, which matters most is that Spike's going to go down any second. The Killjoy and the Reyna are the last two alive, and they only have 2 different maneuvers of pushing through. Either they could push through C lane towards the top of the map, and maybe face a very congested 1v1, or the Killjoy could contest the Phoenix down below and maybe find another avenue, or maybe even a 2v2 pinch. But that's what they're gonna have to do. They're gonna go for the pinch. They're gonna go Crab Claw, and Striker's able to find one. Kaplan's able to find another. These are 2 players that were able to ace in 4K in the last 2 games, and it looks like they're being able to do it again. Kaplan's able to find some shots onto the Phoenix, but will it be enough? Yes, it is a 3K coming out from Kaplan to start off round number 2, and that is a beautiful start for AV in general. Kinship Ravish had everything, all the ducks aligned, but then suddenly a Winchester came by, the Winchester Striker, and Kaplan able to knock them down.
I mean, you talk about Winchester, we can go ahead and look at like the rifle here, although it doesn't need much reload either here, Keg, but all it has is that blade, which was their ingenuity and their precision when it came down to pinch on the C site there, Mr. Kegel. Even though the rotation, because you saw as fantastic as King went in up and around through spot up to the garage to clear out window and everything. Yeah, they were fine. But KG, along with Reyna, from both short and also coming into the garage, we were just dismantled, unfortunately, and no double peek happened as they were kind of stuck in the middle, figuring out what to do. But some pre-fires come out to break open garage. Not gonna commit to anything as of yet, as they're gonna move around onto A here yet again. They're not where the rotation is being held down, but it should be a full stack for Reyna's weighted down by sewers.
Yeah, this is very scary. Striker hasn't really used much of their utility just yet, and they're not going to be able to now. They're able to find some shots going down, but that's going to be Striker falling first, and that's a really scary moment for AV. They haven't lost the opening frag just yet, and now you have to rely pretty much on Kaplan, especially to get these frags, especially in the post-plant. 7, though, is able to find some luck. He's able to move forwards, though, but everyone's blinded and hurt. It's going to be Kaplan able to find one. He gets taken down, too. Urban and Boom are able to clap back and find a triple across the board. But what about the Jet? The Jet's still alive and seemingly nowhere to be found. Fluffy, of course, being spotted out a little bit at the top of heaven.
She's
now
gonna
they can play their own post plant. It's a really tough position, Ravish. Only an op in hand. You only have to save it.
And it looks like it's saving exactly what she'll do as she moves down onto mid here. They want to go ahead and try to bring up even the fast push through sewers. Striker J gets double peak, which is unfortunate, but one really good thing that AV do is that they not only smoke officers, but they also put out the Killjoy grenade as well to stop them from entering in what could have been a complete ace takeover. Although the kills don't go in their favor, we see still the Jet able to save the op when it's down by B near garage. She shouldn't get spotted out. She catches Boom on the rotation. That is actually really good. So still ending a couple in their favor. March on a rusher, but they won't. Op is saved and King get one of the board.
Something really interesting to note, too, is that we don't really see a lot of utility being brought out by AV. Striker especially was just holding an angle on sewers, and they got clapped down immediately. Sure, the double kill could have been in their favor, but there was no Leers. There was definitely no healing. Maybe if Striker was able to get one of those picks, they could have healed, but no, we didn't see that in general. In fact, I'm willing to bet we practically didn't see any utility being brought out AV for that entire round. I certainly didn't notice anything myself. I mostly just saw what the smoke and Phoenix on Kinship brought.
Right, so there was the Killjoy grenade, which did stop on sewers, though, so I remember that was one really big thing. And aside from the jet smokes, yeah, but I would say to your point there as well, Max, I think their Striker was trying to take a very aggressive peek angle in what could have possibly been A, and like, it was just unfortunate that she got double peeked, I'd say. Now, could she have gotten one? Hey, maybe, who knows? But you know, get a double peek when you suddenly come into a firing squad we're not expecting is never a good feeling. But Breach ult used to go ahead and commit onto C site. They should be able to find Archery frags around to go to smoke off short as they enter in, but the op shot is clean. Okay.
I absolutely love what's going on from Kin right now. Urban's able to find Fluffy. The jet is gone, and so much blinding is happening on Kaplan. He is all but disabled right now. The rest of AV have to push through a very congested area again. Striker and Kaplan still alive. We're able to do this before in a 2v4, but now this might be a recreation of the same scenario. Kaplan's able to find one, but no, Brienne's on a killing streak. Striker's able to find Brienne. The breach goes down, but Striker's now in a 1v1 and needs to disable the diffuser. There we go! A double kill Ravish into the diffuse. Striker does it again and uses the Empress to full effect. But notice something. None of the utility was used.
You are correct. Yeah, so this is definitely a situation where I guess I didn't notice much at all, besides a couple almost smokes being used to block off Garage and short. It was all wide open. That ultimately just came down to the shots that AV was able to go ahead and put down at the beginning. Although it's fantastic to pretty much for Striker to clutch that round, and it was beautifully well done, by the way, too. The Leers weren't, I guess she thought the Leers weren't necessary. She was just feeling that confident with the gunplay. So, I mean, I respect that she clutches it out, though, but definitely so. It's like, you know, she could have made safer bets at the end. Either way, AV still not up 3-1, though, as Boom doesn't notice the cubby. That's unfortunate. But Zyjan noticed it, but Prius got shot out, though. That's, I mean, good stuff for AV. Strong opening as they all rotate down in onto A here. They keep doing this here, Max. They keep splitting up between A and C.
Yeah, that was a really strong opening double kill, but now Striker's gonna help clean up the mess a little bit more, but maybe not. Urban's able to find Striker instead. Fluffy's able to take down, what is that, 18? Doesn't matter now. Turn that to 0, and defenders, again, AV are able to clean up yet another round, and that was the cleanest one we've seen so far. Just a huge rush coming in from Kin. I believe that was a save round. The scoreboard didn't show up, so I'm not entirely sure. I believe it was. Regardless of the fact we do see the agents on screen to our left. Nothing in sight, so maybe that was in fact their full buy before then, and now they have to resort to saving either once or yet maybe twice.
Yeah, I believe it was a broken buy last round as well, so but this yet again, it's going to be full saves, no shields, you know, Sheriff and a Frenzy here and there, but I want to try to bring up a point last time as well, because you saw within the rotations, they consistently try to go for fake C as Striker J opens up, gets a triple.
Oh my god!
All down long, the spike is there. You see yet again, half of Kin is by C. They keep trying to fake, but they keep bringing the spike in. They've done this 3 or 4 times, and it just has not worked out for them. They get caught out, and I believe AV is now wise to this, where they're reading this beautifully.
I'm not really sure what the plan was for Kin that round. I think they were just kind of letting that round fly on by just so they could get the economy for the round we're about to see. There's really not much else for it. We saw an odd split, the spike was given up, and they just kind of ran away. Maybe you could try to find one, but given so far the history of you not being able to really get these frags too effectively, it's definitely a tough position to be in. But now that we go to this next round, we do see a full buy coming out from across the board. That being said, though, it's going to be an A push yet again. Not really much of a split going forwards, but the intel is there from the Owl drone being brought out by the Sova. Meanwhile, 2 pushing through sewers, following the Sova drone's lead. It's going to be Striker, who may very well find an early double like they've had in the past.
Striker not still holding on. Backside near sewer, still watching long, though. As Jet near the backside at the Sova as well. They've all stacked A. They know this play, along with watching Garage and mid as well. No one by B noticed that, but a lot of util there from KG to be able to dissuade anything. And Cypher still waiting around mid, looking to catch anybody. Orientation from Garage. Rolling Thunder used to enter in onto the site. Forcing Striker NJ back, but Fluffy opens it up with the op shot. Gets down those Roman numerals, and now they're counting how many people they got left.
Yeah, not a lot. You don't have to count that high right now if you're either team. Striker's able to find Boom. That's going to be a double kill from Striker, no less. And that might be full control of the spike. No, I'm sorry, the spike never even went down. It's on the ground, of course, Ravish, but it's not in a good way. That's going to be 2 left alive now for Ken. They're separated, they're blind, and they're not able to really find any of these frags. In fact, they won't be able to if you're Urban, but maybe Vince could find potentially one, and he does. He finds Striker, but immediately gets traded out by Messiah. That's going to be another round for AV. Ravish, what is it with us getting these very disproportionate games?
It is a bit unfortunate. But Max, I did want to bring up your point as to what you talked about. The spike was brought, but was never plexi planted. It was on the ground. That's the feeling like when you have the best lunch ever, when you're going to school and you bring it into the cafeteria, but you just can't open it. You're like, man, there's like hot dogs and like a French omelet and like fried rice in here with teriyaki sauce, but it just won't open. And then you suddenly drop your lunch on the floor, and you're thinking, well, gosh darn it.
I can't go back to math class like this.
I'm hungry and sad. I can't do math in the state at all.
I don't want to do numbers.
I want to eat. But maybe this time Kid can go ahead and get some food in their mouth. The lunchbox can be open. And, and maybe the calf won't be as lonely right now as the Aldron just gets sputtered out. A, telling them that, Raina's watching down that site. They read the rotation as they immediately go back down to spawn. They're going to make a possible C push this time, but look at Fluffy.
Oh, no. That line of sight from Fluffy. This has to be a Wardell. Like, yeah, all right. Good job, Fluffy. Able to find one. He's going to skedaddle out of there, realizing the refrag potential's huge against Fluffy. But there we go. The Hunter's Fury comes down as well, getting full permission for the rest of Kin to move forward. Boom's able to take care of the sniper, but Zehim is able to trade it back. It is just a back and forth on C site, and this has been the closest round we've seen so far between these two teams, without one really just winning yet. And speaking out Messiah, it's just a back and forth. With only 2 left alive now, they have no choice but to push on to C. Kaplan's gonna rotate around, wait for that final push, take down 17 into a double kill, no less. That's a double kill from Kaplan, right off of an ace from the last game. Kaplan is on an absolute heater this tournament.
Man, I mean, like, it's not only getting cold inside, but it's getting cold outside as well. That's why it's getting so hot within Kaplan's hands here, man. His phalanges must be on fire with all these coils heating up his, heating up his nails. Cause, gosh darn, he's killing it here, Max. Now, I believe he should be top frag as of right now. As I'm gonna ask the observer to just let's go over real quick. Actually, no, it is still Striker. Still up at the top here, but Kaplan's not too far behind. But look at this. They still have the TP for the side of the Omen as well. I mean, on Kin's side, no ultimates to their name, but they're not too far off.
14-3 from Striker. That is insane to see. They've only lost 1 round, and only other 2 rounds before that has Striker actually gone down. A lot of those were in post-plan. Fluffy's able to find Urban again. He's been able to get a lot of these opening entry picks with the op so quickly. A double kill to top it off. No, almost.
Oh, no.
Is always there to find that final headshot onto Fluffy's life. But now we're in a position we haven't really seen too much in the past. It's going to be a 3v3, and historically speaking, this has not been in the favor of Kin whatsoever. Especially with Striker still on the board, taking down Boom. That's usually the lead controller, able to orchestrate how the final push goes. Meanwhile, Striker hiding in the back of B, and you have the Omen waiting around Garage as well, maybe able to find the line of sight on the 17, but he's going to back out in the nick of time. That's going to be a really scary notion, as only 2 left alive, having control of A, no less, Ravish. But with everyone collapsing in, knowing full well where you
Messiah
are,
knows.
20 seconds left.
Messiah now knows all going on over to A. We're saying the TP should be huge and it's used absolutely perfectly. He's not shuttered out now. Even before the spike is planted, they're able to read it all. But there's a usage that we're talking about here, Max. But the results go in their favor. They get a double peak, and there the fries immediately come in. The Lear, not the Raiders' favorite, but it was the team's favorite. And there's the defuse as well. 8-1 now coming in for AV. It's on an absolute tear.
So if you're in the position of AV, you probably didn't need to necessarily use the Omen ult to get that information down, but you are in such a huge economic excess right now that you might as well use it. And so when Messiah used his ult, he didn't have to teleport fully to the site. He got all the information he needed. He saw exactly where Vince, he saw exactly where 18 was, and that is exactly what you needed to do. And that intel alone, of course, having the Sova alive too helps, but they were able to collapse onto the site and take that very clean double kill.
Still, same rotation coming in for the side of Ken. Although they haven't split the resources like previously onto the sea, but it's a full push through sewers. As you see, they hold that down to see along the Paranoia will catch no one, but the Lyra should catch one. As Striker's taken down, Heaven is smoked off, and A site is there, but now it's all about the retake. Can't make it from AV, which have been really good to their, to their comfort. But with I'm gonna take him down to 3v4 situation, not impossible, but it's only getting tougher.
Yeah, suffering is going to be the name of the game right now, Ravish. Definitely not a great position for anybody right now except for Kaplan. He's able to find a little bit of action onto one, but having to find the other two, well, that's going to be pre-and gone, but everyone else is hiding away.
Yeah, as it gets tougher as he go on here, Kaplan is taken down on Haven. Fluffy's popped the ultimate, but he can't get any of the knives out. And the twist was here, Keg, is that there was no twist. The knives never left the table. Your steak is still uncut. You have to use your hands.
Yeah, I mean, the hands, depending on how the steak is cooked, just not able to rip it really apart that effectively. And Kinship, they made it work at least a little bit. The post plant was an interesting possession. I think if Kaplan hadn't gone down as quickly as he did in that post plant, that probably would have been another round for AV. But losing Striker and losing Kaplan right off the rip, that puts Fluffy, Zahim, and Messiah in really weird positions where they're not really able to capitalize on these kills. They haven't been able to before. But now, we're seeing Kinship warm up a little bit more. Again, it's still a best of one. The next one that you're going to see streamed will be a best of three. But now it's going to be a rough round for everybody. Zahim's going to fall again. This is another time we haven't seen a first opening pick come out from Kin's end, but the plant goes down.
Messiah on the flank is spotted up with Winston winning in the clutch for him. He completely read him now. AV yet again in the top position in a 3v5 situation. Have to go with the full retake. They get tagged by the shot dart. Terrible on Spuddy, but you look at Boom hiding down behind Cubby. With the breach, there's ones waiting for them to come in. They're going to use the util. The fault line comes out, knocking up a little bit. The owl drone to get any sort of information. Lee are not going to be of any use at all. But Fluffy gets one, gets spotted them, but bro, I don't think he spotted all of them here, Max.
Oh, yep, you hear the Omen teleport way away, and it's going to be a flank from behind, a triple kill from 18, and Boom is going to collapse it out. That's Kin with 2 in a row here, and that was really nice to see. I loved Kin's teleport overall, and that was exactly the flank that was needed to really clean up that round. Suddenly, 8-3 doesn't look nearly as bad as the 8-1 we were going with for a while now, and if Kin can win one more right here, they're going to go into the defensive half looking pretty strong, all things considered.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, if you know what's even better than 8-3 here, Max? 8-4. Which, with the way Kin are looking at, if they continue with these opening frags, they should be able to do. But we see the Odin investment coming out from AV. They're spraying and they're praying that they at least get one tag. Just all the way down on 8 long. Although it won't result in much, the Aldo gets spotted out though, which I don't believe they got much information from that either. Yet again, they're going for the ASEC down in sewer to see if they catch one out. Look at this, Spike is still by spawn though, Max.
The Spike still near spawn like you mentioned, Ravish. But the question is, where is it gonna go? Everything says it's gonna go towards A. but this could be a debate as well. They haven't debated before. They're usually pretty headfast about where Kin wants to go. But it looks like there's so much utility being brought out, especially from the Nano Swarms collapsing onto 18. That's going to be too much for Kaplan, and he's going to find the kill. Boom is able to get the refrag. He's the refrag king, but no, is that going to be enough? It's just pandemonium all over A site. Everyone's blinded out. Traeger with a double kill, no less. And that's going to leave Vince kind of confused, all things considered, looking to find at least one, but can he find another? And no, he cannot. That's going to be 9-3 going into the second half. And now it's going to be very, very strong for AV going onto the attack.
And Kin, honestly, right now, although they lose that round, it still was not as bad for them. Unfortunately, at that point, you saw AV just had more econ with them and decided to full commit onto deciding this, onto just be like, you know what? Let's just go ham. You know what? It's the last round. We're about to switch. Let's just go full Odin gang here, honestly, which I respect. That's the kind of stuff that I would do, is use everything in my econ, be like, you know, forget these vandals, phantoms no more. All I require now is LMG and an angle, and I will sit and I will W key.
What concerns me about Kin's defense right now is that they have the Phoenix and they have the Breach. These are really aggressive agents, and they work really well on the attack, but I'm curious to see how they're going to be used on the defense here, especially on a losing Kin. If they play it super aggressively, they might find a lot of luck, but already we do see the Breach kind of huddling in that B corner, and meanwhile, the rest of your support players have to put in all the work on the A. That support player, of course, could be the Sova, and Heaven gets taken down immediately by Striker, and where's the rest of Kin? They're taking so long for the rotate, they're playing purposely into this retake game. Zen takes down Boom, the flank is gone, and now you're relying on 3 all congested in a tiny little corner.
Urban just take a couple shots, and all he does is get tagged. The shock dart takes a bit of his life away, though, so now he's just stuck in Heaven, waiting for his team to possibly push in. The blind use the core and push it onto the side, along with the fault line. 17 at the back, flashes out, but the frenzy is too much, and it bites and it eats and it takes them all down. It's 10-3 here for AV. I would say, though, if I was them, if they want to try to take the game a bit more forward, yes, that's exactly what I'm seeing right now. Stingers and full and light shields to completely try to overpower the economy.
Overall, I don't think Kin really had a solidified plan for a retake on A site. We saw the Breach hiding on B site. We saw 3 go in for the retake at the very end, and they filed in one by one. They got taken down like bowling pins. So I don't really know what Kin can plan to do on a C rush like we're about to see. We already see so many different members onto the site. Fluffy has full control of A, and again, we're seeing a very slow retake. Zahim versus Boom again has been the flank war of the century. He takes down Boom twice in a row. That's going to be the spike plant down Ravish, and this post plant's going to get very ugly very quickly.
So right now, is waiting on the other side. As you mentioned, with the spike already planted, they spot out Priyan coming out the garage. Although they don't see anybody coming in through shore, the shot does come in, spot them all out. Before he gets taken down, but they have all the info. He scopes in 3 bullets. Only a couple more are needed to get in. 17, but 17 makes the odds completely even. He comes out to the site. He's waiting for the shots to be asked for the defuse now, but he just cannot do it. And the Messiah will come and said, "Let my people be free," as he takes down 17.
I mean, when it comes down to it again, the post plants have been abysmal for Kin. They try their best to almost give up the site in the beginning of the round, let AV kind of condense themselves together into a very small corner, and allow Kin to go in for the retake. They had the attempted pinch, 3 different angles, garage, they had C-Link, and they had the flank. The flank immediately lost. The pinch from Garage dissolved very quickly into everyone consolidating themselves into C-Link, and each one of them, again, just like on A site, went in one by one and fell very quickly. This is getting really close now. An opening trade coming out. Vince is able to take down Fluffy. Kaplan's able to take down 17, but you've already lost down on probably some of your most top fragging talent on Kin's side. With that being said, though, also on AV and Ravish, it's an A. No, they're debating the C.
But I was gonna say that, but look at this here, Max. They gain a ton of information because he saw all those 17 dies for. He pretty much acts like a human drone. Like 11 of them knows, hey guys, they're all here. But now Striker as well pops the Empress. Trying to move in onto sure he should have heard the footsteps. He knows they have to be coming in through here. Shockdar's ours to force the Omen away. They're investing a lot into this round just to make sure that kid can't even touch this here.
I really like the Killjoy ult from here. It's going to be the lockdown coming in full effect. Striker's taking down Brienne. This round may very well be over if Boom falls next. He's been able to make these clutches before, but no, he's going to fall immediately. Urban's able to take down Striker. There may be yet a chance. However, with everything said, Messiah comes in and gets a double kill. Like it's nothing, hiding in a corner. 12-3 against Kin. Now, they secured their 12th round. They're on match point now. They have all the economy they need. Kin's in shambles. They don't have much of an economy left. They have to full buy what they can. Some of them being judges, some guardians, and other specters. But the one advantage Kin has right now is the run it back on the Phoenix.
Yep. Will be their nightmare. Almost every single one of the ultimates were invested the previous round for AV to just actually move them up to that match point. It'll be a full A push yet again. They should have spotted this out. They know this is coming definitely. But the picture's not coming off the sea. As they smoke off Haven, they enter onto the site and the sprays come out here, but AV don't get much at all.
Very tough position to be in now. The spike's going to go down once again. Urban blinded out completely. Everyone's waiting for the retake. What are you doing, Kin?
They're just okay. All right. I mean, I guess So here's what I believe they're doing. Is I believe they're waiting for all these heals to be up and ready. Yeah. I believe they were waiting for the fault line to be off of cooldown, but they all spot them.
It's like Braveheart.
Down in hell, but he puts respawn in. Actually, all the fighters are going down his way. The Judge Gaming is absolutely doing so. He's Judge, Jury, and Execution here. It's a day here, Keg. Go over the defuse.
No way.
You don't know. Actually, the defusing, they can't save it, but they get it. The shock dart. It saves them. They get triple at the end, and AV. We're moving on to grand finals. What just happened?
What? Okay, so breaking this down again, we saw a Braveheart moment coming out from Kin's side. They corralled themselves together. They had this Sova arrow looking for that final amount of intel. The time was on the wire, and they all rushed in from A-Link. They mowed down just about everybody they could find on AV's side, but then the double kill resting at the bottom of A-Long was there to secure a triple. That is a very interesting ending to both sides, but in the end, 13-3 is one hell of a scoreline, and that's what we're going to see in the grand finals going forwards, maybe, because we just saw AV really take all the victories.
Yeah, man, it was in the beginning. We were saying how it seemed very, very one-sided, but you know, you saw Kin step back a little bit. They got a couple rounds to their name. The trades are going their way, and the openings picks were really what decided it. But suddenly, within the chaos, it was almost as though it was just every man for themselves, each and hunting down their own prey. And if you were lucky, you got what you wanted. And if you weren't, that ended up happening. But even there at the end, the final round, the defuse was almost there. The shot dart at the final seconds, bringing it back. I'm both impressed, in shock and awe, and puzzled at the same time, Kekalinek.
I really want to know what the comms were like on Kin's end, because
yeah.
There was a plan. It was a last-second plan, I would assume, but it would have been really cool to see that round go into fruition. I think that would have been the last round that Kin would win regardless, but there was still a very valiant attempt there. Unfortunately, though, the economic situation for Kin throughout the entirety of that match was in shambles, and there was never really a time, even when losing rounds, where AV was in a really bad position. They had economy to spare the entire game. They had ults to spare when they wanted to, even non-lethally. And that all together came into a beautiful, beautiful package of a match. But now we're going to be moving on to the grand finals. It's not going to be casted by us. It's going to be cast by Hawk's Nest and Doctor. But it should be a beautiful thing to see, especially if all victories can bring what they just brought out against Kinship into the grand finals for that prize.
That all remains to be seen. Though that all being said, that has been everything from us here tonight. From myself, Ravishing Gravis, was actually met on the internet, as of course my most equally ravishing partner, Max Kagalunek. Thank you all for watching, and do not go anywhere. We'll be right back with the grand finals here on GLG.
To play Perry. The rest of the team went around to see. Focus finds Quentin in garage, which is good. But Perry with the operator should not be pushing up that far and pushing in with the stim beacon. Suos is caught in a slow field. He's going to pick up one. Can't pick up the second.
Warco potentially is going to get a kill here. Does get the kill onto Velm. So it's a 2-on-1 situation, still favoring the attacking side. Cade gets focused. Now Warco, full HP, full armor, somehow needs to just stall out long enough to make it. They're playing Ring Around the Rosie, and it's working out in the defending attacker's side favor.
Perry is going to take down Cade. Quentin finds Subtle, so there's at least a trade, but he's walled off. And now the defense comes in through both sides of the wall. Antho takes down Velm. The Shorty finds Quentin. And that's massive.
Oh, that's bad news. Bears as Perry picks up the triple kill.
I think Perry just
in a row.
Perry just no-scoped that kill, by the way.
With the Shorty again. What is this guy doing in his off time? Antho's going to get 1-for-1s, and now it's a 2v2 situation. There are multiple ultimates available. Seus actually going to pick up the kill on the Focus.
That was a good orbital strike, just unprepared for him to move out of that corner. Unfortunately, Perry can't land the flick to make this happen. Focus has a good angle.
Warco, though, takes the seaside by storm, picking up the kill onto Quentin. So now it's just Velm trying to get a kill. He does get one onto Warco. Seus gonna pick up the kill in mid. The spike is
this ace, the A site play at all. Subtle. If he finds Suos, he does. Warco gets blinded up by his own teammates. That wall spot will go down, but the cage comes up to at least give a little bit of presence as Warco and Focus will start to pick up some kills here in defense of the spike. That's gonna force back. Quentin actually gets taken out. Celos is the underdog, 6-1 potentially. Oh, he finds one at least, so he finds some kind of damage, but can't find Focus from long range. But
there's only one member on this side. Big paranoia trying to stop the plant, but he is going to pick up one. Seo's going to get traded instantly back, but Subtle taking two. The spike goes to, oh no!
Wow,
no.
I don't know how Antho won that duel, but he somehow did, and he's going to be able to heal himself up. Curveball comes out. We're just able to get himself into a spot where he can at least take down Antho, and now looking to try to see if he can't pick up anything more.
This is super tough, though, because even if he gets this kill here, taking a headshot onto Subtle for even situation. The orbital strike's going to be a takedown one, but it's still 3-on-3 with the spike down. This is the best retake possible.
Oh, but they know what the spike is. They heard the defuse. The molly comes out as well to push off. Tuttle decided not to try to flank over to get that defuse. They're going to have to try. They're getting burned down. Perry is going to pick up a double.
That was questionable.
Teams, listen to me.
Calm.
Do not use aggressive defensive pushes. I don't know how many times I have to say it. You might have gotten the pick there, but because you're so aggressive on C, you can't rotate back over to A when the rest of your team gets taken down at mid. And it allows Zelos to get the plant and get some kind of momentum to get back into this matchup.
Big flash there. Word takes down Focus down on the A long, and so now it's Subtle versus Cade, but the Cade W.
If you're lucky enough and you can click heads fast enough, it's just not worth this. Velm gets a couple kills, but gets caught in the reload and taken down. Subtle trading over to the Shorty, trying to see if he can't put any more damage in. Smokes are coming out. Quentin is going to find Focus through the wall. Nice pickup from Perry with the Shorty. Turns around, can't find the second onto Seos, though.
If he had reloaded, he would have had it. There's a rifle.
Oh!
Jesus.
And has the heal.
There's a rifle there, too. That's a bulldog. The spike's planted for this side, too. He only needs to get one shot onto the Omen here. I'm not sure. Oh, he teleported down.
He teleported in through garage.
See the execute now coming through. The push is almost successful. They do get 2 though for 1, so it's 2 for 1 special. The run it back does go down, and so now they do have vision of him coming in from that A long. Spike is down there as well. Wargo picking up the 2nd kill, and so now they know where everybody is. They know where the team is fighting through. And it is Antho picking up 1 more. They know exactly where he is. They're just going to throw some shock darts in. And gun round means 1 round.
Your gun rounds to pick up the kills. That is not what you're doing, Cade. You should not be the entry sage with the spike.
And Perry, just perfect timing in there. Going to be able to pick up 2. They are able to just, churn through the opposing team. Flawless coming through with a triple kill onto Perry. The round was over as soon as it began. As soon as the spike goes down in the smoke like that deep into garage, it's done.
Saw that Seos was on that side of the map, but nice teleport into hell will take down Worko and allow them to control this site. Little strike finds a couple of ticks of damage. Can he find anything? He drops that and finds Celos.
So the spike is still down and ticking. They need to get deeper into the site. It's still a 2-on-2 now. Perry does need to check left. He's just going to hold it for the halfway. Doesn't even get it, though. Either the A hold or the A take, whichever wins. Oh, he gets 2! Warco putting in tons of... All right. Cade's keeping it together. Cade's keeping it alive. Operator and wins the trade, shooting Cade straight in the tummy. And Spike's still going to go down, though.
Yeah, but that was a huge 2 kill there, and Subtle finds word. Where it gets really interesting. Both teams, trying to get anything down, trades back and forth. Subtle still alive, trying to heal as he did take down Cade, takes that Seos. Quentin is right there, but can't find any other shots. Flank, as Warco has found 4 members. He finds a cut, can't get the trade. Perry will find the trade, though. Subtle is waiting to see if they need to teleport over, but Antho finds Quentin, and there's just 2 members remaining.
Very little penetration from the Spectre, but knowing where he is just as good.
Be able to pick up this round. Seos goes down. Perry will pick up word as well, and as soon as I say it, they immediately make me eat my words.
Oh, Perry somehow picked up a Phantom. And the only one left is Quentin, who's
going to run through to try to find some more information. Worko will find Quentin. Cade is there with just a sheriff, trying to see if he can't land any shots. He can't. His body will fall through the teleporters. Antho picks him up. And it's a 5v2, 4v2 now. Excuse me. Seos will find the kill. That Bucky from Perry through the fire, finding 1 more with the headshot.
The judge there just too strong in these tight corners. The jumping nerf simply isn't enough.
Feds coming in. Is it going to work out this time? Let's see.
All right, that's a good start. Subtle going to get 1, and it baits the opposing Rays Quentin there into thinking that it's just the operator. But Focus
will find Quentin, so he finds something. But Velm trying to fire through the box. Focus will find 1. Velm, seen them do this so many times.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are for more Valorant action. I told you we were going to have plenty more tonight, and boy, do we have extras. We are going to be heading into the second semifinal match of the day here. It is going to be deciding who faces all victory, waiting already in that grand final spot. And once again, if you forgot who we are, I'm the Doctor with Hawk's Nest on my right, and we are going to be bringing you this semifinal action. So, Hawks, I'm excited because we don't always get the opportunity to do both semifinals here on stream.
Yeah, honestly, most of the time they end up starting, relatively close to each other. We're not able to get into both lobbies and switch over and watch that one. So this is going to be awesome that we get to see both sides of the grand final story. We just saw All Victory take it home, made through their semifinal match completely. Now we get to see Fobs versus Finance G, see which one of them is going to be able to take the victory here and meet them in the grand finals.
Yeah, and it is still best of 1, so they do have to earn this best of 3 in order to, make something happen. But I mean, these teams have already made through a lot of good names. The Finance G team that we're going to be witnessing here beat Team Dominance, who beat TLP Old Dogs, who was talking a lot of smack on Twitter. So it is tough to see them go out on first round, but
Yeah.
Finance G have had a road themselves. They beat out Lunar, they beat out Team Dominance, whereas Fobs, they played Team Hamwood something and SFL. So lots of games being played here already. There's still more to be played. They have a best of 1 right here. Winner gets access to the best of 3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, making it to the semifinals, regardless of who you face, who you don't face, it's you. Congratulations, man! You made it this far. You've already made it through 2 parts of the bracket, won those 2 games. Every game is just as important as the rest. But I mean, this one's big. This is huge. If you can take down whatever team wins, they're going to go towards all victory. And if they were watching that last match or any of all victories matches that have been on stream today, they know they're up against a strong opponent. So I want to see one of these teams kind of dominantly beat each other. If it's very, very close back and forth, it's a little bit worrisome going into that grand final because you already know all victory is a powerhouse.
Yeah, I mean, they've beat out Kinship, they've beat out Thrifty Esports, just teams that we see all the time, and they beat them pretty convincingly. So as we head into Haven once again, it is going to be the Fob squad on the defense versus the attacking side of PGT. If I'm getting that correct, I hope I am. And this is the best of 1. Yeah, it is on the screen, but this screen in particular is wonky because we see attackers on the left, defenders on the right, but when we go into the next screen, they flip, and all of a sudden it's attackers on the right, defenders on the left. So it's a little bit awkward and a little bit confusing in that regard.
Yeah, well, it happens. We get the teams, that's all that matters. Just switch the names around if we have to, but Fobs right now seems to be fully locked in with what they want to do.
Yeah, we got pretty standard composition there coming in for Haven. You got the Omen, you Breach, Sova, Jet, Killjoy. Again, pretty much everything you would expect because you just get so much control out of that. You get so much knowledge with the Sova. Killjoy being able to do pretty much solo holds on that C site or even the A site if you're given enough room to play around with. But the Jet, just so much movability, so much movement around the map, able to get some really nice operator positions. We've seen it come out completely in this map before. But it's interesting that PGT opted into no Jet.
I think it's actually Fobs that does not have Jet.
See, this is what I'm talking about.
It is. It's a bit messy. It's a little bit confusing for sure. But yeah, Fobs, it's interesting. They're attacking first. I feel like having the Jet, especially attack on this map, is so strong just for all the same points you just talked about. You know, the mobility is huge, and being able to move on attack, I feel like that's even more important than being able to have that mobility on defense.
Yeah, I guess the idea is that you're playing with the Raze instead, with that being your duelist, and you do still have a lot of mobility on Raze, but it feels easier to mess up, I guess would be how I would want to put it, because blast packs, you know, they can be a little wonky. You can definitely get more out of them, I will say that, because if you're, you know, a surfer from the old CSGO days, you know how to use that air movement, you can really do some funky stuff with it. But I feel like the what's the word, reliability of Jet's movement goes a long way.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's high risk, high reward for Raze to be able to bounce around the map. Whereas Jet, you can just kind of, it's easier to predict where you're going to be. But this push onto A will be spotted out by the turret onto A long ML. Gonna hear them in short. See the boombot go past them. The rotation already coming through from PGT, but Fobs is on this site. Pacito able to find the first kill there. Will be traded quickly back by Blue.
It's an interesting arrow we see coming down. I'm curious to where that connects. I don't see it yet on the map, but it could be a really funky one. Spike just now going down. There's the arrow just now landing, and it does get a ton of information. Pacito able to take down Blue. Duelist on duelist action. 2 members here in hell. He's not able to hit the shot, but they fall shortly to Ekstrom.
And with a nice double kill, gonna clean up the rest of the players there in PGT. Themselves a defuse here in the first pistol round.
strong start. You love to pick up the pistol round on this map because it gives you so much of a leg up if you're able to win the second round too.
Yeah.
And you're able to start building up that economy. That can be so crucial to holding off on these sites because, you know, you're almost always going to have a solo holder that can get really easily overwhelmed if not supplied correctly.
Yeah, if you're trying to solo hold C and you're being rushed by 4 Spectres and all you have is a shorty, like, you're not going to win. There's no way. So it's nice to be a little bit prepared, have some firepower in your hands just in case you get rushed like that. And speaking of that C rush, there's 4 players back there on that C long, just waiting for the recon bolt to wear off. Are able to push up forward now. Just some pistols in hands, working with a nice shoulder peek. Gonna spot out at least one. The drone will see the rest of the team, and the rotations already coming through for PGT as he backs up to play his life.
Yeah, we do see the boom bot gonna take up some valuable bullets. Ekstrom forced to reload, but Felipe is able to get Beirut as the counter peak coming in. 26 HP left onto Ekstrom, trying to get anything done. And here comes Felipe on the flank, continuing.
AC still able to drop Itachi. Felipe still pushing around. Ekstrom finds one. They're still waiting for that flank to come through, but it's not even needed. I'm Not Dark and gonna pick up the final kill for a second flawless round for PGT.
And flawless makes it even better because you're able to keep everybody alive. You're not giving over any excess credits. If you want to keep the weaponry that you've picked up, you can definitely do so. It is third round though, so your opponents should more than likely be having some Vandals, if not all Vandals. And so you are going to have to try and compete with that firepower as SMGs. But I mean, this map's not terrible for it. I mean, the worst part would definitely be C-Long here. But outside of that, you can really force them into these close angles for the SMGs to win out.
And if you were saying that C-Long is probably the best bet for them, they're going to opt instead to kind of play around the middle of this map, look towards that B site, try and get their way into garage maybe. But this is where those SMGs are going to shine. So it's going to be a close call here, depending on how PGT decide to begin this push.
Yeah, Pasito really tucked in here. Not going to be seen by the camera. Not going to be able to shoot it out, though. So they may peek there, but it is Itachi going down in the mid. Ekstrom picking up 2 as well. This is disaster for Fobs.
Trying to find another Pasito, able to grab another. Felipe pushing through the smoke. That'll be another flawless round for PGT. And I mean, through that blind, absolutely no idea they were even being shot at from that B site. One drop, then a couple more followed through the smokes and the blinds, and Fobs, they're having a rough start.
Yeah, and the biggest thing there as well is that PGT is able to pick up 3 Vandals. So that is money just they simply don't have to spend. They're going to be able to keep that. Their economy is looking amazing right now, whereas the side of Fobs, it's a little worse for wear. They are able to pick up some weaponry here. It is a bit of a half buy, but PGT have money for days.
Yeah, they're in a very comfortable position right now, even if they are going to be dropping a single round here or there. They're going to have the economy to bolt themselves back up, keep it going. A lot of firepower being thrown over here onto B. MG, able to drop 1, but will get traded out by Blue's charge. Tachi on the site, going to drop that spike as everyone huddles for warmth together because they're a little bit blind.
Spikes down though. It's 4-on-4 situation. Lots of utility being already used to get onto this site. Shock darts coming through once again. Felipe hitting the shots. Paranoia goes out, but there's nobody in that hell position. Recon bolt going down into long, trying to get vision, but the only one left alive is in a short. Is behind the smoke for now, but the flash somehow hits him, and Darkin able to pick up the kill.
Stuns or blinds are just on point right now. I mean, anytime that anyone of Fobs is trying to push up, they're going to get blinded, they're going to get smoked off. They haven't seen that many people when they're fighting these retakes. They're just getting shot when they don't even see it coming.
Yeah, so it's really stellar utility use coming out from PGT. They're making sure that they're able to hold enough of it, not using it on to hold off the initial take. And once that retake opportunity comes in, they're decisive about it. They don't use utility and play safe. You know, there's a lot of teams that will use, you know, their flashes and their smokes and things like that, wait for the pre-fires to come out and then push. Whereas PGT is just like flash push, and it doesn't give them any opportunity to try and contest it. And Ekstrom's already out the garage doors, taking people out.
2 headshots already for them. Gonna have to push back and go head back towards B. Gonna swap out. So we're gonna tag team in. I'm gonna move back, and number 4 on your minimap's gonna push up into that window. Might be able to hear them, but Beirut take some pre-fire through the smoke just in case. But the big flank could come through. Ekstrom doesn't even need it. Gonna find 3 for themselves, and there's Felipe on that flank, able to finish off the last 2.
Nice full house coming through. Not a flawless though, so that's, you know, you gotta buy 1 weapon back, but you know.
Oh no.
Yeah, I think they're pretty close. I mean, look at that. Darkin's already at 9K. Like, completely maxed out. Can't even buy anything to help his teammates. Can't even, you know, buy anything for themselves. They're just stuck at that 9K forever. But, I mean, they're fully stocked up. SMGs across the board for Fobs. They're just trying to get any round right now because they're just getting decimated by this defensive half.
Yeah, they're not finding any success. I mean, there are 3 players down there on the bottom half of the leaderboard yet to find themselves a kill. And it's just... they've just been unfortunate trying to get onto these sites. They're getting blinded, they're getting stunned, they're getting smoked off. They're finally going to find a nice garage push, and they are able to drop Ekstrom there off the top of the box. So they're going to push forward, going to get tossed up in the air. Run it back is active, and Itachi's there for the help to get a second one down.
Yeah, I mean, the run it back was just so distracting. Itachi's able to get away with hiding in the corner. We do see Pasito still holding strong with this operator. Dark King's in a bit of a tricky spot too. I don't know if they're going to check it. It doesn't look like they do. Spike Carrier's down, and now it's this 3-on-3. They're trying to get a little bit more information, but it's, oh man, just snapping heads, clicking domes. 3K already on the board. Can they go for 4?
Looking forward, the shock dart, going to see him able to get it through the wall, and a headshot on top of that 4-piece. For the end, gonna pull out the ultimate just as a little cheeky hee ha there it is, but kind of a bit of a waste there.
Yeah, I think that's a
It's a flex.
it's a mental attack. You already killed everybody, so you just gotta hit them on the life points straight up. Make sure that they don't come back at any point. But full rifles back in the hands of Fobs, gonna be their best opportunity for probably the first half again, to make sure that they can get something on the board here and not go donut. But I don't know if PGT is going to let them.
They're fighting for it for sure. Jarush able to grab 1 and trade 1 for 1 so far. Pasito, you're watching that short Cypher ultimate does come through, so they have some idea. Pasito, unzooms at the wrong time. They're gonna have to dash away to safety though. Wait for the teammates to come through. Itachi on the site, spike in hand.
Yeah, Pasito pulls out the knives. They do need to get the spike down, but it's right as the...
oh my.
The lava burst denying that. Pasito with the knives trades blue, is going to pick up a kill as Ekstrom takes him out. The spike's down, but it's a 3-on-2.
I think they saw them both go into A short, gonna block it off, smoke as much as they can. Name of the game, Pasito. Gonna hold this defuse while Ekstrom and team make it work. Itachi is able to trade 1 out, but Ekstrom's up top. Not able to find the kill right away. We'll get it at the end of the round as the spike got defused.
Probably the closest round so far.
Yeah.
Bringing it down to a single member at the end. They do get the defuse anyway. But Itachi at least able to pick up a kill before going down at the end. Still looking a little worse for Wares. It is 3-7s pretty much down the board there for Fobs. They're still able to pick up some good weaponry here. Half armor though, which is going to make this quite difficult to get onto a site and be able to hold it.
Yeah, they're opting just to go for the firepower here and able to get those quicker kills, but I'm not quite sure how correct of a choice that is. They haven't been able to win these gunfights so far. Not having the armor isn't going to help, but Beirut gonna teleport back, able to find 1, trying to get the second through the pixel peak. Gonna have to make sure no one else is gonna come to the flank though. The rest of the team pushes onto that A site again.
Yeah, this is actually a pretty aggressive play that just happens to be working it out. Darkin is able to trade it back, but I mean, you don't always commit to the background teleport because it's so expected these days, but still able to at least get 1 for it. We do see shock darts and curveballs flying around. Jarus gonna trade 1 for 1. Oh, M5 with the flank on his own side, so it's not really a flank, but picking up kills. 2-on-2 now, but oh no, Ekstrom, the god? I don't know. I was gonna say the wall because they can't really get through him. He's just so unmoving and just constantly picking up so many kills. He's gonna be on the flank now, and that's another 3K. The guy just doesn't stop.
Ooh, he doesn't. I mean, the centering is just so good. Yeah, I don't want to say it's perfect because not everything is really perfect, but this has got to be some crazy skill right here. Just going around these corners, predicting the movement. They know exactly where they need to be. I mean, 16 and 2, that speaks for itself right there. If you can go 16 and 2, 8 rounds in a row, you're doing something right.
It's just absolutely nutty, and you know he's being rewarded with it by having the most credits on the team as everybody else is forced to rebuy. But I mean, like, it's just so nutty when you have this type of hard carry coming out from nowhere, and you just somehow have to compete with it as 4 people are just immediately deleted from the server here. And now that they know where the last member is, they're probably not long for this world. And it's full house coming on that A-side defenders.
Yep, not a flawless. Once again, we miss seeing those up on the screen, but I think one teammate's price or one teammate's life is an okay price to go 9-0.
It was the operator, though, so they might have to rely on Daddy Ekstrom to buy them their new toy again, but they'll be able to make sure that they do have it, and it doesn't even scratch their economy.
Yeah.
Multiple members over 6K, the rest over 5, and everybody else on the side of Fobs is below 1K. They have rifles, but if they can't get a win here, I don't know if they'll get rifles again in the rest of the half.
Yeah, this may be their last chance to keep them. They're going to have to make it worthwhile here. A lot of utility being used, but Ekstrom's just going to spin in circles and find 2. Itachi will trade them out, but Darking is here for the support, able to take them down. Now it's a 4v2. The 2 members in garage trying to peek around, and the operator is going to put that to a close real quick, and Felipe's there to finish it off.
It's just never ending.
Not.
I mean, it will end eventually, but it's low. It's so quick. It's 10-0.
Yeah, I mean,
when was the last time we saw a 10-0 here at the Pit of Valor?
It's been a while. It's been a minute. It really has. I mean, I feel like I cursed it when I said, I want to see one of these teams dominantly take the semifinal to go into the grand finals, but
you did.
I wanted like a couple rounds back. I'm sorry, Fobs. I shouldn't have said anything. This is on me.
Oh boy, it is not looking good for them as we do see Boombots coming out, just trying to make sure that this A short is clear. There's one member just tapping away. Is taken up by Itachi though, who is going to be able to heal up the spike now. First one onto the site. Up goes Pasito, but it's all on A. Sort of, kind of, because there's still 2 members at C who are simply not in a position to help out here.
Yeah, that's a very interesting play. I guess they're going to try and come for the flank, but it's going to be up to Itachi to hold this one down, and that's not going to last very long as Felipe drops both of them real quick. Now they're going to search for the last 2 members, which could waste some time, but I'm not sure if they're going to have enough. No one's going to look this way. This could be huge. They're going to have to get to the diffuser first, so they're going to drop one. Can't find the second kill. Beru has to reload, trying to get to the defuse, but not enough time.
They do kill just about everybody, so that is a huge economic win for Fobs. Unfortunately, at 11-0, economy doesn't win games. It's like being paid in exposure bucks. It's just, you can't keep the roof over your head.
It's rough. I mean, they're still able to grab a couple of the rifles here, save for one player, just Slayer on an SMG, but I mean, PGT once again, full Vandals and an Operator. It's gonna be tough to break through onto one of these sites.
Yeah, they do have one more round here in the half. After that, it will be up to the Pistol for their only chance to get a victory. Pistols can be kind of flippy, so potentially they can start their comeback there. But this is definitely an extremely dominant defensive half for PGT. Already up 3-0 right now in kills. Flashes himself, not going to be able to come out ahead. Ekstrom with the 3K, looking for 4. Has to reload and gets it stolen away from Pasito.
Oh, man. I mean, Ekstrom is just on a whole different level right now. I mean, all of that play right there was just nuts. Getting the kill, backing up onto that ramp, but also teleporting on top of the boxes at the same time. So, Fob, thank you. You back off. It's kind of hard to hear the teleport in that situation. You know, there's so much going on. Jumps back up on the box and is just ready for the next player to walk through it. He's just seeing them 10 seconds in advance.
Yeah, this is quite a hard carry coming in from Ekstrom, who does now have a frenzy, but this is literally do or die time for the next 12 rounds for Fobs. It is map point. It is a best of one, so if they can't get around here, it means that PGT will be moving on to the Grand Finals to face All Victory. And my concern for that Grand Finals is that as much of a stomp as this has been, every match for All Victory has been pretty one-sided as well. Not to this degree, but to a degree nonetheless. And so what does that mean for our Grand Finals? Because these two teams just don't seem to have been tested that hard. So what is their actual top skill level is going to be my question.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, when you're handed some of these rounds, you don't really get a true testament to how well these guys can play. So having two teams go up against each other in that sort of situation could be huge. But Blue might single-handedly give them the round, but maybe
does
not.
Ekstrom just win?
Daddy Ekstrom, can he make it happen? Get spotted out. Gonna have to speak around that corner. Jarush able to drop the king himself for a single round, but they're gonna have to do it 12 more times in a row without any mistakes in order to take this one.
Yeah, as we do want to take a look at the economy. I'm curious if we do see the buy up from both sides. It does appear like that is going to be the play, which does make sense in my mind. You know, PGT, they just want to close this out so they can get onto the Grand Finals. So there's no reason for them to be safe with it at this point, I feel. But I think they may have changed their mind.
Yeah, I think
just going for classics.
If you're Fob, you have to buy. If you're PGT, you're like, okay, we can take this loss this round. We'll come back in third round of the second half with full armory, and we'll just take it home there. You know, they're very confident in themselves right now, so I think it's smart to just play it and give yourself pretty much the confirmed win in your eyes, right? You feel like you're better gunfighters, so you want to have the arsenal to back yourself up.
Yeah, plus traditionally, the winners of the second round don't buy up on the third a lot of the times, even though it is, you know, the quote-unquote gun rounds. There's plenty of times where you just save the SMGs just to make sure you're, you know, fully stocked later on. And so you can take advantage of that as the loser of the two rounds. But now it's actually 3-on-3, and this is kind of scary for Fobs if, you know, they find themselves on, you know, a bad position here, then they may find themselves not in a position to win either. The dart connects, so they know at least one member's here. The camera's still alive too, so they'll probably get a little bit more vision as this goes on.
Trying to hit it through the smoke, can't quite find it. Ekstrom. Drop Drew would be big. 3v2 PGT has the advantage for now, but the health bars are looking low. Fobs has a chance to take this one home. Slayer's up in heaven. Blue gonna find one kill. That could be big. Slayer drops down to find Ekstrom, and now it's a 2v1.
Yeah, health bars a little low. Blue only 21 HP, but they throw up the wall. Defuse coming in 18 now. They know where the last member's coming from, but that's Felipe. He hits the shot. Pros don't fake, and they are going to secure a second round. And he just snipes him!
Oh no.
Imagine if he did that like a second earlier and just won the map that way. Holy.
I thought they were gonna go for it, and the communication was there of like where the spike was, because you can just, you know, blind fire through the wall there and hope that it works. But it's a tough situation. You don't really know if he's sticking it or if he faked it, and then you shoot, you're kind of, you know, revealed on the other side of that wall. So close round there. Fob's able to take it home. They're keeping themselves alive for now, but I think this round could be the one that seals it for PGT.
Yeah, fully bought up. There's only one member here on the C site. The calls are coming out. Big paint can, though. That could be massive. It actually gets a kill. Gets a second. Blue holding him in. Does shoot out the rocket, but the kill was already dead. But this is looking really good. Blue on a 3. Going for 4. And it's just a 1-on-3 now. PGT falling apart.
They wanted to make it hard for themselves. They wanted to be down in the most stressful situation you could be in. 0-12, and now they said, okay, let's try. Let's win. We'll bring it home right here. No
We
big deal.
gave you a 12-round handicap. Good luck.
Wow. I mean, 3 rounds in a row. It's impressive. I think.
This goes here.
I don't want to say it's possible or impossible, right? But I think PGT got a little bit ahead of themselves. They said, okay, it's 12-0. We'll just kind of like walk through the next couple rounds, and they're not able to walk. They still have to put their very best into every round here. And it's showing, you know, Fob still has what it takes to kind of knock them down a peg. So they can't, you know, underestimate Fobs in this situation for PGT.
Yeah, I mean, the economy, again, not that amazing for PGT. They're on Sheriffs and Stingers. So, I mean, if they can get something going, like if they pop off with the Sheriffs, then things open up quite a bit.
Yeah.
There's only one member, once again, on this C site, but they kind of got burned last time, so they're playing it a bit smarter.
Okay.
Cito, though, just ripping heads. Like, how did you know they were there? That's insane.
Very good prediction. Not able to predict Slayer though, but Extreme finds that trade. The rest of the teams pushing onto the site. Felipe down in the garage, able to find a 1-for-1, but Jarush and Itachi fade back nice and quick. I'm not darking a little bit timing there was the bow. Itachi has to steal the site, trying to push through. The Empress reloading though. MVL5 not able to find it. Itachi's gonna find a 3-piece for themselves, and Fob still hanging on by a thread.
That was literally a thread. M5 had to reload, couldn't get it off in time, and the boosted speed of the Empress did so much there for Itachi, able to secure them a 4th round, but it's gun time, baby, once again for PGT. Is this the round they do it? Look at the 2 remaining members of Fobs who just don't have a rifle yet. They're gonna have to buy for their friends, but it's looking scary as the game goes on. Their economies are not amazing.
Both teams kind of struggling right now. PGT has the upper hand. You know, they're able to afford the full armor. Either M5 not even getting any ability, so just opting for the straight guns and armor. The abilities aren't really their priority currently, but they're going to play it slow this time. I think they're starting to realize they can't just run onto these sites for free. They have to expect Fobs to fight back. The timing right there to get down into the short, but Extreme able to find them. That's a good early pick. It should signal to go onto this A site.
God, the Rolling Thunder going to connect as well. Jarush is stuck out in the open, just trying to get back to safety. Is able to for just a second longer, staying alive. Run it back, gets popped back, and M5 takes down Jarush.
Peru trying to come through. 2 members up in Heaven, 1 on the entry there. I've been trying to make some things happen. Slayer throwing the hot hands out, trying to peek around that. Vandal able to find M5 through the smoke. Barut finds another. Leafy's trading back along with Pacito, and it's a 1v3. Really, really desperate right now for Blue.
Yeah, only has 2 blast packs and a rifle, no paint can, no boombot, no showstopper. So they're not even going to check behind him, and that will do it. Darkin with the knife play. Feels bad, man, but that is going to be a 13-4 scoreline in favor of PGT. They will be moving on to the grand finals to face all victory.
Yeah, I mean, the first half of that map entirely, you know, on PGT, they're clearly, you know, 12-0. Fob started to bring it back though at the start of the second half. You know, they found their place on that map. They found out what they wanted to do. They were able to get a couple rounds, which is a good sign. They just needed to do it in the first half.
Yeah, and maybe that was some unfamiliarity with the map. Maybe it was just defending side being actually harder, in my opinion. But,
yeah,
you know, we did see PGT do it very strongly. They got the first couple of rounds. They were able to build up that economy. And it just seemed like Fobs was never in a position to challenge that, unfortunately. And so first half, bit of a runaway. They got a little bit more control back on the attacking side, though. And like you said, we're able to show some signs of life. But it is going to be PGT taking it home at the end of the day. So they have now earned themselves a best of 3 against all victory.
Yeah, I mean, well-deserved. It's going to be a banger of a best of 3. I mean, both these teams have been kind of running through the back bracket. All their matches are, you know, heavily favored for them, regardless of what side they're on. They're taking these rounds, making it look easy. So, as you mentioned during that game, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see these 2 teams who perceivably haven't really been challenged up until this point. You know, they've had a bit of an easier go from their point of view. Now we got these 2 really good teams that are going to go head-to-head, and it's really anyone's guess.
Yeah, and so I know that today is all about Valorant, but if some of you guys in the chat feel some kind of way about Call of Duty Cold War, we have one of our biggest ever tournaments coming up here, December 12th and the 13th. It's a 2-day tournament. We're partnering up with the Players Zone to put on a massive $2,000 prize pool. Be sure to learn more through our Battlefy link down below. Click that, find out, find 3 friends, and fight for your piece of that $2,000 event. We love to put it on for you. We want you guys there. We want you to participate. We want you to have a good time. That's what we're here for. It's all about the fun, but enough about Call of Duty. It's Valorant time. We're going to kick it to a short break while we steel ourselves for this best of 3 grand finals, and we will be right back with that action. Stay tuned. You don't want to miss it.
Ladies and gentlemen, what is going on? And welcome to the GLG Cold War Tournament.
Yeah, it's always fun when you get that Semtex all primed up. Koosh just popping off. Gets 2 with a little bit of assistance. Gets the 3rd as well.
Tuition, but make that a 2v2. Guess what? Oh, it's 2. Oh my.
That is now bringing out a rotation. Rosie just, he hits a shot. That's insane.
To play Perry. The rest of the team went around to see. Focus finds Quentin in garage, which is good. But Perry with the operator should not be pushing up that far and pushing in with the stim beacon. Suos is caught in a slow field. He's going to pick up 1. Can't pick up the 2nd.
Warco potentially is going to get a kill here. Does get the kill into Velm. So it's a 2-on-1 situation, still favoring the attacking side. Cade gets focused. Now Warco, full HP, full armor, somehow needs to just stall out long enough to make it. They're playing Ring Around the Rosie, and it's working out in the defending attacker's side favor.
Perry is going to take down Cade. Quentin finds Subtle, so there's at least a trade, but he's walled off. And now the defense comes in through both sides of the wall. Antho takes down Velm. The Shorty finds Quentin. And that's massive.
Oh, that's bad news. Bears as Perry picks up the triple kill.
I think Perry just
in a row.
Perry just no-scoped that kill, by the way.
Perry with the Shorty again. What is this guy doing in his off time? Antho's going to get 1-for-1s, and now it's a 2v2 situation. There are multiple ultimates available. Seus actually going to pick up the kill on the Focus.
That was a good orbital strike, just unprepared for him to move out of that corner. Unfortunately, Perry can't land the flick to make this happen. Focus has a good angle.
Warco, though, takes the Seaside by storm, picking up the kill onto Quentin. So now it's just Velm trying to get a kill. He does get 1 onto Warco. Zeus gonna pick up the kill in mid. The spike is
this ace, the A site play at all. Subtle. If he finds Suos, he does. Warco gets blinded up by his own teammates. That wall spot will go down, but the cage comes up to at least give a little bit of presence as Warco and Focus will start to pick up some kills here in defense of the spike. That's gonna force back. Quentin actually gets taken out. Celos is the Uncrowned underdog, 6-1 potentially. Oh, he finds 1 at least, so he finds some kind of damage, but can't find Focus from long range. But
there's only 1 member on the side. Big paranoia trying to stop the plant, but he is going to pick up 1. Seo's going to get traded instantly back, but Subtle taking 2. The spike goes to, oh no!
Wow,
oh, no.
I don't know how Antho won that duel, but he somehow did, and he's going to be able to heal himself up. Curveball comes out. Word is able to get himself into a spot where he can at least take down Antho, and now looking to try to see if he can't pick up anything more.
This is super tough, though, because even if he gets this kill here, taking a headshot onto Subtle for even situation. The orbital strike's going to be a takedown 1, but it's still 3-on-3 with the spike down. This is the best retake possible.
Oh, but they know what the spike is. They heard the defuse. The molly comes out as well to push off. Tuttle decided not to try to flank over to get that defuse. They're going to have to try. They're getting burned down. Perry's going to pick up a double.
That was questionable.
Teams, listen to me.
Calm.
Do not use aggressive defensive pushes. I don't know how many times I have to say it. You might have gotten the pick there, but because you're so aggressive on C, you can't rotate back over to A when the rest of your team gets taken down at mid. And it allows Zelos to get the plant and get some kind of momentum to get back into this matchup.
Big flash there. Word takes down Focus down on the A long, and so now it's Subtle versus Cade, but the Cade W.
If you're lucky enough and you can click heads fast enough, it's just not worth this. Velm gets a couple kills but gets caught in the reload and taken down. Subtle trading over to the shorty, trying to see if he can't put any more damage in. Smokes are coming out. Quentin is gonna find Focus through the wall. Nice pickup from Perry with the shorty. Turns around, can't find the second onto Seos though.
If he had reloaded, he would have had it. There's a rifle.
Oh!
Jesus.
And has the heal.
There's a rifle there too. That's a bulldog. The spike's planted for this side too. He only needs to get one shot onto the Omen here. I'm not sure. Oh, he teleported down.
He teleported in through garage.
See the execute now coming through. The push is almost successful. They do get 2 though for 1, so it's 2 for 1 special. The run it back does go down, and so now they do have vision of him coming in from that A long. Spike is down there as well. Wargo picking up the second kill, and so now they know where everybody is. They know where the team is fighting through, and it is Antho picking up 1 more. They know exactly where he is. They're just gonna throw some shock darts in, and gun round means 1 round.
For your gun rounds to pick up the kills. That is not what you're doing, Cade. You should not be the entry sage with the spike.
And Perry, just perfect timing in there. Gonna be able to pick up 2. They are able to just, churn through the opposing team. Flawless coming through with a triple kill onto Perry. The round was over as soon as it began. As soon as the spike goes down in the smoke like that deep into garage, it's done.
Saw that Seos was on that side of the map, but nice teleport into hell will take down Worko and allow them to control this site. Little strike finds a couple of ticks of damage. Can he find anything? He drops that and finds Celos.
So the spike is still down and ticking. They need to get deeper into the site. It's still a 2-on-2 now. Perry does need to check left. He's just gonna hold it for the halfway. Doesn't even get it though. Either the A hold or the A take, whichever wins. Oh, he gets 2! Warco putting in tons of... All right. Cade's keeping it together. Cade's keeping it alive. Operator and wins the trade, shooting Cade straight in the tummy. And Spike's still gonna go down though.
Yeah, but that was a huge 2 kill there, and Subtle finds Word. I'd be where it gets really interesting. Both teams, trying to get anything down, trades back and forth. Subtle still alive, trying to heal as he did take down Cade, takes down Seos. Quentin is right there, but can't find any other shots. Flank, as Warco has found 4 members. He finds a cut, can't get the trade. Perry will find the trade though. Subtle is waiting to see if they need to teleport over, but Antho finds Quentin, and there's just 2 members remaining.
Very little penetration from the Spectre, but knowing where he is just as good.
Be able to pick up this round. Seos goes down. Perry will pick up Word as well, and as soon as I say it, they immediately make me eat my words.
Oh, Perry somehow picked up a Phantom, and the only one left is Quentin, who's
gonna run through to try to find some more information. Worko will find Quentin. Cade is there with just a sheriff, trying to see if he can't land any shots. He can't. His body will fall through the teleporters. Antho picks him up, and it's a 5v2, 4v2 now. Excuse me. Seos will find the kill. That Bucky from Perry through the fire, finding one more with a headshot.
The judge there just too strong in these tight.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the GLG Winter Tournament Grand Finals. We're finally back again. We told you guys we wouldn't be, but we lied, and we're back for the Grand Champs. My name is Keg, of course, and the most ravishing man on the internet right up next to me is the ravishing Ravish. Hello! How's it going, Ravish? It's good to see you.
Hey, Max. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a whole hour.
As you can see on my watch here, it has indeed been that exact amount of time. Now, like you said there, Max, I'm sorry we lied to you all, but isn't this a much better, more fun surprise you realize and see now? Like, hey, we came back when we did it just for you. You right there. Yeah, I see you, man, in the black shirt doing your thing, man. That's all for you.
Absolutely. We do have an amazing championship coming up. These two teams have been able to stomp all throughout the entirety of the best of one tournament so far. The key difference this time, though, is that it's not going to be a best of one, but rather a best of three. And while we're still deciding the maps between Finance and All Victory, we can safely tell you that Bind is completely gone, and it's already kind of a scary look because that might mean we see Icebox.
I mean, like, it would be really cool if we could see Icebox as no. As the maps at the bottom are all good, this is what we have in front of us, as you can see at the bottom of your screen, set up by a wonderful production crew. It will be Ascent first, then Split, then Haven. So I'm glad we're going to cast a map that is not Haven today in this tournament here. We're casting Ascent here. As we calculate that. Now, if you remember, if you go a bit back to the close qualifiers that we did cast one between Moon Raccoons and Gen G, Ascent is a map which favors, I find, in my opinion, one, vying for mid control, and two, slow pushes. I think slow pushes on Ascent here generally work, especially as the attackers, to be able to jiggle peek in and out, whether you be on E, on B, or on A, and setting up interesting sight lines can be the name of the game.
The thing is, though, is that we haven't seen either of these teams really go for those slow pushes at all so far. Now, of course, these, I would say, are much more even teams. I think we are going to see much slower rounds come on by, but in the past, in this tournament, they've both just rushed onto the site, whether that be rotating-wise or even just straight up going for it. They've been able to conquer these sites with relative ease. And with Ascent being a new variable, it's not Haven anymore, this could be a huge challenge for both teams equally.
I do want to go ahead and point out one interesting thing between the compositions here. Now, I do want to try to bring up is that Killjoy 1 is absolutely fantastic here on Ascent, just because of how much AoE you're able to control in terms of your ultimate, especially with a lockdown, is absolutely huge. 2, Reyna as well. Out of the duelist who's really good on Ascent, when pushing down into mid, your Leer covers the entire area. But if you look at it too, they've opted for the breach on the side of PGT, and for AV, they've opted for the Reyna. We've seen PGT run the breach before. I believe we saw on the first map, so we know that they know what they're doing. But the Reyna and the double duelist comp coming inside of AV is more standard and should match their aggression.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this double duelist is going to go down. A lot less support on their sides. Definitely a team comp like TSM not really bringing out, but we've seen a lot of unique ones coming into the early life of Valor as well. Vecito's going to be blinded out, of course, and it's going to be the rest of the team following up being equally as blind. Kaplan and Traeger getting the opening picks. The double almost duelist, not quite with the Killjoy there, able to find the opening picks there, is going to be an easy plan for all victories to take over a site. Now, Vecito trying to open the same door that they had helped almost kind of barricade away is going to be up to the rest of the team to find Striker. But with that being said, though, Ravish, it's going to be a 3v4, no control of the site at all coming in the favor of PGT. They're going to have to find a way to get on down without relinquishing control of their lives.
And it's a 2v4 in situation in favor of AV. Make that a 4v1 here. Sorry, as finally Pacito will get taken down. He moves down from the trees up and onto Haven, trying to find at least one pick, but the pistols will not go either way. But it is still only pistols here, Max. Just back and forth is what we expected to see, especially coming out of the side of AV, because we know them to have a very aggression and also very early control. But one interesting thing that they're doing yet again, which we didn't see before, is opting to go not only for the Stingers and Full Shields, but also the Bulldogs on the other side. It'll be matched by just the classics, right? And just Light Shield for Pacito. So they've gone full invested out of this. They need to make it count.
Yeah, when you're in an economic position like this already, you already know AV feels confident enough to go for these much more upgraded weapons. But the classics, you might have to relinquish this round, but at least you'll have the economics in your pockets. Meanwhile, we're gonna have to wait and see, especially how mid control goes down. Striker's able to find Strim right off the rib, and that's gonna be one of your lead controllers completely gone. But on the rotate around B main, we are going to be seeing one Sova. It's going to be not Darking holding a corner with the classic. But no, one blast, two blasts, not going to be enough. It's going to be Striker who gets the refrag. and that's going to be full control pretty much of B site without having much retake potential for PGT.
There comes out to try to block out any sort of side from the boathouse. The door is closed as well. Here, Max, we see, look at this. Look at where everybody from PGT is. They're all waiting on the sidelines near Market, right outside near the garage as well. Now, Zion acts as a human drone to give away the position. So we definitely know that there's two coming in from there. I don't believe they know where the breach is. They should have entered on in. Lear comes out. Try to block any more sidelines that he gets it onto Orfelli. He hasn't decided to push it as the turret used to find out about the spot somebody at the back of sight. Salt him down.
Yeah, it's just a hard back and forth right now. Mel's able to find Striker, but that's going to be the defuse going down. And from behind, Mel's able to find another one. The Messiah is dead, and that's going to be only one left alive now. It's not worth contesting, but they're still going to try to. Fluffy falls, and that's going to be the one round so far PGT has won, bringing it to an even scoreline. And a thrifty, no less. We saw AV full buy to pretty much a hard extent, or at least they went for a light buy with their Stingers and their Bulldogs, but it wasn't enough. They killed pretty much quite a few people on AV. They were able to take the weaponry, and now that's going to put AV in a really weird position.
As of right now, too, because we were talking about before about going for the full investment, with AV enters the econ as well. It's the round does not pay off for them. And the thrifty that PGT was able to get is so big for themselves because they're now pretty much.
Here's, if you can still hear me, the snowstorm might be taking down my internet, so that's always fun to see. But otherwise, we're going to keep the show going. Yeah. Right now, it's still a clean 1v1. Messiah still holding on to the garden area. He's going to be pushing on up. Oh, so it's not on our end, okay.
No, I believe
it is our producer's end.
Yeah, so I believe the snow is affecting many people. The storm, come hither.
Yes. Well, I mean, that's a good point that you bring up. Come hither indeed. It's going to be Striker who did find Felipe. That's going to be towards the backside of Marketplace. That's going to be a really big opening pick for the single roamer going around, but they did coagulate themselves going through A, and that's going to be the walls opening up. Everyone else on PGT, what little's left in a 3v4, they have to stay on the bomb site in order to make sure they can deny at the very least the plant. As far as we know, with only maybe 30-ish seconds left, Spike has gone down apparently, and there's only 2 left alive.
Yeah, Mel was likely taken down onto the site as soon as they entered in, so Amy being able to get better of that position and a 4v2 situation for themselves. Well, a Spike is down or all the way down and onto A, like you mentioned there, Keg. But look at this, PGT are all on B. They decided not to contest this. They're going to save the utility. They're going to save their weapons. Although they only get 1,000 for it, at least they'll be in a much better position because they know if they go ahead and give themselves, they're likely to move in onto pistols for themselves.
Yeah, that's going to be another round win coming out in the favor of AV, but that was a pretty stunning one at that. I mean, unfortunately, we did have some tech issues in between, but we did see an early aggression coming up from Striker on B side, and that gave so much intel to figure out where the rest of AV's team needed to rotate around, and that's exactly what they did. They pushed onto A, they got the plant down, they were stopped a little bit on the garden area. The door was closed, Mel was hiding behind green box, but as soon as more than one person came through at a time, they overwhelmed the defenses, and people like Mel, the top frag right now, just fell to the ground.
And now, though, we see with the util, like we were saying, it is going to be a bit of broken by across the board here for PGT, but the op here, who coming in for Pasito, which this should be a lot of fun. I'll be excited to see if he actually is able to get some water picks with it and get a couple of advantages for PGT. But one thing I wanted to bring up here, Max, is this is the first time so far we've seen an actual back and forth.
Yeah, very, very painfully true, Ravisa. So far, each of these matches have been pretty one-sided. This one, at least, is giving us a bit of a back and forth. Pasito getting a bit of a back and forth himself, able to opt down Messiah, but he's going to go back and contest that same exact angle again. No one dares going to push that on AV side, so Pasito's just holding it down to put pressure on. That's going to give permission for the rest of AV, though, to push on through B.
Right now, though, still mid-control, maintaining a favor of AV. As they try to move it onto B, the Silva is there, should be able to see them. push in through there. The spike is there, but look at this. You know, Jet still waiting around the mid side, trying to catch somebody on rotation. But I don't believe they found him as of yet. As Trim's waiting down in market to put her absolutely massive there. So on point, catches him at the back, and Zyme is dead. He's spraying on through, gets leered out, but spike has not been dropped. But Felipe has found them, and it's going more and more favor of PGT here, Max.
Yeah, this is a really good defensive setup right now. We do see everyone on the attack all condensed down onto A site. The Killjoy lockdown is going to be in play, and you have to ignore that, but all things considered, it's looking really good to have these angles in there anyways. But the Reyna still wants to contest it. It's going to be Striker and Kaplan. If you have to have two left alive, it should be these two. Striker finds one, but Pasito takes him down. There's only one left alive. It's behind Bo. Kaplan's been able to clutch these in the past on Ascent, but not here. Felipe ends that potential streak of 0 and diffuses the spike. That means again, Ravish. Oh, even 2-2 is back and forth.
And that was a really good refrag coming in from Cito, because he knew as soon as his teammate goes in, it's taken down, peeks again with the op, knows what the position is at least able to get the refrag down. And not only that, also shut down the Empress too, which could have been a huge way for them for AV to keep control of the round. Another thing as well, not only did they invest the lockdown and the Empress as well, they should have been the TP up, but like they all that gone only to lose. So Max, I think we have a game on our hands.
I really hope we do have a game here. It's funny, it's kind of a far cry from when we saw AV last time on Haven. We didn't really see Striker or Kaplan use their utility too much. We saw Kaplan using a little bit more. Oh, it's on a pause. Hold on. Hello, I'm back.
No, look how you just pop up on the screen. I like it. I was personally in the middle of a shock, as in has he left me yet again?
Yeah, it was just an apparition for you for a little bit. But no, going to what I was saying, we did see a lot of the people on all victories just not use utility. They relied solely on gunfights for a lot of what they did on Haven. This is a far cry. That tells me that they feel challenged this time around. And to that, I say good. This is the Grand Championships. You should feel challenged. But so far, we have seen really good gameplay from both sides, and I love the rotates that AV's been bringing out on the attacks.
Now, even with those rotates, though, we were also seeing, like you said, like now it goes from almost no investment to them investing just everything, putting it all out there on the table, just throwing it on there and hoping something sticks and something works. So, like you saw in the previous as well, with the Empress along with the lockdown. Now, although they got the spike, they just weren't able to hold that site, and then with Killjoy left in the back in Boathouse, she tried to peek in, looking on the catwalk to see if she could at least get one pick. Did not happen. Now, I think it falls more so on P, on the defense. So they've allowed them to come in onto the site almost every single time. But the question is, their post plans though have been generally back and forth. But we've only seen 4 rounds, though, Max.
You're right. We have only seen a few rounds here, but we also have seen both of these teams pretty well on Haven in the past.
Yeah.
So I got to ask you, Ravish. We've seen all for victory stomp. I believe it was 12-3 up against one team, and we saw Finance stomp 12-1 against another one. Who do you think is going to come out here on top?
Honestly, at this point, I would have to see a couple more rounds, personally, for myself, to really see like which team has given themselves the edge, and not until a single team has been able to gain a 2-round lead. I think right now they're so dead even between the two. Plus, we have to remember that with PGT, on the defensive side, Avid is a very, very defensive favorite map, especially they're on B. So I'm not completely surprised that they're doing well though. But as AV try to push in onto market, they spot out Strim, forcing him back. The TP comes in, she comes back right in the face of Striker.
Yeah, that was a really good opening pick from Striker. That's going to be full control of Marketplace, and really all of mid is now in control of AV. Meanwhile, you do have some defenders, especially Pasito at the very back of the site. They could easily push up and maybe contest Striker, but that would be a really bad idea for a lot of reasons. That being said, though, Striker does have some options to push on up and maybe try to contest that Jet or go through on market. And contesting might be the option they opt to take, especially if the Killjoy pushes up, and the answer is going to be yes. Striker finds Mel, and Darking falls on the wayside. But that's not enough. Striker goes for both and wins the gunfight. I'm surprised. Felipe takes down Striker, sure, but now PGT's in a back heel position. Only 4 left alive, and Felipe needs to find or flight something in any moment. With the spike down and 1 left alive, Ravish, there's no options for Felipe to contest this bomb site. There's no way to take everyone out and defuse. Economically and round-winning wise, this is a very important win for AV.
Now we're seeing how on Ascent as well, attacking is hard, but the retakes are even harder, especially because of how these sites are set up, especially on B site. So what Felipe is doing, I believe, is definitely the right call, although the Reyna couldn't get the complete refrag onto him either. Kappa decides it's time for him to go ahead and go out, get out and move on. Kappa's still waiting around the edge to see if he can find anybody on the rotation coming onto A, but it will not happen as they're all unable to exit. The Breach leaves and going onto B, thinking nobody will find me here, and he lives. The AV take a round lead. I'll say yet again here, Max. That also was off as a huge round coming off the back of Striker, getting a triple and catching out Strem in the beginning too to open up market.
I'm going to quote my elementary school gym teacher here and say that what both teams are doing, but especially AV are doing right now, is off the charts.
The question is, what kind of chart is it? A pie chart? A burger?
All of them.
Candlestick?
All the charts.
All the charts.
Every single one. Medical charts, pie charts, graphs. They're off all the charts right now. They're doing such a good job, but the opening Lear comes down, forces Felipe to hide and relinquish his op position, and that's going to give a lot of tell that where AV wants to push, but they're going to be blinded out themselves. It's a back and forth of a game of intel, or in this case, a lack thereof. But pushing on, and Kaplan's not afraid, and of course the rest of the team isn't afraid either to push the smokes. Darking needs to relinquish and back up his position as well, and that's going to be a really hotly contested area on Catwalk. Never mind, he goes down.
Still site open up. Messiah comes in, he gets his life saved. Oh my god, he has to be thanking his team right now, because boy, oh boy, was he a couple seconds away from completely not being able to plant and completely dying.
Fluffy.
That was a filthy shot from Fluffy, and he gets out as well. That was just Pasito left with the op. If I was him, he also had the ultimate as well. He gets spotted. He has to run. This is so tough from him. He could hold the ultimate, but from that long range, I would rather he have the op out. It doesn't matter. They lose the op and then lose the round here. AV takes a 2-round lead.
I would say most importantly too is that you lost the ult on Jet as well. That was kind of a waste in the post plant. I'm not quite sure when it was popped. I'm assuming it was later, probably in the post plant. But even then, having that ult out in a 1v4, I believe, you have options there if you're Pasito. But we just didn't see that at all. They hesitated and they refused to lose the op, and even then, still got taken down.
But now with this, the ops will get over to the side of Fluffy, and with op taken away from PGT, they have to make this round count, or they'll have to go into a save, win the next. But with this Aldrone out, they go and check in onto A side. I believe they spotted the Killjoy out there, but the turret was definitely there. The Bay with the alt orb, she definitely heard of that, but I don't think she'll push for it either.
I'm really glad you mentioned that Killjoy turret being bait. I didn't even think of that. It's way too far away for the Killjoy to activate it, and so that means just shooting it will give tell to the B-side people, especially Darking, that someone will be pushing the site. That being said, though, it wasn't really bait. It wasn't found after all. The bait failed, and that's going to be a mid-side push going towards A-site that might be most effective. But let's keep an eye on Felipe. He's able to blind out Striker, taking them down. The top fragger's dead, and that's going to be the rest of everybody else on AV rushing to the site to try to make up for it. But Pasito takes down not one, but two, and that is going to be a 1v2. Wow, triple kill, no less. Can he find the fourth one? Where's the last one alive? Well, they're way far away. Zaheim finds Mel, and that might be Pasito getting full permission to get a 4K if he's able to find it. He's going to approach, though. Can he get a revenge? That's the $1 million question, and I want a lot of dollars. There we go. But Strim gets it instead. A beautiful lead now, still from AV, but another one for PGT, keeping things close.
As of right now, it's so far within both of these round leads, Previously, is with Striker getting 3K, and now with the Jet as well, with Pasito getting almost under 4K too. Even though he gets concussed, he's in the air, which I want to call BS on that. How could he get concussed when he's in the air, Riot? Explain that to me. I don't know. That's gonna be a little tricky situation for me, but still, the shooting running headshot, even though they were nerfed, you still cannot nerf Pasito though. As the alt or bait will be used yet again. Pasito gets spotted out. He has to back out immediately. But look at this, just this line of Killjoy util being used to set them up. Lockdown use to force them all off the site. And Pasito gotta wait or off from heaven.
Playing it slow didn't work in the past for AV, and now they want to make it super aggressive and just keep them on their toes. They want to overwhelm the defenses, and overwhelming they are. One has already gone down and blinding out the top of heaven. It's going to be a free payday for Pasito to take down Striker yet again. This has not worked out for Striker in the last 2 rounds. He is struggling with the aggressive entry. But Pasito now on Heaven's able to give free pickings for whoever wants to dare peek through his op. But he's not able to find anyone. In fact, the kill feed's gonna be in the favor of AV still through the smoke. But that's okay though, on the top of Heaven, one still alive, Messiah from the back, trying to find the flank, but Trim is there to stop the day. A defuse into a triple kill is not the end of it. Zaheim! Ravish, it's a 1v1. Can he get it? Zaheim's gonna hide. He goes for it. He can't get the peek. He's gonna go for the flick, and there you go, baby.
He clutches it.
He does clutch it.
Zaheim, that was such a big blade too, although he doesn't get out alive either, but still, he stops the spike from going down. I believe it was at least still halfway, so the peak there was crucial. And then instead, PGT knew they could try to stick it, they could try, for the refrag and go for the bait, but instead, Trim goes for the much more dangerous play, which is pushing in onto Wine. And at that point, Zaheim knows you have to push him, because at the end of the day, PGT, you know what? They'll cut their losses, try to get the frag, get more guns out of their hands, but it doesn't work out. And now, they're onto a save, but still a little bit broken by for a couple of team members, because you saw the Bulldog as well.
Going for it again, Ravish.
Yeah, and they're all on B. No one's on A.
Why? No, go back.
The door is closed here, Max, as so are a bit more of the chances for Felipe to push down the rupture. Lear's out under health, forcing them out, but the shot streak back and forth. This is the kind of fast play we were expecting to see out of both of these teams previously. But the util usage is so much better.
Absolutely. Right now, it seems like it's a bit of an odd stalemate for PGT. They've been able to almost take this back in the past, but there we go. Messiah and Striker, keeping alive this time around, are able to take down the flankers. Only one left alive now. It's going to be that last Omen, and they find him. They spot him. They hunt him down like a jackal. That's going to be Zaheim finding another one. That's going to be a much more dominant lead from AV.
And of course, Zaheim. Sorry to cut you off, Max. I was gonna say Zaheim says L'chaim as he watches him in mid and take another kill, but go on, Max. You're making a beautiful point.
You know what? You said it for me. I wanted to say that somewhere. I couldn't find it inside of me.
Muzzle toe.
Hey, you know what? In 10 days, Hanukkah starts, so it makes sense. But all things considered, though, of course, in the Grand Champs, leading by 3 points, you're going to have a team called All Victory. Because so far, they've been winning all these victories.
Well, in the victory, Max, you do indeed win. I believe that's the logic works out. But the go ahead, change it up. Hunter Fuse comes out as fast as you are to the point. But the catch out Darking at the back. The Hunter's Fury is stopped, and there is nowhere to run. But for him instead, now Pasito stuck at the back to singing Despacito as he dies there. And the boathouse is clean. The spike is dropped. It is a 5v3 for AV.
Oh, it's a tough position again. The lockdown in play. Hunter's Fury abound, but if Felipe still gonna contest it and gets one. There we go. Mel helps out a little bit, taking out Striker as well. But where are the other 3? Well, they're on that spike. They can't possibly escape, but they might still get the win. Fluffy's hiding in the smoke, not able to be found, and Zaheim's able to find Mel. It's a back and forth still, but that's gonna only leave Felipe alive. Able to clutch one, he's able to get the triple, but not the quad needed to win the round. That's gonna be Zaheim again, getting 2 in a row, making a beautiful bow tie of a double spree on his behalf.
As of right now, with how looking at the setup, we know AV loves their fast pushes and executes onto the sites. One huge thing that they capitalize off of is that they are catching PGT a little bit off guard, because immediately in response, PGT either alter pushes onto them as well, or thing number two, they decide, you know what, let's go ahead and give up the site and try to go for the retake here. But unfortunately, within that process, there's usually somebody anchoring the site by themselves, and it always leaves them in a man disadvantage here, Max. So PGT are somehow always being on the back foot because the reflex don't come through. They don't get the trade. The anchor is not able to make this even. But sorry, continue here.
Oh, no, I'm going to say you really need to get these trades this round.
Yeah.
Oh, and it's Zeem.
Ah, thank you.
Well, what do you know? Okay, with that being said, though, look, Ravish, look at all these different kills. We mentioned that the trade game's gonna be really important. Every time AV gets a kill this round, there should be red, blue, red, blue. But we're not seeing that now. We saw in the beginning, and now it's gonna be PGT only having one alive. Never mind. It's gonna be a full-on sweep, -1.
I feel as though these rounds are passing in front of me within a blink of an eye. Now, in Ascent, I remember we were saying that slow pushes are the play here. Boy, was I proven wrong. Unfortunately here, Max, because AV has completely went ahead, rushed in. They are like a raging bull looking after the red cross across from a matador, deciding, it's my time, I shall take you along with me. Ole.
If we can look at the scoreboard really quick for a second, I do want to point something out, but okay, maybe we should wait until the end of the next round. Pasito's able to find Messiah, and this is just an absolute mowdown. This is a war going on between these two teams. The trenches being the jet smokes, and slowly the 38th parallel slowly moving up onto A side. Trim's able to find Kaplan, and with Fluffy, ult in hand apparently, Spike's still in possession, able to find Felipe. And I would say AV came out the victor in that situation. They were able to take down two lost on their end, but now they're going to make their way to B, and Zeem's going to face one hell of a ruckus.
I would say, though, still, this is a much better look coming off the side of PGT. As they go ahead and make it more of the situation, the spike is dropped and it's picked up almost just as quickly, though. But now, Empress pop from the brain to try to make it more of a situation. There, they spot out Zine. So Zeem starting to take him down extra. Let's go ahead, peek in, shots out, still has a fair bit of health. But check his head. Oh, Mel gets him from the back. The Empress, it's gone. And now AV, I don't think you can take this.
Oh no, what is Zeem gonna do here? He's gonna bunny hop his way to A. He's gotta go for that plant. He could go and close the door. There's still plenty of time, but he's gonna do it for the after the plant. The plant is heard, it goes down, and we see the rush of the last two defenders making their way towards heaven. He's got to go and close that door, but no, he opts not to, actually. He's going to go and wait near A main for a flank that simply will not exist. Strim and the Killjoy, however, are going to be in a prime position to cover each other while one goes for the defuse. Turret is up as well. If that Sova peeks at all Ravish, they're going to be spotted out by the turret instantly. That's going to lead to an easy shot.
He could die to the turret, honestly.
Yeah, oh my god, he's at 3.
Yeah, like I was going to say, even through a couple of little shots of wall bangs, it doesn't even matter. He was so low, and through the smoke, there's not much he could have done. And PGT are able to get one back and stop the bleeding a little bit.
PGT finally able to get one. This is the round they really needed to win. Just earlier, I think it was even a round before this, we saw them on an eco round. Ending at 8-4 is really good for both sides. It's not the most advantaged situation for PGT, Ravish, but at least they're still in the game. Now if their attacks are just as dominant as they were against Lunar way back in the beginning of the stream, we could see a dominant 8-8 split going to later half.
And honestly, that's not even too bad for themselves, because with 8-4 position, and we see the side switch coming from AV. I'm curious to see how PGT and what kind of aggression they decide to bring up, because we know both of these teams to be very hyper aggressive, to like to go for much more of these fast pushes. But the execute from AV has so far just looked a little bit cleaner, as the alt orb sound should get spotted out, so they know they're definitely by mid by market. But
Oh man, look at the positioning for number 3 right now. That's gonna be the Sov. I believe that's gonna be Zeem, and he is gonna be contesting not one but 2 different bodies inside of mid. Striker's peeking up. He's playing overly aggressive, trying to find out where he can find any of these frags, but they all escape in the nick of time. Zeem was just delaying the inevitable, but the inevitable never came.
Striker J still left waiting up by market as they decide to stave off of A and go to B. But all the killjoy utilities there as well. Just trying to wait for any of these fast pushes, and there's a full commit. But look at this. There's PGT, the killjoy as well. It's still waiting up around A. And look at these back and forth fakes. A side is completely open, but I don't believe she knows that yet. And they're going back to A.
We've seen this debate before from PGT. It's like they're prime peanut butter and jelly, and we're about to see the jam onto the site. There we go. Paranoia comes down. Full on denial of the site. The plant just needs to go down. The wall's closing in Messiah's face. This is looking really good for PGT's first attack.
But they do all get spotted out right now. AV has so much information on them, so they all know they saw the original even before it came out. Though, as Fluffy actually crosses up the round, takes out Fade, trades back and forth. You 2 for 2 small, your backyard ball, use the TP. This Trim is able to get out, and now with a spike ticking down to 3v3. Basil gets 1 as he gets shot. That's actually a massive, but he has no health. But Simon's fragging. There's 1 down in hell. They have to go for the defuse. But because of the peek out, last shots out, spots in and takes him.
Beautiful work coming out. That's gonna be another win for AV. Now 5 points ahead, Ravish. Their economies can look really solid going into the second half. But meanwhile, PGT, if we can take a look at it real quick, it's okay. They have to at most probably buy out Stingers, and given their style of really being close and in your face, that's not a bad option at all. But most of the people, except for Pasito, are going to be opting to go for just the classics and a full save in order to keep their economy on board. This, of course, if they do lose this round and dedicate themselves to all Stingers, apparently, well, now if they lose this round, they're going to be absolutely screwed.
Meanwhile, on the back end, AV have went up to almost, I believe it was 3 Ares. So Ares gang coming out. I like that myself. I think the Ares is such a good defensive tool pick to go and then hold that aside aggressively. Not only does it have first headshot accuracy, but you can just go ahead and spray and pray with an LMG. And it's as easy as that. With a bootleg Odin, you don't need to do much at all. Cop yourself an Ares today.
Oh, well, yes, I will buy one, sir. Oh man, so far, a lot of these rounds that have gone really aggressive have really gone in the favor of AV. This is a slower round though. We're not seeing as much crazy action right off the rip. PG has been able to capitalize on these pretty well. But if it keeps going like this, it's gonna have to be a decider one way or the other. But AV need to go back onto the site. They need to play the retake game before the spike hits the ground.
He's already popped open though. The spike will probably hit the ground here, Max. So although they cannot stop that, it all depends on the retake. But look at this. Look at their position. They're all waiting down the sides. A couple on a Haven and 2 coming down from long and a short, shooting down, trying to pincer as much of PGT as they can. But Mel finds out Fluffy immediately traded back by Messiah though, as they try to execute him down and onto Heaven. But they go for the defuse. I don't know if PGT knows about this.
Oh my god, the defuse. No, the diffuser spike was killed. Oh no, but there we go. Zeem's gonna try for it again. He's hidden away. Darking needs to go in, but that's gonna be AV again. Kaplan with a 4K seemingly out of nowhere in the midst of the chaos. Able to really take a dominant lead now into the double digits, 6 points ahead of PGT. And so far, Finance have not been able to win a single attacking round. They are struggling in the water. And sure, it's been 2 defuses. That's still money in the bank for a Finance side. But they haven't had any luck on A site. They need to switch it up to B.
And they might have to continue to do so here, Max, because now they're left out of broken by. I would recommend, I would personally recommend is they all commit to go for the full saves. Even the Stinger 2, honestly, save that up. And like, I know you can all go ahead and buy Airs next round, but it's a bit tough because if they're to commit to the Stinger, I would recommend the full team does. So low split up positioning. But the Sheriffs could be absolutely huge. We've seen PGT win these saves before. It's very early on in the round. I believe it was round number 3. They actually got a thrifty. So if they're to pull that back again, that would be huge for the economy.
Interestingly, there's no spike in their possession. It's going to be Pacino now going to go and pick it up. But again, a much more slower round. Like we said before, this was usually in the favor of PGT, but suddenly now AV's just been able to collapse onto it. The spike's just going to get thrown to the ground like a piece of garbage. And I mean, at times, some people might want to say it's a piece of garbage, really anchoring people down to what they need to play objective-wise. But right now, it's going to be a tough position for Striker. He might be able to find one. Pacino goes in with the knives instead, sticking them into the heart of Striker. And we're seeing the same play 3 rounds in a row.
Recombo was destroyed though, but now that should reveal so much information for the side of PGT. I'll know that they're on A, but they have no idea where they are though. Yet again, the same position coming off the side of AV. 2 down by trees, and 2 down by short as well. The one coming in from Haven. Just trying to pinch to all angles and all sides from AV. Now it's just a matter of coming in and executing. If Pacino goes down, so that's all really jet ult down too, which is big. Dark and the back and forth. And Messiah coming from the back, gonna spot them as of yet. They're shooting down onto Hell. But look at this Messiah from the back. She gets spotted out, shoots in and gets a bit of the trade. He gets extra. Oh, it's just Felipe. Nothing heaven. He dies to it with a frenzy. Wants a stinger. The stinger will sting, and the frenzy can't do much more.
You know what they say, Ravish, you gotta float like a butterfly and sting like a bee. And those stingers, well, they did a pretty good job at doing that. Meanwhile, AV still racking up that strong lead. Another defuse. Yeah. But we haven't seen that happen on B side yet. I keep harping on it, but so far we've been seeing the same linear strategy coming out from Finance's side, and it hasn't worked once in the second half. They really need to change their strategies right now and start playing more for gunfights and less for the diffuser if they want to have a chance to keep themselves in map 1.
Yeah, because as of right now, too, we see they usually get the plant done, but it's these post-plant positions that are getting them all caught out, because a lot of them are either focusing either onto Haven or they bunker themselves down into Hell, and they're not able to win out of these trades either, because it's not even as though like the positions are completely all bad, but you have to win when you're, especially on the defense, when you're looking down to the sights, into the hearts of a man and saying, you don't want the spike, and the person says, yes, I do. And so far, Max, AV have wanted the spike more, as they're only 1 round away from two rounds away from winning at 1 from match point.
It's gonna put Finance in such a tough position. They do find Striker, but you know, if they're not able to really capitalize on this round and hopefully win the next, they're gonna have to fight in overtime, and that's already a hill in itself to climb so damn high. But there is still a chance both ways. PGT do have the man advantage. They're playing as slow as humanly possible. 30 seconds left. Only 1 body is dead. But now they're able to get 2 more. Messiah's able to clap back. Felipe collapses onto the site, and now the games have begun. Felipe's able to find Messiah once again, but there we go. Drim needs to go and find another one, but Kaplan's holding on as much as he can. A turret and a human turret. A double kill, no less. But is he able to find the 30? He goes around, finds one. Z comes in from the back to help out. But where is Darking? Well, Darking's able to be caught out by Azim, and that's going to be another round for AV. Now on match point for map number 1 in the Grand Championship Series, no less. It's looking really rough for PGT. They ran out of steam pretty much after round number 3.
And you see it as well due to a bit of a back and forth in terms of the buys right now. I'm not Darking, can't even really afford to buy much at all, and his teammates can't really support him either. So perhaps he could try to split up the buys between Mel and Darking, which is exactly what to do. So at least they're able to get him a Bulldog, so he's not going to be left out drying in the water. But now AV, they honestly, after that round, AV just looks so good. It is, even when they lost Striker right at the beginning, they were still able to win the round here, Max. Yeah. Which it speaks to the ability of 1, landing their shots, and 2, just, yeah, honestly, no, not even 2. It's just 1. They're just good at the game.
Very true. Very, very true. Right now, though, we don't see a whole lot of smoke potential coming out. We did see one early on in B main, but it was brought out, and afterwards, Fluffy pushes and gets a double kill, taking advantage of the lack of smokes. Now it's just a bit of a back and forth between both teams. We are seeing 1 left alive now. It's going to be that breach. What?
I was gonna say, suddenly just everybody's dead.
Oh, dead indeed.
You should
and
run.
with that, Max, it's I was explaining in shock and awe that suddenly the round just started. The trades go back and forth. I saw that, PGT, they pushed up and they got taken down. It's dismantled even might be a little bit more of an apt word, which is it's tough. This is a tough position to be in.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough position to be in. I think that last round really exemplified what was going on PGT side. On their own attacks and defense, we saw a distinctively lack of smokes coming out from their side. There were times they were used, of course, even in that last round. It was very clearly used on B main. The thing is, though, it was brought out right at the beginning of the round when neither the attackers or defenders were even there. So that really leads to the question, what was that smoke, and given what was the rest of the utility in their game brought out even for if they weren't able to capitalize on it?
We were talking about before about how the beginning of the map was so back and forth, about how the utility usage was more you wanted to see, the overcommitment from the side of AV was what was costing them. But suddenly, like you mentioned there, Max, they decided to go ahead and pull back and focus on what they do best. Their rotations and landing their shots. And by golly, I'll be damned if they didn't do exactly such, though. But
Yeah.
one huge thing is that even while on the attack as well, there was some absolutely massive clutches. One, if you remember, from the Sova, who was waiting down, back down wide, stops Spike from going through, and then PG decides to go and push him in. And then a couple of triples and doubles, a combination from Striker, which brought them back from what was looking like a 3v5 or 2v5 situation.
Yeah, I believe in that same play just maybe 10 seconds earlier, Messiah came back through Garden up into heaven of A site, able to get a fantastic flank, taking down one, gets taken down himself, but still adjust the positioning and the sight lines of so many different people on PG side, including the Killjoy, really altering everything, and that slowed down the attacks or defense in that case very immensely. It was positions like that, the lack of linear plays from AV really exemplified how fluid they can be and how they can adapt around a team that we saw also dominate against Lunar way back in the beginning of the stream. Now, I believe we are going to be going to a small break as we get things set up for map number 2. Just going to check really quick. But in the meantime, I have to crouch down. My monitors, I can barely see them. I
No worries.
No. We do have to get things set up. We might not need a break after all, but overall, it was beautiful to watch that first map, and I'm cautiously optimistic to see how PG is going to play on Split. It's a much more linear map, Ravish. But is that going to work in their benefit even then?
I mean, Split as well too is one that's also very, 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 very defender sided, but for very, very different reasons, right? Not only because the way the sites are faced, but it's simply just entry onto the site, which can be interesting and detrimental. But Split, like Ascent, is also where you can make very, very fast rotations and hold down very aggressive sight lines. The flanks, though, I would say, are not as optimal, but going in for the close range gunfights is where players on Split definitely do shine, which is what I'm definitely excited for, because we know both of these teams can definitely land their shots. At this point, like you were mentioning here, Max, with how linear it is, it's who can just go pew-pew better. Because one could go pew-pew, but the other can go pew-pew-pew. Now, 3 pews be 2 pews. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, quite a few pews indeed. I'm just curious to see what kind of op plays we might be seeing this time around. We saw Fluffy and Pasito, specifically the 2 Jets, really bringing it to full fruition here. They haven't really played the ops too much in the previous sets, but now that they had a much more wider sightlines and expansions on the Ascent map, Split is kind of the same case in some areas, but probably not as much. But meanwhile, we are going to be going to map number 2 without a break, and so I'm curious to see what Split can bring to the table. Now, you are a huge fan of Viper, Ravish. Maybe, just maybe, we can see Viper and its beautiful walls of death on the site.
You know what, Max? A man can help, right? I personally like Split a lot, and I talk a lot about Viper, though, but the Viper tech is tough. It's not for the faint of heart, and not able for every team to be able to handle as we get the R's coming in for the setup production. So should be ready to go in about any second now as he loaded onto map number 2 for Split for these grand finals here, Max. Will AV be able to take it back, run it through, get the 2, or will PGT take us to a map number 3?
I think anything is a possibility right now, Ravish. I mean, we could see that, but a Sky?
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
So, of course, without really having to say much, Sky is the newest agent inside Valor, and we haven't seen her at all streamed on the tournament, to my knowledge, at least when we casted Ravish. But this will be interesting of a dynamic to see, especially starting off on the attack. A Sage, no less, coming out as well, is going to tell me this is going to be a pretty aggressive match. Having the flashes instead of the breach with the Sky Hawks and having potential revives, and that's the less part of the Sage, but the slows and the walls are great for that post plant positioning. That's gonna be scary.
I do really like this double heal composition. I've been preaching about it a fair bit, especially for going onto Icebox as well. I think that could really genuinely work. But the use of the walls, though, on split are really good. We're just waiting for Pasito to see what he want to try to commit to. It could be the Jet, as he's done it before. I mean, yeah, he's locking it down here. But on the other hand, for AV, they're pretty much sticking with the same comp that they had before here, Max.
I'm curious to see if that's going to work well for them. It's not a bad comp by any means, but my main issue with this is that maybe I'm curious to see if the Raze is going to be a good option. We saw Zeem do really well with the Sova in the past, and having instead two duelists is going to be a distinct lack of intel that compared to what they normally brought out. Now, keep in mind too, Ravish, Zeem's recon bolts never really did a whole lot, I would say, to alter rounds or really even gain that much information. His Hunter's Furies never really got too many kills either. But my main concern is the lack of the Owl drone.
Yeah. Now, within the fault of the Sovas, I would say, I remember an analyst buddy, Anders. You can go ahead and find Anders. Great. He's so smart about the game. Also, coach as well. He talked about how he never runs Sovas as compositions because within an Owl drone, you almost always know right where they're pretty much going to be around the corner. You know the Sova's right there, so it's not hard to be able to pick up just information based off of context clues on its own. But no Owl drone, the context is all there. Something is taken down right off the jump by the Sky, so showing up as Teak in onto ropes, get taken down though, so 1 for 1 across the board. But I mean, you want it fast, Max. We got fast.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go fast at Ricky Bobby, and going fast we are indeed. Kaplan already starting things off with a triple kill. Striker now on the breach, no less. Going to be also capitalizing a little bit and getting at least one. That was a really strong start for AV going into this defensive line, and usually the attack on split does suffer a lot compared to other maps, but even that was a little disproportionately powerful on AV's end. Though, I do want to give a little bit of a back and forth here is that PGT did go for a very ballsy attack too, and one that we don't conventionally see on ropes.
Yeah, they decided to go ahead full commit up and going on to Haven, but it's red almost immediately too. The one thing was that if they're able to catch the fire on ropes and shut down the push there, that would actually be really big and allow them to go and onto the site much more easier. So, well, much easierly. What am I trying to say? It'll be good. If they did that, good time.
Yes, a very good time. Yeah. But we're seeing that again right now. A little bit of an aggressive play from the attackers. It's going to be Fluffy playing the Sabrosa angle, but no, it doesn't work out the way Sabrosa did it. Darking finds Fluffy, and that's going to be the opening pick, taking down one of your top rankers from last map. Felipe now on the Sky, taking down Kaplan as well. It's looking like a very dire situation for these defenders, but that's going to be free real estate for B site if they're able to get on. And they are.
Yeah, like you mentioned, they're at least able to get one back out of PGT. Those stringers are coming to work, especially since they've invested into them too. But they're not all in onto B. They completely misread the rotation. Unfortunately, it was a nice little fake onto A. The spike will go down, and then now it is up to AV to see what the retake game is like. Rapsito gets Striker right off the rotation, and Stream is just wheeling his spot. He let Zyme push in only to kill him. That feels bad, man.
Yeah, it was a pretty dire situation for both teams, and now Messiah has to figure out what he can do next, Ravish. He has that linear advantage. He does have the top angle advantage. He's able to find Darking, but can he find the ace? Well, That's going to be a tough position to be in. We've seen this happen once and twice before in comp games. Messiah now trying to swerve his way around, but it's going to be the other Omen to find him. Zrim finding that opening pick again, and even 1-1. And Ravish, we've seen this story happen before. PGT and AV being 1-1 for so long with each other. Only one takes off ahead in catapults.
Unfortunately, these pistols do not tell the story of the game here, Max, like you mentioned, and I don't think they will either. As I want to go ahead and stop for a second and talk more about how Zyme and Fluffy are bringing up the Buckies and the Shorty. Ooh. These are two people that are after my own gosh darn heart. This is, as you know, I am a proud member of the Bucky gang. I will see always promoted wherever and whichever stream I am. It's a fun time, but not only is it good holding out the short suicide angles, which I like to call them, it could possibly result in an advantageous trade for yourselves if you're able to get more than one and not simply just get a pick and get traded out afterwards.
I don't know if the Buckies will work well here, because look at these angles being brought out by Messiah. Messiah's gonna fall. Good reflexes from Zrim, but there's another one nearby. It's gonna be the Rays. Not gonna be hit. Bucky works. Okay. Okay, Ravish, I see you. But now, look, we saw all that go down on the left side of B main going towards B. Duh. But the Killjoy turret's gonna tell that it's all gonna go to A instead. The rotate's already on their way. Stinger's only in hand. It's gonna be tough for these attackers to really take over the site.
The cabins come out from the sky as well. I'm so excited to see them actually use in more of these matches. They spotted Kaplan, who we already know was there on Haven. Now they're holding angle down right below, down in hell, the spot out screens. Sky gets peeked, so they know he's one of the screens, and one right above them is Melhorn down the site. But Fluffy gets up, Pasito taking down his better half, we might say.
Oh my.
But the Bucky gang! Let's go!
God. Meanwhile, though, we are seeing a much more consolidated angle. The Stinger's gonna miss Bucky gang again! 3K from the Bucky! What? Okay. So let's break down what just happened, Ravish.
So with that too, even with even with PGT able to go ahead and get onto the A side after the rotation, they get the spike down too. Right at the beginning, they spot down they spot down Killjoy in heaven, so they hold down health, right? Looking down, from spawn and also from screens. They spot one of the screens and the trades go back and forth between the sky. But Zyme comes in with a C4 onto the site and does what Buckies do best. Although the final trade doesn't go their way, it was still quite good, I would say, from AV. It all came down to the trades at the end of the day, though, Max.
Yeah, it was definitely concerning, too. We saw the Sage block off elbow, which was safe, but also really constricting for PGT, but they made it work out after all. But, just, in a very, very close 1v1. That being said, though, going to a new round, it looks like they have their eyes on B side again. The ropes to the right, though, could give tell that they could go through heaven and take over A once again, but B seems the much more likely option here. No, never mind. They will be going for ropes instead, trying to silently go on through. See Messiah at the very top, who's going to go for the aggressive push and try to find anyone that's blinded out, but he's only going to find one before falling.
You will not kill my ally.
That's why you get the stage, but look at this from the back. What? Striker just scares them all apart. They don't even notice it. Killjoy util be damned. Then even though he gets splattered out, he gets cracked, but he cracks them all. Now at the end, Zion gets trimmed. It's a 3v1. Was looking so good for PGT. Suddenly goes so where your Pasito gets tagged by the grenade. Gets a little bit of pain. All of them, they know he's there. He's just stuck in a corner. He could possibly get one. But they just gotta double peek this, and not even they can just play spike. But Striker, no.
Yeah, Pasito now in a 1v2 does have the ult in hand, but we don't want to see him waste it yet again. He's done this before, and he'll might do it again. Meanwhile, though, holding the angle, Fluffy with the finally bringing out, takes down Pasito, and we see an even 2-2 again. But this is the last time on Ascent we saw an even scoreline. From there on out, we saw AV just skedaddle away with almost 14 or 13 rounds in a row, compared to, 4 on the side of PGT? Finance really need to hold on to this right now. They need to embrace the even tie that they have and make sure their economy doesn't go into the gutter like it did in the last game at this point. Now, Fluffy, I want to point out is 2 and 3. With that op now in their possession, only one of those kills has been from an op, and they need to make sure they stay alive the most out of anybody here.
Plus, op opening picks to onto split on that defense, where I believe is where a lot of breaches buffs even came to make sure that you could take somebody out of the scope. Unfortunately, with no breach on their side, the scope will be kept hard scoping because we look at all the util from the Killjoy as well, is all focused around on A, and B being held down by an Omen as they're trying to move in on to Heaven. The fault line used as well, but AV have no information, and neither do PGT.
No information indeed. Gonna be taking over mid. Normally that's the crux of the round right there for an attackers, but no, they're gonna give up control of the attack, mid completely, and might stuff themselves all towards B main. This is a really odd maneuver coming out from the attackers, and normally not something we ever see. But it makes sense. They're baiting out AV side, making them think they're gonna go mid, or maybe even perhaps rotating through sewers to A. But now that all the utilities coming out, they're not fooled at all. Ziem's gonna go down and wait for the wolf to strike.
Huge. Oh, showstopper, but taken down. The show will not go on, says Felipe. The cabbages come out too. The op shot misses. The spike is planted, but it doesn't even matter. Big strike yet again. We're absolutely massive, but the flanks coming in back and forth from Heaven. The flank is good for PGT.
Wow, I cannot believe that it worked out for them. That was impressive. So, again, they went through that whole maneuver of taking over mid control, going back to B site main, which is normally a really bad maneuver to do because of all the movements, because of how slow the entirety of the attack went for that whole round. Less resources and less bodies were being put on B, and let alone watching the B angle. The only one that was Ziem, and they were traded out almost immediately. That was a really smart play from PG, and I'm expecting to see that again going into the second half. But Fluffy this time.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh, maybe not.
Oh, yeah, it's, honestly, you and I were both type for the same thing. We're like, is he gonna do it? Is he gonna do it? Now he decides to go stay off. He just smokes it out, doesn't find much, gets flash, gets pregnant. It's like, you know what? It's not worth it. It's just, you guys, I can't shoot blind. Unfortunately, I'm not Lee Sin.
Cover going.
Yeah, but no, they are going to go for it. Again, this is really risky to do twice in a row, no less. They do have the Sage Wall short. They're prepped up for that, but they're still going to go for what could very well be, in terms of some people, a rank strat or even a very risky maneuver. There is an Opper on top of B Heaven normally, but instead that Opper's going to go in through alleyway. The teleport's going to come on through the Omen, but I don't know where he plans on going except for the flank.
All the
and
way
there's the flank indeed.
That's right. He's gonna come in through spawn here, like into the garage here. We see Messiah take out. Actually, start with the flick as well as strike as well, back and forth. But dogging popping off. I mean, it's just gun diff here at this point. When you're up against these stingers and pistols, Striker tries to put some shots in. The spike is taken down, but he gets double peaked, and that'll be all she wrote. Flank not even needed because Omen comes back to see his team. Okay, I guess we just won. All right, cool, that's fine.
I'm really happy that attack worked twice in a row. I'm surprised, but I'm also really happy, Ravish, because it's a strat that you see happen a lot, even with a lot of uncoordinated teams, and it usually doesn't work very well. But even then, without even control of Heaven for the defenders, they willingly gave it up. They were able to play the horizontal game and still lose, but they still tried. Meanwhile, having no Heaven control, that was also really bad. The PGT made it work, and they're going to go for it for a third time in a row.
Yeah, as they go for the same run back. I mean, if it's not broke, don't fix it, right? Nice,
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, Pursuit onto the side. Fault line use. See Messiah as well. Got splattered out. The knives almost all gone. You can't cut open more people with that though. But yet again, AV getting picked off first in the beginning. Pursuit gets down. Zim, she drops down from Heaven. And AV just has to watch their teammates die. But Lockdown gonna force them off for the side at least. They might try to go for this, but he gets peeked. No! Strim just finds them and takes them out. But he's detained.
Yikes. Wow, what a strong double kill coming out from Strim. But Pseudo, though, using their ult and getting a triple help clear out the site for the initial plant, that was the icing on the cake.
And PGT right now here, Max, are looking a lot better. This is the sort of streak that we expect to see from AV before, and what we saw from them from Ascent. So maybe AV are just not as practiced on this map, and now they're the ones in the save. They're the ones who have to pull out the stingers, the light shields, the classics to make sure that they can actually get the guns back in the next round. They need this next one too, if they are to able to get some sort of resemblance.
Normally, this is a really disproportionately defender-sided map too a lot of the time, but it looks like things are slowly going towards the favor of attack.
Yeah, I mean, and you can see it with PGT just reading AV quite well, based upon their positioning, because it's almost as they know that, you know, AV like to push up through here. That's beautiful game sense as Felipe gets the opening pick yet again. I'm a striker down. He's been one of the main fraggers, able to do much. Havoc control being forced upon in. All of the flashes leaving them with almost nothing. You see the push in. Mel gets down Zeem. And now, with the heals come out to the spike should be planted.
Yeah, the post-plant situation's gonna be nasty again. 4 times in a row now. Plant on the B. Mel's able to find Fluffy and Messiah, but that plant's still gonna go down regardless. Only one left alive now. It's going to be the Killjoy. Still trying to contest Heaven. Kaplan's going to fall after taking down 1, but the damage has already been done. Excuse me, the damage has already been done.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, at least I would say I believe they got the op out of the hands of Pasito, but I'm sure that they have more than enough econ. Yep, they do to go out and rebuy yet again, which is perfectly fine because you see it now. Now they will be matched by Fluffy on the other side by the op too. So both sticking to the full buys as of right now here, Max.
I mean, what's up?
No, I was gonna think you was like, as of right now, if you're AV, what do you do?
I mean, you have to think of something. You can't go for the retakes anymore. We've been seeing that just about every single round where PG goes for the attack on B. This time around, we do see 2 bodies. It's going to be Kaplan and, I believe, Zames on side of B site. Meanwhile, only one's going to be attacking that area. They gave up control of A because they know that PG went for the same site, that being B, 4 times in a row. Meanwhile, there's only 2 on A. It's going to be the line of sights coming from the top of ramps and screens for the Omen the Jet. That's really risky to peek, Pisito, and you're not punished for it. Dangerous games give dangerous prizes, and that's going to be your top fragger gone right off the rip. But into the revive, you've been debated.
Oh, man, if I was Fluffy, I would have been like, all right, we did it, and res. And then I'm just thinking, well, scheisse. It's that I did not expect that, unfortunately, but now both PGT and AV stuck in the equal position. Lockdown use try to open up out onto the B site. The side might be waiting for them to push on in to at least try to catch one out.
No.
Oh, but the paint chills.
Oh, that's a bad kind of pain, man. You don't want that inside of you. But Felipe's just going to go for the pre-fire. Blinded out completely. Doesn't want to give up the positioning, though. Would rather die for it instead. But that's going to be B-Site taken over yet again. The entirety of AV has to either push through Alley or push through Heaven. And Heaven seems like a death trap right now. Messiah's able to get the paranoia out, but it's going to telegraph exactly where he is. Messiah drops directly into the face of Sage and ignores Sage completely. Sage, she's dead. But anyways, that's going to be really bad for PGT, going for the same place 5 times in a row. But watch it out. A 4K. Mel, can you do it? 76 health and a dream. 3 bullets in hand. It's going to be a back and forth cowboy bebop style. Only one can come out alive here. And a single breath will take down Zeems if he makes the wrong move. But that's not going to stop Mel looking around, having that bomb down already. Someone's going to go for that defuse, or you're going to get a 4K. And there you go, an ace coming out from Mel. That's what you want to see in the Grand Championships.
You could not have written it any better here, Max. It's almost like I'm seeing these 2 teams have completely flipped sides. At the end of AV, the story that we saw from them before. Now Mel getting the ace on the Killjoy. Absolutely massive. The round was looking to be all AV. They're looking to get their mojo back, save their guns, fix the economy. But no, Mel comes in, back aside, cleans up. Now, although even through all the backyard brawl and the messes, it was only Zeem left. Zeem knew time was ticking, and so was the spike. He could only do so much. But the showstopper at the end, he used the take out the turret, and it goes in the loving arms of Felipe.
Do you think they're gonna go for B again?
I don't see why not.
Yeah, they've won it flawlessly 5 times in a row now. And they're gonna go for it again. We see those at B main. Pasito's able to take down Messiah. The controller's dead, and that's gonna be one more still alive inside mid. And that's gonna be Kaplan trying to help out as well for, I believe that's gonna be Fluffy.
Yeah.
You are in a dangerous spot right now if you're those two. Either you attack from heaven or you go for the dangerous flank that you know happened 5 times now and could go 4 for once. But no, they're going to take the easy route and go for heaven, which coincidentally may actually be the more dangerous route to take.
I mean, right now, if you're looking at AV, they could probably just, I think the better play is to try to salvage at least a gun or 2 for yourselves. And try to get as many guns out of PGT's hand, but the economy is so good right now, it doesn't even necessarily matter. Coming out to the side, the Killjoy, Swan's grenades used to set up. Driving out of garage, but they're all back aside here, Max. They have no idea. The wall is popped, and so is Mel. She gets one right on to Kaplan, only the jet left. Doesn't have the ultimate on to Darking. But, oh, that was a...
Fluffy.
Oh my god!
Come on.
That was a nice shot, but Pasito will immediately take down the better half. And PGT will go 8-2.
There's only 2 rounds left in this first half, and this is abysmal for AV. They've been winning so dominantly the entire tournament so far, but now they're getting slapped around pretty much. All things considered, Ravish, they have to play it differently this time. They need to play not a retake game, but they have to turtle off sight.
I think that's definitely the pick here. Yeah, because at this point, they need to stack one side definitely over the other and go for the gamble and try to cover as many stunners as they can because they know the play here. And then go for the same play again, Max!
Why? Well, at least Fluffy has the right idea this time. He's able to try to get the early aggressive pick, misses, but still has the right idea. But there's turrets, there's boom bots, there's vision denial, blindness everywhere. Kaplan doesn't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Nobody knows what to do other than get the spike down. And that's exactly what's gonna happen. Striker falls right off the rip. And that's gonna be Felipe with a double kill. The post plan's looking like PGT again. But with that being said though, Kaplan's gonna play the aggressive game. Nanoswarm cutting off Zeem, and that's me, Felipe with a triple. That's not gonna end things though, just, it's gonna be Felipe almost trying to get a quad, but Darking's gonna go and steal the kill instead. A flawless round, the first we've streamed so far in this tournament, Ravish, and a very dominant one, 6 in a row at that on B.
You know what we were saying, how it's gonna be a back and forth here, Max?
Oh yeah.
I mean, I didn't mean by the round, I meant by the game. It's this is absolutely bonkers, as the British say. Because I believe Pansy said this morning as well, pretty much AV is getting nutmegged, Max.
No, nutmeg. Nutmeg. I don't... Nutmegged.
Nutmegged. Indeed, I know. It's a really fun term, which I learned today from the British. But speaking of more things that are fun here, it's going to be XQ onto the A side for the first time in a very long time. Let's see if at least AV can try to even this up and make it a 9 for 3 going into the next round. We said it was defensive favor, but let's see how the defense fares. With Messiah already down, is looking more and more grim.
This has historically been a worser sight for PGT because they don't go here. But no, it looks like no matter what on the attack, you don't mess with PGT.
No.
Felipe's on a triple heater right now. Not able to find the last 2 hiding in screens. We've seen Fluffy and Kaplan in the same spot, but never mind a quad. Can this be ace number 2?
Found one.
No, for the series. Come on.
They know he's there. Give him the ace.
No. But still a very nice round coming up from PGT.
Switching sides.
All right. Now, Max, it is 10-2. We were mentioning before how previously this could have been the greatest comeback ever. Yeah. And for AV, this very well could be. But to do so, in my opinion, I think they need the pistol round. The pistol round, in my opinion, can definitely can very well set the pace for what they want to do.
I don't recall a time where AV lost a pistol round. I believe they won the first pistol round here. Yes, they did.
Yeah.
Otherwise, that was one of their only 2 rounds that they've won so far. I think so far in this entire tournament, they're 100% on pistols. But if they don't win it here, that's the end of map 2. You're completely right.
Because then it'll be just be 10. It'll be 11-2 here. There's almost no coming back from that at all. If Fluffy looks to push him down and onto Haven. Strim is spotting him. He gets the side. Oh, that's so mean, Strim. Why would you do that? But it's spot Felipe on the top and is back and forth. 3v3 left for themselves. Make that a 2v2. Let's go back and forth. But Strim taking so much damage from the turret. He's almost died.
Oh, Kaplan's still going to try to go for it, though. Maybe able to get it. Takes down Mel, but now it's a 1v2. This is a really important pistol round regardless, and they're able to win it. They continue the 100%. That's going to be round number 3 now out of the 10 that PGT have won, and this could be the beginning of a huge streak that is really 100% needed.
Big shout out to Kaplan's turret for making things even there for themselves at least, because I have to imagine that if Messiah at least had almost full health or near close to it, it might have been a bit more dicey for, you know, for AV to try to peek that. Sorry, Strim had full health. It definitely would have been a bit more dicey for AV to try to peek that. But as of right now, if AV are able to get this, they'll have much better econ going the next round as well. As go with the fast push yet again onto A. And they'll read this. No one's on A.
It's a complete reversal of what we saw in PG's attack. They're going to go for A every single time, just to kind of ego PG a little bit. Like, oh yeah, you can go B. We're going to go A every single time. Now, something about Skye is that we haven't really seen her be too effective so far in terms of getting these kills. The blinds have been with Kaplan and Messiah taking down Felipe, Darking, and others. That's going to be huge to see, and a complete shutdown of the defense. A flawless coming out from AV, and it looks like this might be an attacker-sided split after all.
Yeah, I mean, PGT decide to, you know, let the Omen play anchor up on Haven. They let them take the site, and then they all decide to come in through spawn and stack up for AV to just mow down one by one. It's a, interesting position.
Yeah, that was a really weird rush coming out from PG's side. I'm sorry, from AV's side. I mean, it worked out for them, which was nice. They just mowed down the defense wherever they were. But even then, that was a really risky one at that. And I don't think that would have worked out if they weren't just using stingers. But now we do see a little bit more control going towards mid. The Sage Wall is going to be up, and that's going to be really damn hard for them to take over.
This is so tough for them as of right now, but as look to change things up, moving on to Haven. Well, on top of B side, the Killjoy turret will stop that push as you just saw there, Max. Was it moving on to Spreen? I know Pasito heard that. Pasito definitely did. He's waiting around the back for them to come to him. There's a C4, pushes him away. As there might be a little bit of a reverse.
Oh no, not A only. It's going to be B as well coming into play. Messiah's going to go for the teleport, and that's going to put him in such a good spot for the toast plan against the defenders. There's only 2 left alive for PG right now, but they got to make it work. One's hiding in alley, the other one's going to rotate around through heaven and try to find an upper flank. But again, this is a really bad position to be in if you're Strim. You have no angles, you have no lines of sight, and there's a turret looking for you at this very moment. But you're going to have to rely on your teammate. You have to rely on Darking, who's completely blind to either jump down or look to their immediate right and get gunned down potentially as well. But nope, they've been spotted out at multiple different angles. It could be the turret gone. Strim's going to go and find the peak, but neither of them succeed in their efforts, and that's be a 3K from Zeem, no less.
And that was stuff from PGT. They didn't have much util on their hands either, and with almost all the teammates being just taken down right at the beginning, they knew they had to peek it. And now, it is the complete reverse of what we were seeing in the first half here, Max. PGT, they're now on a save, and they're now left in the ping-pong economy. If they do, if they do not save, if they're not get around for themselves, they'll be stuck with a continuous cycle between AR and save every single time. So they have to make it their pick off themselves, or they have to somehow bring a couple of things back. So with an AV, looking in much better form. Just try to push out, spot out one. Pasito gets captured with a stinger nonetheless.
Oh my god, an absolute pandemonium right around the corner of A. It's gonna be a backup and just a complete mad dash. The B side, you have to if you're AV. They've been able to win all these rounds so far, and they want to keep the streak going. Keep in mind, they're already a map up over PGT, and if they're able to even things out at the very least, there's a great chance they can bring this back and win the whole championship. But they have to put in that effort first. Immediately around the corner, blinded out, Mel falls to a headshot. That's going to be the rest of the defenders seemingly lost of what to do. Stram is the only one on B at the moment, really in a position to find a kill, and in the post plant, he could look around with a stinger, but he's up against Phantoms and Vandals.
There's still a 3v3 at this point as you see PGT trying to look for the retake. With 2 up on Haven, but Stream comes to the side, it gets spotted out. Immediate headshot from Stream, Messiah gets 4. Give him the ace. Give him the ace. Come on, PGT, you know you want to. But no. Oh, no, no, they're not gonna do it, are they? She's trying to go for the safe. She's coming from garage at this point. They have no idea.
They don't. Still a chance to bring it back though. Felipe is able to find Zine. Can he bring it back? It's too little too late though for the spike. No exit frags either. It's gonna be another round in the favor AV again, and suddenly that 2-10 margin.
He gets it!
Oh, he got the ace! Okay, Messiah, beautiful. Wow, maybe not an exit frag for Felipe, but the ace we deserve to see from AV's side. That's gonna raise the morale so much from the first half.
I have to imagine the comms right now, they are yelling. What was 10-2 is now 10-6. We said before that they cannot afford to drop a single round, and they have not done so. But now, PGT, they have guns. They have guns, they have utility. They also have 2 ultimates with the cabbages along with the knives out too. On the other hand, they also have the lockdown as well, along with the other which should be matched. Matches come out of the meeting to have a lockdown used to clear out the site. A Fluffy spotted out the element, smoke for smoke. The cabbages spot them both out. And they get peeked and they die. Oh no!
Was the ace of doom? It may very well be. Right now we do see a collapse onto the site. It hasn't worked out just yet. They're losing gunfights left and right, and a lot of it's the verticality we've been seeing from PGT's side. They're being caught out in very silly angles this round, and with one coming on Heaven, that's going to be the showstopper, never going to fruition. Felipe is going to take down Zeem, and these gunfights are being lost very sillily. As we see that diffuser still in play, it's gonna be a quick double kill, but Zeem and Striker bring it back a little bit. But Striker gets double teamed by 2 different angles. That's gonna be the diffuse I'm supposing is gonna go down.
Yeah.
And that's gonna be 1 point away from match point.
It was matching Rolling Thunder as well on both sides of PGT. They went for the double peaks. They were not able to cover Heaven either, as they all pretty much centered around the point. Now, I think one of them could have definitely tried to anchor there up to the top side to not give away so much space, because the PGT was free to try to rotate either from screens, also from the top, and it was just raining hellfire from above. Now, PGT, like you were saying, 1 away from match point, 2 away from taking this to a map number 3. AV, although they still have solid economy, they can only afford to lose 2 more of these, and now if they lose another one, they should still have guns, but they'll be stuck in a must-play situation every single round.
We definitely want to keep an eye on the aggression, how fast we see AV going this round. They're going to go just as aggressive as last time, but last time that didn't work out for them. But this time they're not searching for those angles. They're going to blind out Heaven, make sure nobody for PGT can pick it out and even drop down. Striker's waiting for the drop down as well, so if they want to go in blind, they're going to have a bad time. Meanwhile, the only way of attacking, or at least properly defending, will be having to approach on Elbow.
Oh, no.
No, Elbow got shut down from screens. Fluffy's able to find one from Heaven, and Striker finds Felipe. This is a shutdown once again. They've adapted on the fly, and now these last 2 defenders are relegated towards screens, blinded out by their own smoke cover, and they could use it to get away, but they opt not to find an exit frag instead.
You see Kappa still holding down the back of the A's side. They have screens covered, and they're just gonna rotate out. They decide, you know, it's a lot better to try to save more of these guns, because the bomb is taken down. They can't go for the defuse either, and at least there will be 2 people there with the utility saved on the side of PGT, because next round most of the team will have to save here, Max.
Yeah, and being on PG and having to save at round 11 isn't the worst thing in the world, but considering you've only won 1 round of what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 now? That's really scary to see. Oh, that really concerns me greatly. if you're a fan of PG. But they are going to opt for the full buy. They're not going to go for the save this time. They are going to try one last valiant attempt. And if it becomes an 8-11 scoreline, having the save at that, you're looking at 2 different rounds where you're probably got the light buy and save yet again in order to even things out. And by then, we'll be seeing double digits on both sides.
Actually, I believe I miscalculated doing the round win for PGT for the 11th point that they got. They were actually able to also afford has got 1 gun round as well. So you know me, man, math's no good on my end. I got any education, but one thing that AV also have is not A side, unfortunately, because they get picked off at the beginning in a 5v4 situation, and they immediately rotate down onto B.
Gonna keep an eye on this very slow push coming out from B side. The smoke's gonna go down on B main. The Raze is still waiting for the flanks or even the rotates coming out from A side, but no one's gonna be available there. Sage Wall still in the possession of that Sage. Could be good for blocking out this attack, but no, Sage is actually gonna be in ropes. There is no Sage this time for a B push. Instead, that's on the other team, and they're gonna have to rely on raw gun skill and a Killjoy turret to make sure this plant goes down undefused.
Although Killjoy was watching down from Haven, they decided to let them go ahead and push in. But there is a lockdown used well to force him off the side out into garage.
Oh, no.
As trades come out back and forth, Zine gets Felipe. Both GPs used to make it out pretty much safely from Messiah. It's a good call by him, but they could go for the defuse right now. So I get spotted out. Swat puts the C4, unfortunately, and not the gunner. Trim is clutching as PGT go to match point.
Beautiful work overall for PGT, finally able to bring it back. Now it's match point, and there's a 5-round difference between these two teams. Not nearly as bad as it was in the beginning of the first half, but now AV, whatever they've learned in these last few rounds in the second half, they have to bring it to the table now, Ravish. And we see Fluffy. Come on, you gotta buy something. Is he going to go for the op? And yes, he is, with full armor. I'm excited to see how this one particular round's going to go, because either we're going to go to map 3 or it's going to be the beginning of the end yet again for PG.
Especially now too with AV, they're under so much stress and duress because there's a must-commit situation every single round. They cannot necessarily even afford to save. Try to go for a possible thrifty, but maybe we'll get shot out though. The Sage Wall is completely broken down, so now that gives PGT so much information. They spotted at least 3 to 4 down and out to mid. Look at this as well. Breach is trying to come out the B through garage. Gets spotted up by Mel though. The striker's dead. Oh.
All right, let's look at Zeem right now, waiting, going down the ropes. It's going to be one above though, waiting to see what they can find. The slows is going to be into effect. It's going to give Tell that the Sage on top of the ropes. Zeem's no dummy, but pushing that would be an actual nightmare. But Zeem's now going to push it now that the slow is away. Still going to go for it. Gets the kill, no less. Darking, what are you looking at? I have no idea. But Fluffy now has control of ramps as well. That's going to be jumping around like monkeys, trying to get onto A, working out too. Trim falls. And now the spike's going to go down on A yet again. We've seen AV have so much luck, almost flawless luck on the A site. And this might be the only place they go from here on out.
You should run.
Killjoy ultimate use on the back as well to stave off Felipe's push. That is just Felipe left up in Haven. He is gonna have to go ahead and back out, but he knows he cannot possibly clutch this. Or actually, honestly, maybe he can. No, he can't. He backs out enough.
No way.
Nah, he backs out because he knows that he was all the way to B. He'll save his gun. I respect his decision.
Yeah, I respect it too. I mean, you're still 5 points ahead. Now you're going to be 4 ahead, and that's not a terrible position to be in. But your prime bread and butter has just been maneuvering around B site. And when it comes to A on attack and defense, we've seen it lackluster on both sides for... Oh, well, we've still seen it lackluster both sides for PG. They have a chance, though, if they're able to really win these early aggressive gunfights on the defense, but most of the time they get smoked out and blinded immediately. They're not able to capitalize on that, and they're afraid to go to the aggressive route, because if they do, they think they'll get picked off sooner than what seems to be inevitably they do anyways.
Because right now, too, we see for PGT, they're going to have to force battle a little bit. Felipe does save the op. But right now, for PGT, it's... more than likely, they will have to try to give up this round unless, Presido can pull off some absolutely beautiful face and can go Wardell with it. But that's the op down, and this is looking more and more AV favored.
got something caught in my throat. Oof.
No worries.
But Darking. Oh, they're gonna rotate back to A side. That is smart. But Drim has the off wing to get the angle. Misses on
shot.
No! That is the end of the round right there as far as I can tell. And that's no! Shrimp's able to make it up and find Messiah. But the revive comes out as well. Maybe the tides will turn for the favor of PGT. But Fluffy now has a prime angle to take down anyone from heaven. It's going to be up to whoever pushes next to really make the correct moves. With everything blinded out, the giant balls of smoke in the way, not able to find a shot either from Fluffy. It's getting really scary for both sides. But that diffuser is still ticking away. As long as they can stall either with their lives or with utility, they can win this round and keep it going. And that's going to be Fluffy finding Shrimp. Felipe goes down, and it's a pandemonium. As they keep it alive, the attackers bring it back. A triple, no less, Ravish from Kaplan.
And honestly, that was definitely PGT's round to lose, though, because you saw they were all broken buys. They lost the opted as well right at the beginning with Fluffy opening up and opening it up big, though. But now, at least with PGT, they will have ARs in hands. They should have full shields as well. You know, along the Placido, who will have to go with the AR, but there will be no op for them. Also, which is quite big. That was also how they exerted a lot of the early pressure and holding down. That's we done onto ramps on the A site to stop their pushes. It looks like it'll be a mid push here coming out from sewers for AV. They should try to look towards ropes to try to push in through there. But actually, no one's here. Max,
I'm very concerned about what AV's bringing to the table. Pasito tried to go for what I assume is a flank, a double flank, no less, a double kill at that. No flank, AV. That's gonna be Sky, and that's gonna be Jet dead, and suddenly now you can go for whatever site you want, probably. But with the Sage Wall in the way, I'm willing to bet we're gonna see the rotate back to AV ropes. A lot of utility on the ground, sure, Ravish. But with all that being said, though, this could go either way, and there's only one on A to possibly stop it, and he's barely peeking anything.
of course, you know, PGT, we see going out to the side. Doesn't notice the Omen as to be able to spike. Still has 45 seconds left to be planted. And Sturm decides to go ahead. Yeah, I think they decide that they're not going to contest this because they know with the way the economy is shaped, if they all die for this, they will not be able to contest the next round either because they'll have to go on to the save. So this is actually a very good call by PGT if they want to have a shot of not making it that it's almost 11 to 12 at that point. Because if you look at it right now, it'll at least be 10 to 12 now, and they need something. They need just a little bit of momentum to be able to carry them all the way through. One round is all that is left here, Max.
See, look what PGT tried to do. They were wanting to play the exit frags, but instead everybody went sewers. Oh, that's unfortunate. They tried to save their economy a little bit more, but that's not happening. Overall, though, that was a really solid round from them. They were able to take down the two flankers in the beginning. I don't know why PGT thought flanking was a good idea, but that just gave zero confidence back in PG's side. They gave up the round before the plant even went down, and now they really needed to bring it full muster because AV finally woke up. The op still not really bringing out all the action. We've seen some missed shots, but it's been a huge battle of smokes. And PG's afraid of smokes like they're allergic to those.
Well, the smokes are traded back to forth. He's already coming on through. See Fluffy at the back spots. Nobody here. Now they get the opening pick either. But they're almost stacked A here, Max. The full SU onto the side. Kappa goes to push is in. Through the smoke onto the screen. Doesn't spot anybody as of yet. The shots will tag up no one. The spike is planted. And now it's all over the PGT to try to retake it.
Mind too, there's overtime, so you have to get 2 more rounds in a row and then go into overtime and fight it out. Fluffy though has an angle on heaven. If that Sage pushes up, that's gonna be instant death. But no, instead the lockdown's in a full effect, keeping the spike at bay. Pasito's able to trade up, and there we go. It's a sea of blue onto red. If they're able to keep this spike alive, we might very well see map number 3. But it's gonna be up to Zeman whether or not they can clap back. And no, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to map number 3. We saw PGT, despite everything, almost throw it away, but brought it back when it mattered most.
And right there at the end, AV just choose the wrong crossroad. They choose to go through screens. I mean, I know they had to have known that there was some there. They at least one definitely saw the Jet go through screens as well. Maybe they're hoping they'd be by heaven, but if I mean, I can only present if, ands, or buts here, Keg, because if they chose to go in back to spawn, maybe come outside, maybe going through sewer, things might have gone a different way. But as Dwight Schrute says, if ifs and buts were candy and nuts, then every day would be earned to Dunkfest.
Truer words never said, or never spoken before. But I mean, overall, it was the game of smokes. Both teams were able to win those gunfights pretty well. We did see an ace no less coming out on AV's side, but even then, it was the battle of no one wanting to push those smokes, and that's where AV had the advantage on the attack for so long. They pushed through a lot of those smokes. They were able to get those frags regardless, sometimes completely blinded, and then they were able to win those rounds. But at the very end, they made one huge error, and that was how they played through that final round. They went through screens, and they played around the area and got too fancy for their own liking, and PG came and collapsed on top of that.
Yeah, and that they're at the end because you saw that Mel was there, so was the Omen and the Jet. They were just waiting to let them fall at the loving arms, as I said before, there, Max. Now, though, but I would still say AV able to bring it back from such a desolate position. Honestly, it was 10-2. They made it 12-10, which is huge. One common trait between both of them. They both love one site. They both love going either all onto Bay or onto B and fully committing with the same different plays. And it's almost like you see on the opposite side, they decide, hey, they like doing this a lot. Maybe they'll do this again. So maybe stacking the site might have been the play for either one of them to just, like read them a lot better. But they go for the save of plays. And at the end of it, PGT still come out on top. We will be going to Haven next, Max. And honestly, Haven is definitely not a map where you can just full commit C every single time, because boy, will you get punished for it.
I mean, we've seen that happen in the past. Full commit C every single round. Doesn't work out for you ever. Yep. But we've attempted to see that before. But are we going to see Sky again this time? That's the real question, Ravish. I'm going to opt to say yes. I think we will see Sky on both teams.
I think Sky has worked out quite well, especially for the side of PGT. I think it's given them a lot of solid flashes, been able to help them peek around through much wider corners, and the cabbages at the end of it have really helped with the scoping of where, especially in those post-plan positionings for where the entire team is. So I think we definitely might, considering how wide Sky is as well, it should be a definite option. Maybe, I mean, if not, then at least still, I think Killjoy would still stay throughout, though. But that all remains to be seen here, Max. I'm taking a very, very short break. We'll be right back, right here on GLG.
To play Perry. The rest of the team went around to see Focus finds Quentin and Garage, which is good. But Perry with the operator should not be pushing up that far and pushing in with the stim beacon. Suos is caught in a slow field. He's going to pick up one. Can't pick up the second.
Warco potentially is going to get a kill here. Does get the kill into Velm. So it's a 2-on-1 situation, still favoring the attacking side. Cade gets focused. Now Warco, full HP, full armor, somehow needs to just stall out long enough to make it. They're playing Ring Around the Rosie, and it's working out in the defending attacker's side favor.
Perry is going to take down Cade. As Quentin finds Subtle, so there's at least a trade, but he's walled off. And now the defense comes in through both sides of the wall. Antho takes down Velm. The Shorty finds Quentin. And that's massive.
Oh, that's bad news. Bears as Perry picks up the triple kill.
I think Perry just
in a row.
Perry just no-scoped that kill, by the way.
With the Shorty again. What is this guy doing in his off time? Antho's going to get 1-for-1s, and now it's a 2v2 situation. There are multiple ultimates available. Seus actually going to pick up the kill on the Focus.
That was a good orbital strike, just unprepared for him to move out of that corner. Unfortunately, Perry can't land the flick to make this happen. Focus has a good angle.
Warco, though, takes the seaside by storm, picking up the kill onto Quinton. So now it's just Velm trying to get a kill. He does get one onto Warco. Zeus gonna pick up the kill in mid. The spike is
this ace, the A site play at all. Subtle. If he finds Suos, he does. Warco gets blinded up by his own teammates. That wall spot will go down, but the cage comes up to at least give a little bit of presence as Warco and Focus will start to pick up some kills here in defense of the spike. That's going to force back. Quentin actually gets taken out. Celos is the Uncron underdog, 6-1 potentially. Oh, he finds one at least, so he finds some kind of damage, but can't find Focus from long range. But
there's only one member on the side. Big paranoia trying to stop the plant, but he is going to pick up one. Seo's going to get traded instantly back, but Subtle taking two. The spike goes to... Oh, no.
Wow.
Oh, no.
I don't know how Antho won that duel, but he somehow did, and he's going to be able to heal himself up. Curveball comes out. Word is able to get himself into a spot where he can at least take down Antho, and now looking to try to see if he can't pick up anything more.
This is super tough, though, because even if he gets this kill here, taking a headshot onto Subtle for even situation. The orbital strike's going to be a takedown one, but it's still 3-on-3 with the spike down. This is the best retake possible.
Oh, but they know what the spike is. They heard the defuse. The molly comes out as well to push off. Tuttle decided not to try to flank over to get that defuse. They're going to have to try. They're getting burned down. Perry's going to pick up a double.
That was questionable.
Teams, listen to me.
Calm.
Do not use aggressive defensive pushes. I don't know how many times I have to say it. You might have gotten the pick there, but because you're so aggressive on C, you can't rotate back over to A when the rest of your team gets taken down at mid. And it allows Zelos to get the plant and get some kind of momentum to get back into this matchup.
Big flash there. Word takes down Focus down on the A long, and so now it's Subtle versus Cade, but the Cade W.
If you're lucky enough and you can click heads fast enough, it's just not worth this. Velm gets a couple kills but gets caught in the reload and taken down. Subtle trading over to the shorty, trying to see if he can't put any more damage in. Smokes are coming out. Quentin is going to find Focus through the wall. Nice pickup from Perry with the shorty. Turns around, can't find the second onto Seos though.
If he had reloaded, he would have had it. There's a rifle.
Oh!
Jesus.
And has the heal.
There's a rifle there too. That's a bulldog. The spike's planted for this side too. He only needs to get one shot onto the Omen here. I'm not sure. Oh, he teleported down.
He teleported into garage.
See the execute now coming through. The push is almost successful. They do get two though for one, so it's 2-for-1 special. The run it back does go down, and so now they do have vision of him coming in from that A long. Spike is down there as well. Wargo picking up the second kill, and so now they know where everybody is. They know where the team is fighting through, and it is Antho picking up one more. They know exactly where he is. They're just gonna throw some shock darts in, and gun round means 1 round.
Your gun rounds to pick up the kills. That is not what you're doing, Cade. You should not be the entry sage with the spike.
And Perry, just perfect timing in there. Gonna be able to pick up 2. They are able to just, churn through the opposing team. Flawless coming through with a triple kill onto Perry. The round was over as soon as it began. As soon as the spike goes down in the smoke like that deep.
This is it, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, people from all across the world. And for all you viewers watching, we are back for the final round of the grand finals. Right here, the Pit of Valor, round number 3 for PGT versus AV and Max. It has been such a back and forth series between these two teams, both of them taking early dominance, and they push through to the end here. Now, all the mates should be seen as they will leave it on the deck for Haven.
That's right. It's going to be down to this, the final map between these two, and the very final map we're going to see in the entire series here tonight. With that being said, though, it's only going to be one victor out of both of these, and already we're seeing some interesting comps coming through, and I'm not sure how I feel about these, to be honest with you, Ravish. I think the side that we're seeing the defense right now is interesting. I think PGT might be kind of neglecting a little bit of the aggressive role here.
This is actually very interesting for me because look, we've seen PGT run before with these less a duelist favorite type compositions, as I like to focus a lot more on the util. I like the Killjoy Sova setup as well, and I said it before too. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Killjoy and Botas yet again. Both of these teams love the KG, and honestly, I get it. I like her too. She's great, and plus, German engineering is fantastic. One thing I want to bring up though at the end is that AV have opted to go for the double smoke with the Omen, the Jet, and go for the Reyna on as well. Now, Reyna on Haven, I think is really interesting because one being used as an entry fragger, and two, the use of Reliers.
You know, I completely agree. I think the Breach is definitely the same vein and the same token of that kind of aspect, but I think it's more of a supportive role to go for those flashes instead. Meanwhile, the aggressiveness that we've seen from Striker in the past, we saw Striker get multiple 4Ks and double kills and triple kills last time he played Reyna on Haven. It worked out really well, and the quote, the great ravishing ravish from last map, why fix what's not broken?
You know what? To go ahead and quote the great Max Keglunek. What?
What? Holy moly, man!
Exactly, as it is. I think that's one of your more famous lines, Keg. I think that's it.
I mean, there's been quite a few holy moly moments here, man. Historically speaking, though, we've seen AV win just about every single pistol round that they've been involved with the GLG today, so I'm expecting them to come into this with dominance and with Veritas and be able to win this first round. PG, though, if they understand this, they could relinquish this first round completely and save the economy, but we're gonna have to wait to see how this all goes because it's gonna be an aggressive start coming through A main for AV's side.
As you get pushed, instant puts on the side, but Fluffy we traded back and from the back. Basito doesn't even see it though. Oh man, how could he? Shooting behind someone's back is a coward's move, unfortunately. But it is probably allowed here in Valor. Remember, we were saying it before as well, Max. The attacks have gone very one-sided for both of these teams. Whoever has been attacking first has been the one to set the pace for both of these maps. And with the AV attacking first, if they can get an very early lead, which looks set up to be able to do so, we might know the story of how this round ends. But the turret will go ahead and get down Striker. Sturm still trying to save this round. He's spotted up by Haven, and he has to go for the defuse now. But still tries to fake it. He drops him down, and immediately Ostrom gets Kaplan.
Oh my god. Wow, beautiful work from Fluffy at 3K with a gun that we don't really see on Fluffy too often, an automatic no less, able to really clap those away. Again, AV 100% all the way through today pistol rounds. Really nice to see, but this is where they usually fall apart, is the immediate round afterwards. The save round that we've been seeing from PGT, they've always been able to win this one back. We've seen even 1-1 every single time, but we haven't seen both of these teams play together on Haven, but we've seen them both dominate on this map in the past separately. But now only one's on scene right now. The aggressive star coming up for the majority of AV's side. They're going to push on through and only be contested by a Killjoy who's suffering. SML does not fall, does not give a chance. But that's okay, the spike's gonna go down immediately, Ravish, and there you go. It's gonna go into fruition.
I mean, speaking of fruition here, it looks as though the AV's fruits of labor have finally went ahead and become ripe. That's the spikes were planted too, and it's just a complete firing squad down and onto Garage as they all get eliminated here, Max. And it's round number 2. I'm already excited, but you saw it as well. Even though the smokes of the fire and flames, AV, they see they have no shame. They cannot be tamed. And I'll go on once more time, Max. What is their name?
AV? They're all
victories.
It is. They're all victories. All victories. And so far, flawlessly, yeah, they're all victories here in the final map of the Grand Champs. But Fluffy, 5-0 right now, has been spearheading this game for everybody and just able to find the opening pick and, of course, then some going forwards.
The sure hold it down against the angle at Garage. Immediately takes out the Yellow Drone at the side where they're trying to push in. Does he get tagged though? But the leader will be used to push them out as garage controls is theirs, Max. As he tries to double back, coming through window to see if they can catch anybody on the rotation. But it looks like it's not a full C commit though, as they try to find at least a pick. But fortunately, no luck will be had as they all go back to spawn and try to re-execute onto A.
Yeah, the debate coming out again from AV's side. We've seen this happen with them in the past, and they were able to do so pretty effectively on Split as well. But A side for Split worked out pretty well, but that's a different story than this A site, which then again they were able to use pretty effectively as well when we saw them so long ago. This time around though, blind fire's coming out. Fluffy's gonna take the aggressive maneuver. He's gonna go super ballsy and trying to find an opening pick. But no, hiding in the corner, waiting to see whoever's gonna go through A link. That spike needs to go down from Kaplan. And that's gonna be full intel, full utilities, and full information all throughout the entirety of the site.
Oh, Kaplan gets spotted on the rotation, trying to go down into the sewer, but he will not be able to escape. But neither will Strikers, and immediately Felipe with a quick peek down, and almost all of AV are just dead. Zyme trying to save it, but he's only one man, and he will only do so much as PGT bring it back and get the defuse.
Beautiful. That was a pretty good retake coming out from PG's side. We saw them kind of delay themselves a bit. The smokes were out on Heaven, so they weren't able to be seen from, obviously Heaven and having that position in play. Meanwhile, the Thunder Darts came down from the other side of the A site wall, and they were able to kind of get a little bit onto the site, get some chip damage down, but for the most part, it readjusted the positioning of everyone on the attack. Meanwhile, while all that was going down, we did see a string of 1 or 2 different defenders on PG's side go onto the site and really immediately get these kills. Kaplan, of course, trying to escape too, just fell immediately. Now both teams have full eco. They're able to play effectively, and Mel's able to find that opening pick. Messiah's gonna fall, and your lead flanker and controller's gone.
Just right now, like just like you mentioned there, Keg, with already a solid opening pick coming on to AV. PGT have the opportunity to try to set the pace for the round. Now, all of them are still trying to hang back and wait for any sort of information from the side of AV to see where they might decide to make a play. They could possibly try to go for a very aggressive flank because you see them all rotating down into mid. The glass controller is still there, but there's the Killjoy turret. It spots out C with force rotations from 2.
Curious to see where this recon dart's gonna go. It looks like it's not gonna go out anywhere, actually. Oh,
Unfortunately not.
No, it did. Oh, never mind. That was the other recon dart. My bad. I thought it hit the back of spawn, but no, I was mistaken. But that's okay. That could have been a really effective recon dart, catching out where C-Link was gonna be. Fortunately, it just overshot just a tiny bit. Now, we did see the rotate back out from C-Long. Everyone, including that Killjoy, still thinks there could be a possibility, and they would be partially right. The alarm bot and the Nails Swarm are going to give it away, and suddenly they have no visibility. Any rotates are possible right now, and there's no chance that C-Site's going to work out, so they're going to opt for the next best option, which would be B-Site. This, of course, already has Darking on their double kill in their favor, but will that be enough? A triple, no less. Can the Classic find one? No, Striker gets one instead, and now it's a 1v3. Even 2v2, and every single time so far, Ravish, we've seen a 2v2 turn into a huge spree of wins for one team.
And this honestly comes into what I believe is momentum here, Max. Momentum between these two teams, because with PGT being able to take 2 rounds after the pistol, they got the defuse, and they carried that over the next round as well. Now with AV, they're going to try to force it onto a broken buy, which honestly, I mean, I would expect them to try to go for the save, but it looks like they don't want to give up any ground at all because they've been in a situation before. And it's usually these next couple rounds which set the pace for the entire game. Map number 1, map number 2. AV, with the attack on this one, they know they have to win this. They have to make something happen, Max. So it's going to be a commit for now.
So I guess the over-aggressive peak on the defense going to C-Long doesn't quite work out the way they'd hoped. In fact, that was the opposite that happened. Fluffy's able to find Pacito, and that's going to be a really good start for the attack. Meanwhile, you're down 1 defender. You do have Hunter's Fury and Lockdown, but hey, guess what? So does Kaplan. It's be the lockdown and the post plan, and suddenly both of them are down. It's a Venn diagram of death and destruction heading both ways, but with this Hunter's Fury in play, that's really dangerous. And Felipe with a double kill.
I mean, you were talking about charts here, Max. We were seeing how all of them are awesome. That's one shot that I do not want to be caught in the middle of. We'll try to figure out though. But Spike is taking down. They have to go onto this now if need be. But there's a triple kill from Striker. As he does it yet again, the Spike will not even need to explode because all of PGT die. And AV are up yet again. Now, if my hunch is correct, they should get this next round as well because look at the econ as well coming out on the side of a PGT. They're still very much unbroken by what they've done for AV. They should be able to full buy here if they want to try to commit, but still almost all of AV are stacked.
Yeah, they may be stacked, but still, that economy is looking a little wary for some of those members. But overall, PGT are in a far worse position. Smokes, 4 of them no less, going to be going down everywhere. Not a single place is going to be viable across the map, except for B main. But no one touches B main pretty much ever. That being said, though, it's going to be looking like another C aggressive push. Kaplan through the smoke, able to find Felipe, and that's going to be only one more left to really contest the site. He's able to do one, though, through the garage. Drim's able to find Zine, but Kaplan's able to get onto the site and go for the plant in a second, of course. But there we go. Get plants down. Strim trying to find through the green box any kind of frag, but no, that's not going to succeed either. Pasito, though, has to know where that Killjoy turret's going to be. He sees it right above. It's splashed out in of itself. This is the perfect time to go for the aggressive plays, but it wakes up just in time, and that's going to be Fluffy cleaning house with a double kill.
As of right now here, Max, it is still only the Killjoy left on the side of the PGT. Now, I prophesy they should be able to get this. As you went ahead and broke it down, it is these facts executing million onto C, which are catching AV off guard, and then Marshall can only do so much.
That hit.
And honestly, that hit on my screen too. That I assume was right between the eyes there, Max. But the Valor API says no.
If you got shot between the eyes, you would die.
That is true, and death is bad. But in Valorant, death means reset there, Max. So you're perfectly fine. And with this reset now, PGT, if they want to set the momentum for the side of AV, they need to do this. And I'm really looking at Pasito to be able to do so. They need to take the op out of the hands of Fluffy because we know how much pressure Fluffy is able to exert with that. Now, with this A side push, you see almost none of them are on it, but with M5L playing anchor, if they're able to catch out, nope, she's immediately shot.
Yikes, MSL's gonna go down. Kaplan's able to find the opening pick, but still, Fluffy's not been contested just yet. The leader's gonna go down as well. Give full permission, of course, for the attackers to move onto the site. Fluffy, unchecked, still takes down Felipe, and you can see the hesitation from the 2 defenders up top. They don't want to push that because they know they'll instantly die, but one of them needs to go for it, or that diffuser's gonna go down. Look, there's a defender dance upstairs. What is going on? It's not a rave, it's destruction. But instead, they opt to blind themselves out. Try to go for the blind fire. Doesn't matter. Fluffy gets taken down, no less. Wow, that really should have gone the other way.
That was such a nice position coming in from Fluffy, but the shot unfortunately just doesn't land, which is absolutely crucial. Without 2 in the up in Haven, they come a peek out of hell, and it is just the Jet left. She runs away. She lands a smoke, tries to go for the frag. And she will be able to get up, but they're chasing after her, saying, run, little girl. Run as fast as you can. You can. And honestly, they actually can't catch her because she's a Jet main.
No, you're thinking of the gingerbread man.
You're right. I'm sorry. How could I have been so foolish? I do too. And you know what? It's Christmas time as well. So gingerbread now only makes me happier.
That's true. I like graham crackers, though. That's my kind of version of gingerbread.
That's fair. You know what? Here, and I'll ask you a question there, Max. Are you a big peppermint guy?
Yes.
Nice. I knew the reason why I liked you. I love me my peppermint, man.
I love candy canes.
Yes. Now, Christmas to come.
Yes, sugary and sweet things are amazing, but what also is sugary and sweet is usually a taste of victory. We've been seeing a 3-round lead right now for AV, and they need to continue this streak, but Pasito says, no, Kaplan, sit down, son! And there's going to be one more at the bottom of sewers, but blinded out, Pasito needs to force the retreat. But so many smokes are going down, it might not matter if you retreat. You can still find these angles through the smoke, and it's going to give you a little bit of protection while the rest of AV retreats and probably wants to go for C. Striker's able to find Strim as well, the controller's dead, and both of them do the dance of rotates as they move on to the inevitable C site.
And honestly, with Presido being able to save the op right there at the beginning too, from the previous round, was so big and stops rotation at least. And now, but he's still the last one. He's still the last one left alive because with those duels that happened down in mid and off the rotations, they couldn't exert any more pressure. And Presido will get one more, will get down Fluffy, so their op is gone as well. He says, but at the end of it, so is on the side of AV, and they cannot rebuy that back. I'm a liar.
I guess they can buy it back, not by much, but they can. And now Mel is going to be going for the op. No. Oh, they bought it for Presido.
Well, Presido can't buy it back. There you go. That's the main point.
My line of thinking was that Presido has not really been doing that well on the op. They were able to get one kill that last round, and before that, I couldn't even tell you when the other one was. Maybe Mel should try going for the op. Maybe that's a change that we need to see PGT bring out. Instead, they're going for the same strats, and while it's aggressively pushing on B this time, I don't see Fluffy really Presido really bringing this back and countering an aggressive strategy like this.
Because right now, with the lockdown used all around the mid side, there's looking to try to take control of it. The spike has not been planted as of yet. They're using the Killjoy mollies to try to save a few more of any of the rotation. As they planted right down by mid. Actually, no, smart does go down. And Valor gets Striker right around the last second. That's such a big pick. And they wasted so much time here, Max.
That's right. For the untrained eye, you might very well think that the spike had gone down, and maybe some of the defenders are even thinking the same thing. They go on the B site, they see that there's no evidence of attackers being there because they've rotated back to A. We've seen this happen so many times before. If that first site doesn't succeed, don't try to contest it. Run for A, and there you go. The Omen with the spike goes for the teleport and plant, but gets shot down by Mel. That's going to be a strong pick coming out, and that spike still hasn't reached the floor. 30 seconds left. The 3 going to a 4K as Kaplan falls. There's only one left alive now. It's going to be the Jet, but where is that Jet? Well, they have an op. They want to keep it alive, but Darking again, stealing the ace. Gonna be a flawless win for PGT, and they needed that Ravish. They played that so well to catch out the rotate that was so teleported.
M5L is so good at Killjoy, it's not even funny. Let me try to break that down what we just saw there, Max. Because even past using the Killjoy mollies to try not to make sure that they had no exits there. One, she stops the plant from going down twice. 2, her turrets are able to catch out the rotation, and she reads that absolutely beautifully. 3, the molly that was set up by B Long stops the push in, forced the Omen to use the teleport, so that way he's the only one in, and that's when we saw the spike yet again. And 4, she pushes it after that, knows their position because the turret back, and cleans up. That was gorgeous.
Well, this is why we've been seeing a lot less Cypher play overall, but especially on Haven. Killjoy is just so much more versatile, giving information just like what we saw, and able to detonate that information from way far away, and giving damage, unlike a Cyber Cage. Now that's going to give tell them where exactly AV wants to push, and now they have the chance to either back up and back off, or they're going to continue and fight for it, which is looking like that's going to be exactly what they do. Is that the smartest option, Ravish? I don't know, but we're going to find out in this post plan.
It's a fun option, at least.
Yes, I like it.
That's right. The Messiah gets we still at the back. Oh, at the side. That's actually really big pick, but traded back immediately. So still a 3v4 situation with the side of AV, but they've opened up the round and nobody is detained, so they have to go in for the defuse though. But still, Pager back and forth. Messiah being dead opens the map even more. There's just Fluffy left against 1. As they don't even need it. She still uses all the knives, but I mean, knives go out, but for no reason here, Max and AV have a firm hold on this game.
They really do. I was surprised that they actually took that very first play onto A aggressively, and they didn't back off and rotate. They've been doing that a lot, so it makes sense for them not to go for the rotate, because they previously lost because of that same maneuver. And if they did it twice, that would have been easily telegraphed, and they would have lost that round too. But instead, going for the aggressive play, it worked out in their favor. They they showed their bluff against PGT, and they won that hand very successfully. Meanwhile, though, we do see Mel playing very aggressive and a little out of character for how they usually aggress. Meanwhile, though, Vandal maybe contesting up against another Vandal, if not the spike itself, and Mel's able to get a double kill from it! Fluffy's able to trap him out, but that's the spike down, and you've lost on your two different fraggers.
As right now, there was still AV playing on the back foot. They have the spike at least. He's moved down into mid. You look, Felipe is looking down into short near Link by A. Blinding. And decides to go and blind out preemptively to give a little bit more space and off of the rotation at least for all the PG2 to come on over. As it's surrounding 2 on by C, but it's still only Felipe left by A. Spots out the Reyna as Striker just can't land the shot. He goes ahead and dies, not AV in such a dire position. Shot in, Fluffy gets Felipe. Revenge for his comrade. But there's 35 seconds left to go. They have to commit to a site here, Max.
They really do have to commit to one. They have control of C, but it's a really nerve-wracking area because if they make any sound at all, it's going to telegraph that C site might not be the way to go. But instead, Zeem is... Oh, Zeem, no! He pushed up too much. That's going to tell you exactly where the bomb's going to go. And that's going to be the plant. Sure, but you're in a 1v3 and you're already lit up. It seems like though most of the shots had missed. The paranoia goes down. You miss the op shot, and now you have to deal with 3 more. You get 1 through the smoke, a triple kill no less. Is he able to find it? No, through the smoke. He's able to find a second one. That's a quad kill. Now, if he can find this last one, he's going to switch to the Phantom. No ops here. Instead, it's going to be 1 more in the smoke. Possibly going to go for the defuse. Sound has been made. If he's able to go from behind, he fakes out the defuse. It's halfway. Who's going to find it? No! No! Ruining the content, finding the kill, getting the plant down, and the defuse. That is going to be PGT winning a very decisive and shockingly close victory in that round. Ravish, he played that so well.
Oh my God, Scrim has absolute nerves of steel. He goes and he sticks it and gets it to at least half as well. Because, you know, at that point, since Fluffy didn't hear a re-ping ping, again, she decides, all right, so he's just sticking it. I could probably try to go for the recommit as well. And goes into the other side and tries to possibly fight the Omen. I'd like the call to take the Phantom at least, but honestly, that right there, that could have definitely gone either way, which is the question of who was the lands the shot faster. Messiah comes in, gets taken down, relieved by Mel. That opening pick is big for PGT.
I gotta really wonder what Messiah was doing. Mel pushed from that same exact angle last round and got a double kill. One of those being on Messiah, I believe. I don't know what the plan was there. Did he expect it not to work again? No, he got a double kill before. Of course he's gonna go for that a second round in a row. But now we're seeing pretty much the same exact story from the last round. Instead, it's going to be pushing through C. The op is in play, though. Pasito's able to find Fluffy op versus op. But even then, he has to relinquish his position to whip out the knives.
Now the op being down along with 2, it is just clean up duty here. Wow. Now, flawless from PGT. They invest all that they can, and they had a lot to invest. It was the 401k, cashing it with no tax bracket either here, Max. It is all profits that they go ahead and get. Coming into the half is 5-7, and this is the closest half we've seen so far.
It really is. Now, last time on Split, we did see a very disproportionate half. It went into the favor of PGT heavily, but then AV brought it back on their own attack. This time around, PGT has a great chance to bring back a huge attack and take the championship by the way the dice has rolled so far. But AV, if they're able to at least be a little bit ahead of the off game like they have been, they could have a great chance to keep the attacks at bay.
As of right now, we'll see PGT will try to go for the same sort of the same A commit right at the beginning, which AV was as well. And you'll see the immediate rotations from all of AV as well as they completely sniffed and read through this, which will cause the immediate rotation. Look at this fake. This is beautiful for PGT.
Yeah, this is really effective right now. 5M, though, looking to get the flank. And there you go. Headshot. Wham, bam. Thank you, ma'am. It's going to be Fluffy gone again. He has just not been having a good few rounds. But Striker also hasn't really shown up on the leaderboard this game either. It's going to be going for the flank this time as well, going for the reverse Jabay, and they're going to be going through sewers again. There you go. As I say, that double kill coming out from Striker into almost a triple, no less. Can he find it? No, he goes for the heal instead.
He has to reload.
No, the
paranoia.
reload might rifle it, and he does. 5M takes down Striker, but that was close to becoming a quad.
That was such a clutch paranoia coming off the side of AV to save Striker's life for only a couple seconds on the left. It hits the jet right at the right time. You try to heal, but Mel just gets him aside. He's not even looking at him, but now it's still 30 seconds left to go as he's about to get back and forth, trying to commit to the site here. But it's just been pick city.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to it, there hasn't been a lot of macro strategy coming out from either of these teams. It's really come down to winning these gunfights. Now, there's a lot of gunfight potential in this garage area, but there you go. Kaplan's going to get the top and find Pacito.
That's so much
Zim now
information.
finding another one, and one more goes down. Zim is able to clap a double kill, and they're able to keep themselves ahead of the curve a little bit, getting one round, their first one no less, at the beginning of the second half. This is a far cry from the AV we had seen at the beginning of last game.
And that right there at the end by Zim, the dart was huge because it didn't spot it out. It completely stifles any sort of post-plant position PGT could have taken to try to get in onto AV. And honestly, it was beautiful executed. 2, it gives AV the advantage of the economy, and 3, they go for the Stingers play yet again. But with 4 though, if PGT are able to take this Thrifty and get them off of all the Stingers, you'll have such a better chance of honestly having better rifles and guns against AV. But look at the 4th play from Kaplan right now into window.
I'm curious to see how this is going to go down. This is the first dedicated B push we have seen all game. That's going to be Kaplan and the spike is down. And now you have to get it back. This is a horrible position for PGT. They've lost full control of the spike. Their win conditions gone other than Murder. And Murder's going the other way. Dargey's able to find Kaplan, and now it's going to be a defender win. Wow, how can you be so silly with the spike? They just gave it up like it was nothing, and they they lied, but compared to what they had economically, Ravish, that was a full buy to them.
I mean, I was saying before about how AV needed to definitely try to commit towards all the Stingers and along with all the areas here. But on the other end, yeah, Max, you raised a very good point there in the beginning with the push. I understand your own isn't popping off, but and Shrim's a fantastic player, but entering in onto a site without having much info as to where the defenders might be with the spike there, it's a tough call and a call they just could not commit forward onto, because then afterwards the Killjoy mollies, the smokes, and him just holding down a spraying and praying with the Ares completely dissuades any push, and they get flanked, pincered. Like you mentioned, Murder goes the other way.
I mean, I guess we can see why they don't go for B too often. It makes sense because they did terrible. That was not fun.
It's tough. But then you know what though? I will say, in PGT's favor, as they go ahead and call for attack pause, I believe we're having a Pacito just try to reconnect it again here. Going down mid, especially on Haven, it is so very, very tricky because of all the options you have to control. 1, you have to try to come in through grass, find information who's holding down garage 2, and then 3, you also have to scope out B, and 4, catch anybody coming through a link as well. Because B side is so open, especially coming in onto mid, it is so very tough. And I find, in my opinion, you can't necessarily execute onto it without really 1, a good pick, or 2, complete smoke cover. Now, smoke cover was established, but it was really complete, and they're the ones who get picked off on. So mid is tough.
It's definitely really tough, but especially on top of all that, the smokes that we've been seeing from both teams have been everywhere the entire game. I mean, we can go as far back as Split. We can go even farther back and talk about Ascent, too. It was just Smoke City. And no one wants to push those. On top of that, Ravish, the nano swarms being brought out by 5M have been beautifully placed almost every single round. Mwah, chef's kiss, you're right. It has worked so well every single round. But this is a big one. Can the Killjoy reciprocate and do the same thing on the attack this time?
I want to say yes because we've seen it
Historically, yes.
before.
Historically, it has been a yes.
Because we've seen all the mollies be used aggressively to one, especially in those post-play positions, to cut off any sort of rotation or any flank as well, which has been good. I will still always remember, I think it was the first game we saw the Killjoy toss the molly one down onto A link and the two right up onto heaven. In Haven as well, on the A site, so the molly got a pick and also stop any sort of rotation coming down from T spawn as well. So that's exactly how I think it can be used to cut off so many different angles, and plus that turret too just gives you so much information. Your eyes and ears will all be covered. Now, I unlocked Cypher just as recently because I was like, and this is after the nerfs because I was thinking, maybe I want to be Cypher may maybe play a bit more back end because originally I play a Breach, but I see now why teams favor the Killjoy, Max.
Yeah, I mean, even after the nerfs, I mean, if your Cypher goes down, especially if you get overwhelmed with a Cypher holding a single site, like let's say on Haven C, like we've been seeing with the Jet, especially Fluffy playing that recently, and getting gunned down, your Cyber cages are useless. Your tripwires are especially useless now, and it's a useless agent post game. At least when Killjoy goes down, her turret is still up to an extent. You probably instinctively want to shoot it, and at least it'll give a little bit of an audio indicator that bullets are going off. Sure, she might not be as useful in death either, but at least now she has a little bit more flexibility and can rotate without having to worry and be stationed around their own gadgets.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So both the 40-minute limit is definitely there for her as well, right? So it is interesting how she, as you mentioned, decides to play around utility which she's present with, which is why I believe that those sentinels are really good for anchoring down in sites. I think you can use your Cypher, your Killjoys, or your Omens to try to anchor down, especially sites like A or along with C. So you can probably play around backside, holding the site with your camera, or sitting in utility with your turret and your mollies to make sure either one, stop any push or force a rotation as well. Or three, if you're the Cypher, you can go to put the tripwires, find information, and pretty much read the play as much as possible. Now, personally, I like being Cypher because you yourself are a director, Max. I don't know about you, but I like to go ahead and sit back and be Scorsese and direct my team through my camera, right? They're like, "Hey, I see this, I see that. I want you to do this."
I couldn't have said it better myself. I mean, Scorsese, he's one of the best, and Ravish, you're one of the best too. You are a ranked master. You are Radiant 2. You are above the line. I mean, I don't know why esports teams aren't messaging. Yeah, you know what? They probably are messaging you every day, and you're like,
maybe. Who knows? I don't know.
Instead.
Honestly, Max, I can see the exact same thing for you as well here, Amiga. As we are getting, I believe, we're getting a small little attack pause here, because waiting for one player to still try to reconnect here as Max. Yes. Let's go ahead and talk a little bit about, because you're saying Scorsese is the best, but you as a director, do you truly believe that, or do you think there are other directors with more to offer?
I think every director has something to offer. I think George Lucas is my all-time favorite, but
fair.
I'm not going to school for directing. I have directed some stuff, but I'm mostly like a electric or grip, so I work on lighting mostly for student films, which is pretty cool. But I think I mostly want to be in front of the camera now, and I'm glad this year has really taught me that, and I'm hoping to do it much more going forwards.
Okay.
But unfortunately, it looks like right now we are still waiting to see what's going to happen between these two teams. We're not, unfortunately, 100% sure what's going on between both these teams in the tech pause, but it's been a little while now, and honestly, we've been seeing a huge back and forth, but AV just started barely taking the victory again 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, they were just inching out here yet again, and honestly, at the end of it, within both these pushes, because both these teams try to immediately just commit onto one site, but they don't overcommit either, which has been a thing that I'm really impressed by. If they do get a one pick on one end of the site, or they get spidered out, or they see, Killjoy mollies are used to go stop the push, they're like, all right, let's go ahead, go back, try somewhere else. And that level of control and stability between these teams, that's something that I'm generally all for. I don't see it very, very often, especially if you're going hopping on the solo queue teams like we're going A, and they know nothing else but A, which definitely hurts my heart. So
Your poor heart.
Solo queue breaks my heart every single day, Max.
Oh, yeah. I've given up on solo queuing at any game. It's not going to happen. You're not going to make me. Maybe if I stream it. But, oh, hey, we're getting back into the game now. Looks like we did have some tech issues, but we're coming back in. All right, but Grand Champs, 9-5 right now. AV treating this like a job with how they're winning it so far, but they're only 4 points ahead. This is actually one of the smallest streaks we've seen between these two teams in 3 maps. And if they're able to get into the double digits, well, they may very well clutch out this victory. EGT can start climbing back on the attack. They can keep on the norms, and they can able to save their economy a little bit more.
Revealing area. No, as you mentioned here, Max.
Yes?
No, sorry, as you mentioned here, Max, within the question of their economy, try to go ahead and push down in onto C. But it will be cool to stave off. There's a spike is dropped at the back. They're pushing through window, get one, but Striker is just destroying.
Wow. I mean, overall, we talked about Striker before, not really showing up too much on the leaderboard this game, but second half has been absolutely dominated by Striker on the kill feed. Triple kill. Last round, almost a quad. And there he goes. Strim's able to find Zim. He's able to make the comeback and rotate around, but he teleported straight into a death trap. 10 now points on the board. Grand Championship map for AV. EGT, they gotta figure out what's going on now on their attacks, and with already a disconnect and having to rejoin back, this is a scary position for them to be in, and I'm curious to see if maybe now full bind can put them in an even cutting field.
As I believe my mic cut out for a second there, so I do apologize for that. As look at the Killjoy turrets, sorry, the Killjoy Molly's replaced her at the site, with the turret placed in an interesting position. To try to just watch the entire site. So this is what I was talking about, how Killjoys can try to play the anchor. So this, with the turret, she can watch anybody coming down for long and make sure that the turret probably isn't destroyed either. Because if they spot them out, she can also try to peek in, save a util 1, and probably get a refrag too, which is why Killjoys are so excited at playing the anchor. With all the monies we placed there, you see Jet and Win playing down long, trying to move on in, but it's looking to be a C push here, Max.
I don't know. We've been seeing a lot of these pushes in the past, but I say that in quotes because normally they get a little bit of opposition. They just skedaddle on back. But their only opposition here is a very lit Sova. Don't wait for him to be healed. He's got to deal with that damage unless he dies. And hey, guess what? He died. That means Rendo has full control over Zim in the site itself, and that could be the plant that we need to see go down. The only thing now to stop the post plant from immediately taking over from AV's side would be the lockdown from Kaplan. Now we may very well see this as well as a flank, and there we go, one flank. Can he find another? Ravish, do you think he can find that Jet?
I mean, honestly, I'm gonna go ahead and hope for it, as it's almost like a card trick here, Max. I was just thinking, okay, I got one card, I got two. Can he actually find the third? Can he read my mind? He may be able to, but Felipe can. He's rolling thunder to quickly push them back, but catches them out through the smoke. Striker is dead. It's only the Jet left, and she's running through spawn for her life. Get it, Max. And she was able to go and get away. The spike explodes, and PGT looks at the pause was what they needed.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very solid round. We've seen the same exact scoreline on Split before. AV in that driver's seat position still, but now on the defense. Historically, AV has not had the best defense in the world. They did a decent job on Ascent, but it was really the attacking sides for both of these teams that really catapulted them to this first place slot, or first and second place. That last round, we saw the full dedication to C. We saw Zeems go down, full control of the site, and there was never an opportunity to really have a consolidated pinch come out from AV's side to take over the site.
Cover going out.
As of right now, there's coming in onto A, still yet again, Jet and Reyna still pushed up, and Silver's still playing anchored against the smoke with the Omen. As trying to find a pick onto A, but Fluffy peeks in, gets Felipe, that's big. So that's also spike down as well. Spike down by short. I don't believe they've been able to spot it, but now there's watching that angle.
No, had that spike been spotted, I think we would have seen Fluffy hold on to the angle a little.
You are correct.
more.
I misread the map, Max. Yes.
Oh,
let me go ahead and turn on my monitor so I can try to see what's happening.
you gotta take off the headset. You gotta take off your VR headset, dude.
yeah, dude. I'm trying to watch the perspective, man. Forget reading everything else, man.
Oh, but this is really curious. Like, they're gonna be pushing B right now. So many smokes and nanoswarms in the way. The spike plant's still gonna go down, and we see our first shot kill of the entire tournament from Zeems. Now, Pasito is going to be playing back towards B side. Shrimp tries to go in, or goes in and finds Messiah. Striker, though, comes back immediately for the refrag. But now the remaining attackers are playing very silently, but Zeem hears the reload from Fluffy. That's going to take his eyes away from the spike and only allow 2 of the 3 to go for the pinch. Instead, though, he's going to go in for the flank, trying to take down this Jet who's unsuspecting, and Zeems finds him! And Fluffy does too, but it might be too little too late.
There's the second one of the game here, Max, as the defuse will come on through, and AV are now 2 rounds away from winning this tournament and taking that prize money home.
You know what? You call them AV, I call them AB, because those are the bomb sites they've been able to dominate on so far.
That's all right. That was good. That was. You know what? Let me give you 2 claps for that. Thank you. I absolutely love that, man. But yeah, that's what the absolute massive success rate for them, because with the seaside opening up, which is why I don't necessarily like having Sova playing as the anchor, because you can't do a ton of stuff to push, but Fluffy immediate shot and he's out of there.
Yeah, like a ghost just flittering away, never to be seen again. The Jet wants to contest this too. Fluffy gets 2. Pasito, what are you doing? That doesn't make any sense. You've just wasted your life for no reason. The only opposition I could see is maybe you were trying to bait out that you were rotating to C, but the entire team's already on A. They've called that out. Striker's able to find Felipe, and the Killjoy's directly in their face and ignores them pretty much. Holy moly, this is not looking good for PGT. Oh my lord. What are you doing?
Oh,
that was terrible.
Yeah, that was a.
Let's break that down.
Okay.
So Messiah.
Yeah,
I believe it's Messiah. Pushes up through C, tries to find an opening pick. Fluffy's there at the op, takes him down. Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Then Pasito with the knives, no less. I can understand where they were trying to come from, but died in the same exact position that his teammate did. The Drim did. I apologize. It wasn't Messiah, it was Drim. Died in the same exact spot. Okay, that's fine. I don't understand what Pasito was trying to do there. Because you had the knives out, you could try to take down the op. Sure, you could decimate that rotate. But if you're going to go on A, there's no lines of sight for the op to really use. You could argue, sure, they could go to heaven and get a line of sight. But even then, you're already in hell, and there's no way to get the op shot from there. But now you're at match point for AV Grand Championships round, all full ults, and M5 finds the opening pick.
AV, you're going to get this round here, because like this could be exactly what spells they're going to win in the tournament here, Max. This is all they need. Killjoy ultimate used to make sure that they can't actually try to get the spike down. But look at that, there is the Van Dragon. We wanted to see those 2 beautiful circles. We see what the opening pick. Now Darky gets 2 FC Empresses down as well. Although no one's gonna get caught up in the side, but Zankus Pasito trying to rotate out to try to even it up as a 2v4. But look at the health bars. Felipe's gets spotted out. He's detained. He can do nothing, and they get him. Absolutely beautiful dart. It's a 2v3.
No way.
But yeah, look at Mel. She's actually, she actually made it to C. This is huge, Max.
Oh man, the post plan now, potentially our very final plan to see in this entire series. Gonna be rotating through B site. This is the smartest option to go. Had you gone through C, I'm sorry, a Spawn, you would have met up with Drim. And even though he's decently low health, that wouldn't be a good position to be in. Kaplan, though, is gonna push on forward. Bot's gonna check out. That's inside a garage, you have to wait out the nano swarm. There's nothing else you can do, but that Kaplan still has a turret in play. You can still use it.
Smell.
Teleports as well. It's gonna be Zine with a triple kill. It's an even 2v2. Now, where are the last two alive? Well, they're gonna be peeking out slowly but surely. It might be too late for the defuse.
Now.
You have to go halfway. Kaplan's able to find one. That could be the final shot, but no, it's too late. PGT stay in the game. And Kaplan sacrifices themselves.
Unfortunately, that the Kaplan right there at the end. Honestly, if I was Kaplan, I'm thinking I have to protect this man with my life and with my body. It's he. You have to act as if he's the president. The eagle cannot be taken down. He must soar. I say as I speak into my wristwatch, Max. But now AV though, still up on the economy. They still can go ahead and go for the full buys across the board though. It's still 12-7 on the side of PGT. Instead, we're still seeing it's tough. But it's definitely not impossible. We've seen much worse. We've seen much bigger comebacks happen, right? And PGT need to keep playing the rounds like that yet again. If they continue to find these continued refrags, right, open the site and go for these smart rotations, they'll be fine.
I mean, you saw talk about talking to your wristwatch. I mean, I think that's what PGT needs right now. Both teams need a tactical airstrike on each other in order to win this round. 3 ults were used last time for AV, and not a single one really committed a lot of action to helping out.
Yeah.
While you still have the Hunter's Fury, you have the knives. That could be huge in of itself, but not a single ult is on board for PGT, and we do see them having to play really close together. And what may very well this time be their final maneuver could be the B site that did not work for them at all.
Still garage control being fought over, as you see. Omen is completely just rotated out of window. Use the fault line as well, so that should give note to them that they do want to be there. All the footsteps come out. Omen rotates in, but Zine gets smoked out, gets taken down. So does a recon bull, and a spike will be theirs, but now it all depends on the post plan of 4v3 for AV. Sorry, 4v5 for AV.
It seems like the general strategy has been found right now for PGT. Play around a little bit in mid in the beginning, rotate to C, get the plant down, and hope for the best. And hoping for the best is seemingly working out for them. Fluffy goes down, that's gonna be another one gone. It's now a 5v2. Mel's able to find a double, and that's gonna be a double, returning the fire of AV's side, but the damage may have already been done. Yep, and there we go. We do see the runaway now. It's gonna be another victory for PGT. 2 in a row now, I believe. And that is gonna be a very solid win for this round. We saw the same strategy twice. It's worked twice. And I'm looking forward to seeing the adaptation that we're seeing AV bring out. Maybe hold on to see a little bit more this time, Ravish.
What I would like to see more here, Max, is I want to see AV have Killjoy play the anchor. I want her to go ahead, set up the mollies and the turrets at C site so they know they can't immediately go and execute onto there. Because we know how much PGT loves to keep going for his re-executes. With the way they are positioning now on the attack, it looks like it'll probably be an A push. But let's look at the defensive positioning. So it looks like somebody from AV heeded my advice and then allowing Killjoy to hold down C site by herself. She puts down the turret and the grenades. That's awesome. So that means they can't necessarily try to execute that for a fast push. But Hunter's Fury committed right at the beginning.
I don't like that Hunter's Fury. I thought that was really questionable. Maybe using it for early intel, that would make some sense. But even then, it just seems like kind of a waste. But we do see the A push coming out. You know, it had the idea. Open. Yeah, it's open. So maybe going for the Hunter's Fury in the beginning told maybe the team and Sova thinking no one's going to be pushing A and it's rather going to be C instead. But they just didn't extend far enough. And now they have full control of A site. They're going to be cutting through sewers and half going to be going through A. And the only one closely watching is going to be Striker hanging out in A link. But the smoke's going to go down. It's going to give full permission. The rotates are going to come out now, and they need to go for this post plant really quickly if they want to capitalize on the situation they've made.
They should be able to do so. That was such, honestly, that Hunter Fury worked out so well for them here, Max, because it completely pushed everybody off of AV, off the A site, and even still, like you mentioned, Random was still just rotating and hanging around Link. But now, this post plant position here from AV, it's going to be tough to try to go for the retake. If he comes in for the side, Judge goes in for the smoke. We smoked out, trying to wait in, gets the Sova with Judge Gaming, and it's just green and red across the board, but more so green, and AV have done it. from what look like a detrimental positioning. They come in fast, they come in hot, and they are your Pit of Valor winners.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have our champions here tonight. It's gonna be AV. They've done so well, and we said it so many times here. There's a reason why they're called all victories, because that's all they get. Hard victories. They've lost one map in the entire tournament, and they did such a good job adapting around every single one of their enemies, and they played a lot of them like fiddles. And I hope we get to see them again. I know they're going to be playing another tournament very soon, but I want to see them play in GLG again because they were a breath of fresh air in the Valorant scene here.
They most definitely were. They're absolutely fantastic, and I gotta say, I genuinely enjoyed watching them and casting them here, Max. It was a lot of fun, and the unparalleled aggression from this team made for very, very exciting games. But speaking of things that are absolutely exciting, things that you should go and watch out for. Number one, our Cold War tournament is next weekend. It is our biggest prize pool yet. It was $2,000 on the 12th and 13th of December. 4v4 CDL variant, so you do not want to miss this and look at more on our Battlefly here, Max. And I believe there's actually even more Call of Duty coming your way.
I believe so that there's going to be more Call of Duty happening just about every week. In fact, I believe we're moving the Pit of Valor around to make room for Call of Duty weekly on top of that tournament. And I cannot wait to both of us dive and sink our teeth into the Call of Duty scene as well, commentating that and Valorant or GLG going forwards. I can't wait to see what kind of beautiful teams are going to come out and maybe who the champions are going to be as well.
Because we also have a Search and Destroy tournament coming up as well with the next week on Tuesday. And we also have our Gosu Appetite tournament. Go and type exclamation mark Gosu if you want to go and find out more about the tournament as well. There's a 4v4 Respawn Rally tournament coming at you. Make sure to check our Twitter to get updates on everything we do and more. Now with that all being said, I want to thank you all for watching. Your support is why we continue to do this and why Keg and I can come here and cast every single day. So we appreciate you, viewers. Thank you.
Yeah, make sure to follow us on Twitter too. Make sure to follow GLG on Twitter as well. We have a huge Twitter presence and we'd love to expand it more. Yeah, follow this.
Yeah.
Follow his.
Follow that guy as well. Yeah. That guy.
With that being said, we are going to wrap things up. Thank you very much for watching. Hopefully we get to see all these teams come back in even better fashion next time, and we'll see you guys in the Pit of Valor.
Ladies and gentlemen, what is going on? And welcome to the GLG Cold War Tournament.
Yeah, it's always fun when you get that Semtex all primed up. Koosh just popping off. Gets a 2 with a little bit of assistance. Gets a 3rd as well.
Tuition, but make that a 2v2. Guess what? Oh, it's 2. Oh my.
He gets a shot. That's insane.